So I did not know that Microsoft was doing a bunch of live streams starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, my time. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. So we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna do some No Man's Sky. We're gonna go watch some Xbox stuff because I'm gonna be playing a lot of the games that Xbox is talking about in their live streams for the next few days from Gamescom. Then we'll probably do some reaction videos, and then if we have time, we're gonna go back and play some more No Man's Sky. I think we're just gonna run all the way to noon. So we did about 5.5 hours yesterday. We'll probably do about 6 hours today. So for anybody who's tuning in, we're gonna be rolling back and forth between these two things. No Man's Sky, Xbox Gamescom, some reaction stuff because I got to do some. There's some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 stuff I want to cover, and then we'll go back and do some No Man's Sky and etc. But it's going to be a lot of mixing the next couple of days because um, there's lots of things going on. All the things are happening, um, and we're covering all of it. I do need to finish my toast. I am on a crunch here, no pun intended, because I didn't realize that there was a stream starting this morning so early, and so we've got about an hour, a little less than an hour. I need to finish my other pizza toast. We're going to read the debriefs while I do so. I'm going to have the mic off so you guys don't hear me crunching around. But let's do the debriefs while I eat my toast, and then we'll get into some gameplay. Here's how you can tell the difference, Akadioni. There's premieres and lives on YouTube. So you're watching from YouTube right now. They still use the same red, like highlighted, like a red box that says like live in it, but it also says premiere in it. So to know whether or not I'm live or doing a pre-recorded video that's airing as a premiere, you'll just look at that button right there. Also, all of my live streams have the word live at the beginning of the title with the red recording, and my premieres do not. So that's two easy ways you can define whether or not I'm live. Please use this shot of you typing as a thumbnail. I should one of these days, and it only happens. So it only happens when I'm using the laptop down here because I don't have the way I have this set up. I just have two tiers. So I have a wooden desk on top of a wooden desk, essentially is what it is. And when I use the bottom laptop, it's tucked under here, so I would have to be all the way up in here working. So I have a separate keyboard for it, but I roll back and I hang out and I talk and I play with my controller. But when I use this one, which I am today because we've got the Xbox Gamescom stream set up on this other laptop, so that when I want to do this, all I got to do is I got new tools, man. I'm excited about my new tools. We could just switch over, and now we're covering Xbox, which is great. I love the switcher that I bought. This is well worth the money because now I do my PS5, my Xbox Series X, and my gaming laptop are all set up here, and then I have my stream box, which is my old laptop, which is over here. It's not a perfect setup, but it is a much better setup than what I had, and it's slowly working me towards being more professional. Eventually, I think when I get to the other office, I will probably invest in I think it's called a Stream Deck is what it's called, the one with all the buttons on it. Elgato sells one, and you can program all of your things in there so that you can easily do scene changes and transition changes and all that other stuff. I will probably buy that and a boom mic when we renovate the office, but that's Christmas time. We'll wait, the office will get remodeled probably in November, excuse me, and then probably Christmas time I'll start ordering new kit. And then by the new year, we should be in a completely new office space. That is the current plan. Anyway, back to No Man's Sky, because that's what we're actually working on this morning here for a little bit before we get in. And I want to finish my debriefs. The shrimp asked, "What's on your jam or what's on your toast? Jam or chocolate?" The answer would be jam, blackberry jam with seeds, please. I like the chunky fruit. I like blackberry jams, raspberry jams, any sort of berry. I mean, most jams are berry, but then you get into weird stuff like peach jam, apricot jam. I'm not necessarily, I mean, I'll enjoy them, but they're not my favorites. Fruit jams are not my favorites. Berry jams are my favorite. And I like the seeds. I want to feel it. I want to get it in my teeth. I need to use dental floss when I'm done. But I do like probably blackberry and raspberry are my favorite. And then blueberry would be like a third. I don't really like chocolate on toast. I like, reasonably brown, lots of butter, and berry jams. Sometimes honey. So my great grandmother was from Finland, and one of the things that she did when I was a kid was she would take like half a stick of butter that was like already soft, not like it'd been out of the fridge for maybe an hour or whatever. And she'd take like half a stick of butter and then just like, I don't know, a freaking whole cup of honey, and she would mix it up with a fork. And my great grandmother and my great grandfather were both from Finland, and they both would do this in the morning with coffee, and they would just take hunks of bread and dip it in or take a spoon and lather it on with this butter honey that they would make with toast. So fucking good. Chris has to have pastries in the morning. It's a Mexican thing. Si eres mexicano, tú sabes. Los mexicanos les gustan pan dulce con café en la mañana. Conchas, no donuts tan mucho, pero las conchas especialmente. Just panes de todos tipos. So she can't go like cookies, or she has to have something with her bread, with her coffee in the morning. Whereas I just sit down usually and drink 2 cups of coffee, sometimes 3 cups of coffee. Then I go for my run, go for a walk, come back, and I'll usually just have breakfast after that. I usually just drink my coffee. But today, because I wanted to do this, and we're just going to go for like 6 hours, I was like, I skipped the walk this morning. I just did some stretches and stuff here, and I just went straight into it. So I was like, I'm going to eat some toast now because Chris has a lot of chores to do, and I'll have some breakfast in like 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, Lord of the Apes. My whole family, my mom, my sister-in-law, they all do their own every year. Plus, where they live in Missouri, they have a big, lots of land, so they go out and pick wild blackberries every year. So, and mulberries. There's a tree called a mulberry tree, and so there's always some if it's not like pure like blackberry or pure mulberry, there's all sorts of mixes. She'll do like plum blackberry, plum mulberry, raspberry plum, like all sorts of combinations. And my sister-in-law makes a really good apple butter, which I will. If you don't watch me without, I could eat a whole jar of like apple butter. Like I could just sit there and just give me a piece of Parmesan cheese and a jar of apple butter, and I will just and a glass of red wine. Mm, let me get fat and die happy. Love it. Acadionia says, sometimes the app on my end doesn't refresh properly. It's more of a my end thing, but it's great catching live. Well, I'm glad you're here live. Yeah, this week. So today, tomorrow, and Friday we'll be doing this early mornings for the No Man's Sky for a little bit in the morning, and then rolling into Gamescom covers. Knowing that these streams are going to be at 7 a.m., I probably will not have a video go live tomorrow and Friday. I'll probably just start streaming at like 5 o'clock, which is what our plan was for Sunday anyway. So maybe I'll just do that for the next few days. We'll just go live at like, 5 o'clock US Central Time, 5 p.m. And we'll just go for 5 or 6 hours because there's so much coverage live for the next few days. And then Saturday and Sunday we'll be catching up on all the reaction videos and things we didn't watch. I think we'll just do that. I think I just need to talk to Chris and inform her of that so that she understands that I'm going to be in the office for the next few mornings. I'll make an announcement about it on social media and stuff later on today. But those of you who are live here right now, that's the plan. We're just gonna go live at like 5 a.m. every morning for the next 5-6 days. Do No Man's Sky for a couple hours and roll right into the live streams, and then mix in some more stuff later as we go out throughout the morning. Buenos días, pescado. En tardes, otra 5 horas, 6 horas. No, más veces. ¿A qué horas son ahora? Es como 6:15. Sí, la tarde es otras 6 horas. I have been asked if I would ever do streams in Spanish. I could do streams in Spanish. I don't think I have the audience to do streams in Spanish. Por el momento sí. Tengo un homestead aquí. Y el rancho de mi hermano en Estados Unidos. Básicamente dividimos nuestro tiempo. Medio, cuando podemos. Estamos aquí más frecuente ahora porque tenemos todos los animales. Y Cristina no puede viajar por los animales. Shit, lost my pen. Alright, let's get some expeditions sent out. Albumin Pearl Hot Ice. Why is it hot? Why is it so spicy? Probably need to fix my hair too, guys. I totally need to get a haircut. My accent is pretty good. I've been here long enough now. I still mess up words. Like especially. I always want to add the sh from English, especialmente. And my wife gives me no end of grief for that. But she has her words in English that she fucks up, so I get to she laughs at my accent, I laugh at her accent. And then when her family gets together, I have a hard time because they have a different accent here in Tabasco compared to where I learned, which was the Yucatan. So Yucatan I can understand pretty well, Yucatan Spanish. Mexico City Spanish is pretty easy. The thing with Tabasco, with the people in Tabasco, is they will blur words together and they talk. It's kind of like, and I don't mean any disrespect when I say this. I grew up in Missouri in the United States. Missourians have an accent. I had an accent when I was younger, and I still have an accent of certain words. But then I moved to Colorado, which is more of a neutral state, and so I spent like 12 years in Colorado, and so I kind of lost that, which I appreciate. It's kind of like that. If you're from Mexico and you hear someone from Tabasco speaking, you're like, oh, they're from Tabasco. Like the accent is Tabasqueñan. And when they start talking, the family in particular, it's kind of like a dialect, yeah. But it's more just like the regional accent. You go to Appalachia in the United States, they're going to say things that you just don't understand if you're from like California. You're just going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's kind of like going to Australia. There's just a lot of words that don't get used, you know. Pinche away. Fucking dude. So yeah, when they get going, I have a hard time sometimes following everything that's being said. I would say I understand about 80%, but I will occasionally not. I will miss a section of the. But that's about the only time I have any issues. I've been here 14, almost 15 years now. Like I've had permanent residency since 2015, so it's been almost 10 years. I've been 9 years. I've been a permanent resident, so I have my own green card here. Um, I could get my citizenship if I wanted to here. I choose not to because it's a big. It's you have to go. You have to learn. You have to like take a studies course. You have to take like a history course, a social economics course. Like you have to go to school for like a year and learn all of the intricacies of like the Mexican Constitution, their Bill of Rights, the formation of the country, all that stuff, which we were never taught, in the United States. I would need to take those classes, and then I would need to learn the national anthem, and then I would have to go to Mexico City because it all takes place in the city. You can't do it anywhere else. You have to go to the city, and you have to, you might be able to do it in a couple of other cities, but I know you have to go to the major cities. And that's inconvenient to say the least. So I just choose not to. I don't need to. The only difference is I would get the right to vote and I would have a Mexican passport. Those are the only two things that would be different. Otherwise, I have all the same rights and, I have bank accounts. You can buy property. Everything. You can own anything. Like there's no difference once you're a permanent resident. I just can't vote. Was it hard to get residency? No. At the time that I did it, it was just there's multiple types of visa, but I went for the freelance visa. So I was an independent freelancer for many, 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 many years, and all they cared about was, can you show that you make this much amount of money every single month, and can you show us bank statements from the last 6 months to prove that you're actually making that kind of money. Sometimes they might ask for 12 months, but it's usually like 6 to 12 months. They ask for your income statements if you're a freelancer, and as long as you pass the threshold, you get temporary residency, and that's for 4 years or 5 years. And then after you've done that for 4 or 5 years, you can then transfer up to permanent residency, and that's another threshold where they go, okay, you've been here for 4 or 5 years. We need to see some additional income statements just to make sure. Let's make sure you're above board and that you've got enough money to cover yourself. And as long as you're good to go at that point, you get permanent residency. I could also have gotten it through marriage, but I did it all on my own just because we got married while I was in temp residency. But when I did my permanent residency, I just was like, I'm just going to transfer up. It was easier to do it because to do the marriage thing, it's so much extra paperwork because of you need copies of everybody's birth certificates and all the originals of the marriage certificate and 50 triplicate copies, and then they want to see this. There was 25 pages of additional paperwork that were required if I wanted to go permanent being married. And I was like, yeah, screw that. It was way easier to just give them my bank statements and say, I'm good. And that's literally how it works. So it was not difficult for me. It was a lot of time. I didn't use a lawyer. I just did it myself. Well, they want to make sure the marriage is legit, which is no different than the United States. If you've ever watched or listened to or gone through the U.S. immigration process, it's the same thing. They're confirming that marriage is legit, that it's not for fake, that it's not for trying to weasel your way into the system illegally. They want to make sure that it's all above board, so it's a big deal. But it was not easy. But I spoke Spanish, so well, not very good, but I spoke enough Spanish to go through all of immigration on my own. I went in when I first did it, you had to go in every year and renew the temporary. So for 4 or 5 years, I had to go in every year and renew. And it was such a big deal when I got my permanent residence because it was like, oh, I don't have to ever go in, other than when you change address, you have to go into the local office and say, I've changed my address. Here's my new address, etc. Dwarven, what's up? Thanks for the raid, Draven. Draven and the cats have pounced. Well, I have 9 cats if you would like to see some more cats. They're often on the stream. Anyway, there was going at 4 o'clock in the morning to stand outside of the consulate for 4 hours, wait for them to open, because they don't have any sort of ticket process, it is first come, first serve. So you roll in and you stand at the door outside the building at 9 o'clock in the morning. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they open at 8:30. You go in at 9. If you're there first, you go in first. That's just how it works. That part sucked. But apart from that, it was a pretty painless process, and you can just pay someone to do that for you. Like you can literally pay an immigration lawyer once you're in country, and they will go stand in line for you, and they will give you a call and say, "Hey, I'm going to have papers to sign in 15 minutes. Be here." You show up, you sign the papers. They do all the standing in line for you, and if you just want to do it that way, this is for Brett, by the way, because Brett was talking about that. Like if you ever decide that you're going to go that route, just pay someone. It's way easier. I did do it on my own, but God, if I had to go back, I would probably pay someone else to do it, to be honest with you. I want an industrial expedition. Look at this, guys. I got a 5-star. I was really happy to see that the other day. That was cool. I was like, all right, cool. Let's send the frigates alongside and probably... I just want to level this up. So let's send a mining vessel. Is that enough? That gives me 3-star. Let's go ahead and put a couple more just to be safe. Plus I can get some levels with the frigates. Ooh, some of the frigates dinged to level 2 because they were 1 stars yesterday. Oh, I hope I have enough fuel. I do. Alright, I need to go make some more fuel. 9 cats, wonderful. Dreven says we just have the 2. Nice. Brett plays it's like waiting for a gaming system release in the 90s. Yeah. My fleet's getting bigger. It is. Yesterday I found some... I found a couple of trade ships. I still need more mining and... Or not trade ships. I found an industrial ship. I need some more trade ships and mining ships. And once I have a couple like support vessels, like once I have like 2 or 3, because then I can start sending them all out and be like, okay, 1 mining, 1 support, 1 freighter, 2 combats, and I'll send them out. And we can start doing different types. Do I have any frigate models? Yeah, I've got 2. I sent one of them out a minute ago. Let me make some more fuel here, because I'm out of juice. Oh, I can only make 1. Shit, what am I out of? Dehydrogen. Really? Well, I guess we need to go mine some dehydrogen. Unless there's some in the storage chest. I'm betting there's none in the storage chest. If I've used all my dehydrogen, it's because we've made all the fuel. Well, I suppose that's easy enough to go, God, I need to shove this shit in the storage tank. It's easy enough to get more dehydrogen. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time today, we're going to be tuning into the Xbox Gamescom live stream coverage in about 30 minutes. We're going to switch over. We're going to watch that for a little bit. I don't know how long it's going to be. Maybe a couple hours. Then we'll probably play some more No Man's Sky. We're definitely going to do some reaction videos today as well. We're going to do, there's a couple of Kingdom Come Deliverance videos I want to watch. One's like 15 minutes, the other one's like 30 minutes. So we're going to cover a lot of ground today. I'm streaming much earlier than I normally do because of Gamescom. So the next few days, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're just going to start at like 5 a.m. Central Time in the U.S. for North American, and for the Europeans, it's going to be middle of the afternoon. And rather than 11 a.m., which is our normal start time. I do multi-stream in both places, so if you're new and you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, know that you can watch in either place. And I appreciate all of you who double tag it because it helps out with all the things. And yeah, stick around. Don't forget Friday night, Thursday night. Thursday night, we're starting World of Warcraft: The War Within. And next Tuesday, we're starting Star Wars Outlaws, rolling into Space Marine 2, and rolling into the Shattered Space DLC for Starfield after that. Last night, I test drove my new Land Rover in No Man's Sky. In Starfield. It's going to play No Man's Sky. I tested out my Rover and customized the color and everything and drove it around. That test drive video is up this afternoon on YouTube. There's also the patch note video for Starfield's recent patch is also coming out of the video at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock Central Time on YouTube. The new land vehicle in Starfield is badass. And the different landscapes, it reacts differently. It does drifts. It slides around. I did a snow planet and was throwing up snow clouds and doing donuts in the snow and jumping around. It's a lot of fun. It was a very good addition. Very good addition to the game. Buy dehydrogen jelly from the Galactic trade terminals and refine them down. I've never refined anything down before, Super Biscotto. Tim Horm said, wanted to say hello. Saw your video on YouTube last night with a Dale trader. Shit. What video was that, Tim? Alright, Galactic trade terminal. Do I have a trade terminal in here? Don't let me get, hang on, don't let me get sidetracked, guys. I gotta store some stuff in the storage container. Yeah, but some of these things I can stack in here. Oh, it's that thing that stares at me. You're right. Yeah, I'm just stacking stuff where I can. So I have a dehydrogen jelly right there. Okay. Oops, no, I want to keep that. Geosite. Hold on to the deoxide because I use it for that. What do I have here? Plasma launcher. Somebody told me to check that out. Hypnotic eye. I just try to stuff everything here because I don't know actually what I have, and I'm just like, can I stuff it in this one? If I can't, oh well. Definitely could put that in there. That goes in the other chest. I know that much. Put the tainted metal in the other chest. Hold on to the oxygen. Oh, looks like the pre-show just started for a Gamescom Xbox live stream. I was like, why did the other screen just freak out? Ion battery. I'll hold on to the rest of this. Let's go to the second chest. You know, one thing I wish you could do here is I wish you could craft directly from the chests. That would be pretty freaking awesome. Hold on to that. Dirt. All right. Okay. Sometimes easier than mining if you can grab a bunch. But how do you refine it down? Do you just stick it in the refiner like you would normally do, but instead of refining up, it automatically refines it down? Use your quick transfer. Quick transfer will auto sort in the container. Okay. Where did that go? Dehydrogen jelly. Gives me 40 for a dehydrogen jelly. I would have to find a lot. Alright, let's go find the eyeball that stares at me. I forget where he's at. I think he's on the other side. No, those are my freighters. Where's the great eye? There's the great eye. The great eye of Trader. Give me the D. I'm just begging for the D from the great eye. And yes, it's a childish joke. I don't have a problem with it. I think we need to go mine some dehydrogen on planet side. Where's my ship at? Juke Project says, finally caught you live. Good to see you. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. I am live today. because we've got an Xbox event we're going to go watch in about 20 minutes. It's more Gamescom coverage. So for the next few days, I'll repeat this multiple times throughout the stream. Some of you get sick of hearing me talk about it, but for the next few days, I'll be going live at around 5 a.m. Central U.S. North American time. Middle of the afternoon for you Europeans, because we're going to be doing live Gamescom coverage, reaction videos, and beyond, with a little bit of No Man's Sky in the morning. If I start at 5, I can get about 2 hours in of No Man's Sky before we move over to the reactions. The same slot we normally play on Sunday morning for No Man's Sky. We're just going to do it the next few days, so hopefully we'll see you there, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And if you're watching in both places, double hugs. Double fist bumps, bro hug. Technically I get up at 4 a.m., but I normally don't start streaming until 11 every morning because I need a few hours to get up and do all my video production and take care of the homestead and everything else. But since it's Gamescom, we're just going to watch everything live and cut it out later. Although yesterday's video, because the only downside to watching live streams is there's so much licensed music that get used. Is like Twitch will mute out a whole bunch of the VOD, and YouTube, I had like 15. I'd have to go through each one manually to clear them. It's like, is it really worth it to do 15 of these copyright claims? Because you don't get any revenue on the live streams when you do the live coverage. But it is what it is. All right, I need the D. Let's go find some dehydrogen. I got a bunch of tritium yesterday, so I should be okay for a while with tritium because I've got a couple thousand, I think. But I definitely... It looks like, based on what I've seen so far, that I'm going to need thousands of dehydrating crystals. And, like, chromatic metal was my pressure point for a long time, and now it's like, nope, it's no longer chromatic metal. Now it's hyperdrive fuel. That shit's expensive, and I got to make lots of it. What are these? Unidentified mineral. Ferrite dust. Oh, got some more down here. Ooh, giant squid ticks. That's fucking nasty. Look at that. That is gnarly, man. That's like a giant tick with tentacles. Oh, fuck that. Still have not perfected my landings, guys. I'm getting there, but I still crash land every time. I still get a little bit of a ding. And I did, like, Esk suggest you the other day, I probably should, I'm gonna fine tune the controller settings at some point so that I can maybe get better at shooting, because I got made fun of a lot in my my derelict freighter video last night. Because I do suck at aiming. That's why I like aim assist in games. I don't know that I've ever messed with the controls. I probably did when I first started and I just forgot about it. Sensitivity, I have no idea what the base default is. Let's try 20, hang on, 25%. Because it's the same as flight. Oh, hang on, apply. It's a lot less than I normally like, but it might help me in this game in particular. Oh. Oh, that's the exosuit thing. Oh, shit. Going for a ride. Okay, that does help. Quite a bit. That's going to be interesting to try this out when I go do the next derelict freighter for my aim. Another one in there? We set another one? Run away, little critter. I need some upgrades to the scanner. Yeah, probably. I need upgrades for a lot of things, but I just finally, after doing that expedition, kind of started understanding the multi-tool, and I spent all my nanites and a bunch of other stuff getting the upgrades that I could get for now. And I'm so focused on getting the freighter stuff right now that I'm not worried about the scanner stuff right now. I need freighter parts is really what I need, the scavenged parts. So my number one thing is getting those things. So I did missions all day yesterday. I didn't want to run missions this morning. I just wanted to send my frigates out and go watch the live stream. However, I don't have enough fuel to send my second, so I got to make sure that we can get some fuel together before I send my second fleet out. God, this is why I need it, because I can't access without the matter beam. So I'm down on the planet. It's very excuse me, very frustrating to not be able to make that yet. Down here, and see my tritium is up top in the ship, so I can't make the fuel unless I'm in the ship. So I have to keep going back and forth, back and forth. I do know about the bonus lord. I just don't. I have a bunch of planets that I could finish it on, but it hasn't been a priority because I don't need the nanites per se yet. I know I will eventually. I've spent all the things I need to spend for the moment. My number one priority right now is getting those scavenged freighter parts. And so I'm just either mission grinding to get my faction up so that I can run the missions when they come up, or that I can find them in the daily freebies from the guys. I'm running freighter missions every morning. And I need to also start checking the Nexus. Someone told me yesterday that I need to start checking the Nexus for missions. Alright, we're about 15 minutes out from the Xbox show, everybody. Yeah, like right now, I'm literally, all I care about is the dehydrated. I'm like, give me more D. I gotta go make my fuel. We'll harvest this, and I think we're gonna go up. Did I land that time without splatting? I think I finally did. I think we're gonna go up, make the fuel, send the freighters out, and then switch over. And I think Sunday, what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna run a derelict freighter on Sunday, and follow it up with like missions. And doing my faction turn-ins and stuff, because I bet I can get there within 2 weeks. I bet I can get my freighter parts in 2 weeks. And once I get my freighter parts, we're finishing the main storyline. And once we finish the main storyline, as we're going along that route, I'm going to be scanning for an ice planet. And someone suggested that I just really go off the beaten path if I want to find a planet that can never get discovered. Also the Exocraft Summoner, yeah. Evans says wait till they make the mods for the land vehicle. It's going to be so cool. Yeah, I was pretty happy just the way it is out of the box. That vehicle in Starfield is pretty awesome. Where's my ship? Right over there. Tainted metal is the best nanite. They refine it 10 times the amount. That's good to know. Wild Player says, can you send more than one squad out in your freighter? Yep. It's not squads though. So you have your squad, which is your the three. You can have up to 3 starships that accompany you while you're in your starship. That's the squad. Are we on the underside? We're on the underside. Then you have your fleet. Your fleet is different than your squad. You can send ships out from your fleet, and you have up to 30 ships in your fleet, and you can send them out in up to groups of 5. So, as long as you have the fuel to send them out. I was out of fuel to send my second group out, so I went and got the resources. So now I'm here. We're gonna make the fuel for the next group of ships. We're gonna send those group of ships out, and then we're gonna switch over to Gamescom coverage. All right. Craft more. Craft more. I'm gonna craft all I can. All right. Now I can go back over to him and say, let's look at potential expeditions. This one I already have in process, so I have 6 hours left on that one. I need to send another one out right now. I'm gonna go for the balanced one that takes 15 hours, because that'll be before I play tomorrow morning. That'll be a nice one. That'll have more rewards than the 6-hour one. So that's a balanced expedition. We're going to pick that. We're going to assign ships. I'm going to send out my 5-star trade galleon, the frigate, the combat frigate, the mining vessel, and then the merchant vessel. And probably one of these 1-stars. I should be okay. It's a 3-star versus a 2-star. I should be okay. All right, they're off. And technically, I guess if I have the fuel, I have enough ships to do with. Oh, no, I don't. I remember. I forgot. So you also need, someone said this in chat a minute ago. You also need one of these. I forget what they're called. Command module? These things right here, these stations, and these are craftable. You need one of these, fleet command station. You need one of these for each expedition. So if I wanted to send out a 3rd expedition, I would need to build another one. And these are just rooms that you can build, just crafting rooms you can build. So, anyway, folks, that's it for the moment. We will be back to No Man's Sky here in a bit, assuming, I don't know how long this coverage is going to be. So let me switch over here. Shut the Xbox down for now. And we are going to switch over. We'll work on my camera because I got some green screen stuff showing up. All right, why does it's paused on whatever that is? It's because I tabbed away. We don't need the volume for the moment. Let's just refresh it. There we go. All right, we're 9 minutes out. Chat summary, it's an auto-generated experiment. Oh, so it tells you what the chat has been up to. That's a cool, like, YouTube's been integrating some AI stuff into their system. It's pretty groovy. All right, let's go full screen on this. I love the NASA punk aesthetic of Starfield. It's awesome. You haven't tried it yet, Pescado. I love Starfield. I like Starfield. Honestly, I like Starfield more than No Man's Sky, but No Man's Sky has been my current flavor of the month, and it's been a lot of fun learning this game. Definitely going to be, like, I'm not playing Starfield right now, but that's because I've already done 2 playthroughs, and I've logged 500 hours in that game. I don't feel the need to to play more Starfield. I am gonna play the shit out of it when Shattered Space falls, and we'll probably switch over to that being the mainstream, like maybe mid-September, because I haven't done Outposts yet, and we now have the land vehicle. So probably mid-September after I finish Space Marine 2, because we're gonna do Star Wars Outlaws, Space Marine 2, Shattered Space. That's gonna be the run for the next few weeks on main streams at 11 a.m. Central. My Sunday morning slots are remaining No Man's Sky. I don't have a weekly slot for Starfield, but I've already logged 500 hours there. This main save for Starfield, I'm only 60 hours in. I got a long way to go. I easily can see this getting to 250, 300 hours because I got to do my freighter, then I got to finish the main storyline, and then I want to go base hunting. I want to find an ice planet with an ocean. Light No Fire is not coming out this year. So I have no reason to switch over. And considering, at least for the moment, I get really good views on my No Man's Sky streams and I get pretty good traffic on those No Man's Sky videos on YouTube. So as long as that stays true, then I will keep producing No Man's Sky content for the next 6 months, or whenever until Light No Fire is there. Same thing I do with World of Warcraft. That's in my regular rotation, Wednesdays and Saturdays. Lotro and Star Wars: New Republic regularly have showed up over all the years. Like things that I like that get good traffic stay around. So if you want more No Man's Sky, nudge nudge, wink wink. But I do like Starfield more, and the reason I like Starfield more is because I like narrative RPGs more than I like cozy, chill exploration games. Like I have fun playing No Man's Sky, and there's a lot of really cool features in it, but I do get tired of the manual flight. I do love my quick travel. Um, I like the game. I like the gunplay in Starfield. I don't like the gunplay in No Man's Sky. I like the ship combat in Starfield more than I like it in No Man's Sky. And I like the aesthetic. I like the look of Starfield more than No Man's Sky. Plus, it has all the cinematic stuff I love about Bethesda games. It also has some Bethesda jank, but that's okay. What game doesn't have jank? I guarantee you Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is going to be full of jank when it launches, and I'm still going to love the shit out of it. Jank doesn't bother me. The ships almost look plausible in Starfield? Yes. Did I ever watch Space 1999? I did not. I think that was slightly before my time. Hang on, I gotta check a couple things before we go, and I'm definitely gonna need another cup of coffee before we go, because mine is cold. Somebody pinged me in Discord. World of Warcraft stuff. Let me check. Oh, I think we're about to go live. Shit, I might not have time to get my coffee. They said 5 more minutes. How's my volume on this monitor? We're good. There we go. Now it went back to saying stream starts in 5. All right, turn the volume. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Is it like other Bethesda RPG where you pick your perks? Yeah, I've got a whole. If you really want to dive into it, Super Pescado, go check out my first playthrough series. I have two playlists. One is the survival run, which is the second playthrough. That's the one I just did in May, and which we're going to continue this fall. But my original one, that playlist has, I don't know, a couple hundred videos in it, but there's a bunch of guides in there, like my Ultimate Beginner's Guide, a whole bunch of other stuff. There is a perk guide, but essentially there's skill trees, like strength, that kind of stuff. There's science, stuff related to flying your ship. There's all these different things. And then within those groupings are the actual skills within that tree, or that, if it's the science line, there's all the science abilities. Then in each ability, you have 4 ranks. And each rank gives you additional perks. And some of those perks unlock other abilities, which you wouldn't otherwise have. Like bribery and negotiation are underneath persuasion. And persuasion is within the speech tree. So you go into the speech tree, you work on persuasion. As you get deeper into the persuasion line, you unlock negotiation and bribery. Or maybe it's just negotiation and bribery is with another line. Something along those lines. So there is, etc. I have no idea if No Man's Sky is going to be at Gamescom this year. There's 3 days of events ahead of us. Today, tomorrow, the day after. We're going to be live streaming the Xbox version. We're going to be live streaming Xbox Gamescom, watching we're doing a watch party today. The next 4 days, we're going to be starting at 5 a.m. Central, North American time, middle of the afternoon for our European friends. We're going to be starting with No Man's Sky, playing 2 hours of No Man's Sky, and moving over to this. And then watching the live streams, and then we'll do reaction videos after this. So if there's any No Man's Sky news, we will cover that in a reaction video later on in the stream after we wrap up the Xbox stuff. I know today we're also going to be watching Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 footage at some point. So stay tuned for all that stuff. Just in time with your lunch. Nice. All right, we got 15 seconds left, everybody. I think we're good to turn the volume up here. I got coffee. Where's my notebook? Ah, panic. Most of these games, I'm going to be playing a lot of Xbox games, everybody, so. I tried Forza Horizon. I don't like it as much as Gran Turismo, and I like racing games from time to time. F1's a lot of fun too. It can be. It would be better if I had a sim seat, but I'm not that into. I'm not gonna go all max and spend $250,000 on a sim machine. But that's not my job. I didn't really care for.
Herzlich willkommen hier aus Köln. Welcome to Gamescom.
For the first time, Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda are coming together here in Cologne to bring you what you want. More new games.
And we've got our work cut out for us this week as we showcase the more than 50 titles on display and the many ways to play that makes Xbox the best place for gaming.
And to do all that, we've assembled an international squad, because with this many titles,
I do have an Xbox Ultimate subscription that I've had for ever since I bought my Series X.
You need a crack team of
so worth it. I get great games on the PC, great games on the Xbox. I can play them like No Man's Sky. I'm literally playing through Game Pass,
interviews, live gameplay, and
I can go between PC and Xbox. I like
and cloud.
I like the Xbox ecosystem. I do have a PS Plus account too.
You know, in fact, Henry,
I'm an
we've
equal opportunity
already
gamer.
seen the brand new game mode reveal for Forza Horizon 5, Hide and Seek, at the top of the show. And remember, that launches on September 10th on Forza Horizon 5.
But first, it's over to Charlie. to help kick off our show, we've got some very familiar faces here with us. It's Sarah
What's
Bond
up,
and Phil
fella?
Spencer. Thanks so much for joining us today. First question, how does it feel to be here at Xbox's Gamescom presence?
It is so much energy here. It's been fantastic to see the fans, to be part of Opening Night Live last night, and to see their reaction. This booth, and I have no idea why we're calling it a booth, because it's not a booth. It's an entire wonderland.
It really is. It's an underestimation calling it a booth, right?
With experiences, with games that you can play, things you can see, incredible photo opportunities is fantastic. So to see folks pouring in and experiencing it, and it reminds you of what makes this industry special, which is all about celebrating games, the joy they bring, and the people who make them.
It's, for us, our first Gamescom with Activision, Blizzard.
It's a big year for
Bethesda,
Xbox.
Xbox all here together. So there's definitely something special. All the teams have gotten together, and I think there's just such great representation. I'll also say the industry has gone through a lot of transition with our shows, and seeing Gamescom as strong as ever with fans, consumers coming in, all the creators that are here, strength across Europe. Like, we need more of this in the industry. I'm glad we're here supporting. And it's just awesome to see how the gamers show up to support this show.
Bigger and better every year. We love to see it. Before we come to the booth, though, I actually want to talk. I saw you both were at Opening Night Live yesterday, and there were some pretty amazing reveals and news in there. So what was it like? I couldn't get a ticket, unfortunately, but what was it like to be in the room with that live reaction?
There's nothing better than being in the room with the live reaction and to just see people marvel at the things that are being made. All the work being showcased, and folks put so much work.
That Amazon Prime show that's coming.
I'd say for me, it was really
the
cool
Anthology
to see Game Pass
series
titles in the show. I think we had over a dozen
secret level
titles that are
it's
coming
gonna
to
be
Game
good.
Pass in the show. We just having a fantastic lineup.
I'll be watching that, reviewing all the
but
episodes for sure.
I'm especially excited to announce that Genshin Impact is coming to Xbox.
Yeah, that's my one. That's
There's some pretty cool Game Pass rewards that are going to be part of that.
Nice.
There's going to be full cross progression, and it's also going to be on cloud. So that one was a real highlight for me, because I know so many fans are excited to enjoy that on the Xbox.
I love when creators are making new things, and you have to be really brave to come to a show, maybe before you're done, show your game, get the feedback. Teams that are creating new games. I thought the diversity of games at the show was awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I've got 5
games,
pages of
smaller
notes
games,
from
things
yesterday
we've heard of, seen,
from like
things
game
we hadn't
trailers.
heard of.
Like
I
literally
also have
5
to say
pages
Genshin.
of
We
notes.
got
There
to
were
meet the MiHoYo team
so
earlier
many
in the
game
day,
trailers yesterday.
They
It was
had such
awesome. This is a
excitement for this,
great time
their
to be a gamer.
announcement. It was nice to be able to support that.
Great time to be a
fantastic.
gamer.
And obviously, we can't talk about Opening Night Live. We saw some amazing new stuff from Indiana Jones
Yeah!
and the Great Circle.
December
as well.
9th,
That
baby.
exciting release date. We also saw the news about PlayStation as well, which is really
Yeah.
cool. I'm really interested
coming
in
to
that. So I
PS5.
want to know how this connects back to Xbox's perspective on how and when this approach happens to other titles.
I mean, I'll start just saying Machine Games is doing such a nice job with that game. I thought it showed really well. And that's the most important thing, is quality of the games, teams that are getting support that can go build the game. And it was just nice. The long gameplay segment that they had, I thought was fantastic. Going to the PlayStation announcement, obviously last spring, we launched 4 games, 2 of them on the Switch, 4 of them on PlayStation, and we said we're going to learn. We said we'd watch.
Yeah, they did
I think
Sea
it
of
showcased,
Thieves,
I might have
Grounded.
said from our learning, we're going to do more. What I see when I
Can't
look
remember what
is our
else.
franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So I look at it and I say, okay, our player numbers are going up for the console platform. Our franchises are as strong as they've ever been. And we run a business. Like, it's definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that's just amazing in what we're able to go do. So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible? Our platform continues to grow, both on console, on PC, and on cloud. And I think it's just going to be a strategy that works for us. And the last thing I'll probably say is, I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. And I think us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end
Sink or
result
swim,
has to be
the
better
industry is
games
changing.
that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox,
brand
health of our platform, and
over
our growing
console.
games, most important thing.
Brand
Oh, that sounds perfect.
over
Lovely.
hardware.
Now back
It's
to the booth.
simple
I saw you both
economics.
walking around earlier before you joined me up here, sneaking some pictures with devs at Frontier, Sega, and GSE Game World. So I want to know, Sarah, specifically
Fallout.
what
I
it's
need.
like to be
What's
working
next
with
for
our partners
Fallout?
here in Europe,
There is
and
a
what kind of
Fallout. There
evolution
is
we can
Fallout
see
stuff
from these
happening
partners,
at this
in
point.
the
Well,
future.
the partnership we have with here in Europe is
Don't know
fantastic.
what it is
We have
yet,
over
but they do have a
2,000
76 booth.
partners in EMEA.
Goodness me.
Actively
Look at the
building
avowed
games.
sign.
That's
We're
a
definitely
lot
getting
of
avowed
emails.
footage
I know,
over the
there's
next
a lot
couple of days.
emails for Xbox, PC, and console and cloud today. We've got over 20 of them here with us, here in the booth. And it's just been great to walk around, to see what they're doing. 2-Point Museum for Sega Europe. We've got the Stalker 2 team, GSC Game World.
I'll be
Back
playing
with us,
this.
Supporting them over the last couple of years has been a real highlight.
Day 1 Game Pass,
So
Stalker
to get to be
2,
able to play their
November
game
20th.
again here is fantastic. We just walked over and checked out Winterboro, which
Oh, the
is a
little
very,
mouse
very
game.
special.
They look so cute. I'm very excited for that one.
I'll probably play Space Marine 2 on my PS5.
And so it's great to
Kind
be
of
able to grow here with the partners
Split
that we
my
have in
library.
Europe.
Amazing. And it also comes, as well as the amazing support you've got for local devs, is there's such a huge player base here in Europe as well.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
what kind of special stuff are you seeing from us over here?
I mean, Europe's always been really important to Xbox. It used to be we treated this almost solely as a PC show. Well, I'm old enough that I remember we used to kind of take E3 and just show it again. Like, this was back when we didn't really treat Gamescom with the respect that it deserves. Then we were focused more on PC. Now what we find here is putting our games on PC, on console, really matches to the diverse player base we see in Europe. Like, some of the strongest franchises on PC are from here.
Forgot to switch my
console support.
category
So
over
the
on
most
Twitch,
important
so
thing
we're
for us is to show
in the
local support
special
for
events now.
creators, to put games in the hands of people. One thing that's great about Gamescom is you can come and you can play the games. You can feel what it's like to play Stalker or Vessel of Hatred from Diablo. Like, you get your chance here. And I think that's something special about this show, and it's so accessible to so much of Europe. I just love that we support it the way we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the sheer scale that it demands, as well as you were saying earlier, Sarah, absolutely.
With our little
love it.
city here.
Yeah, the little city that we're building. We're the mayors. So I want to speak a little bit more on hardware, as we've gone over it a couple of times here. Since I've not spoken to you since the showcase at all, which is criminal in and of itself, but we saw the 3 new options for the Xbox Series X and S. So I was wondering if there's a little bit more information we can share about
Well, pre-orders are starting today.
Yes, Sarah.
All right, get yours in.
So more storage.
We're launching on October 15th in
Nice.
select markets, and we also have some very cool accessibility options, which we're going to be talking more about later today. And for holiday and the rest of this year, some very cool console wraps that you can get to adorn your console as you may choose.
Christmas list sorted then. Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay, console options done. We're going to hear they'll be coming just in time for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which is amazing. Cannot wait for
looked
that.
so good last night in the show.
Yeah, oh my
Fantastic.
goodness me, it was just
the campaign
silence.
from Raven, I thought was just awesome.
Oh, absolutely fantastic.
I can't wait to
Talking
play
of
that
games,
campaign.
I do want to know though, what are you going to be playing? Is there anything you've got your eye on?
Definitely
Last
gonna be
week we spoke
streaming
about
that.
Rotator,
I gotta find out when
and I
that's
wanted to
coming
give you
into
an
the
update,
timeline.
And everyone at home that
I think it's
have now
October.
100% Little Kitty Big City, and it is.
I will probably roll into Black Ops 6
favorite of all
after
time.
Shattered
But yeah, is
Space
there
for
anything on your
Starfield.
backlog
I
that you
think
need to catch up
it's
on, or
early
anything coming up
October.
soon you want to dive into?
Well, the Game Pass lineup is making the backlog extraordinarily
check that
long.
really quick.
And it's getting even better this year, both on console and PCs. We've got Aura coming. We have Age of Mythology, Flight Sim 2024, which looks incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Black Ops 6, of course. Indiana Jones.
Indiana
Stalker
Jones.
2. Like, it's all like, what, every month there's something pretty amazing.
It's a lot of games.
There's a lot of games. We like
Yeah, me
games
too.
around here.
Weapons.
But I would say, from a personal perspective, super excited for Diablo 4, especially because my father is probably the biggest Diablo fan. So Vessel of Hatred and that coming up. Yeah, the fact that Vessel of Hatred is coming up is
October
pretty big,
25th. I got plenty of time.
in their world. And
That's
then
the end of
I am
October.
excited to play Genshin Impact on
Yes.
it.
We'll play that right before Dragon Age
Particularly to
Veilguard.
check it out over the cloud.
We'll do the
Yeah, very
campaign.
good. We'll have to duo for that one. That sounds
Because
great.
they're usually
love it.
pretty
Perfect.
short.
Phil, anything for you?
So I'll have like 5 days,
well,
6 days to
P3
get
and
ready
Xbox
for Dragon
Live, People
Age.
can see what I'm playing. A lot of Diablo 4 right now. My rapid fire rogue is L100. All my glyphs to 21.
Somebody was saying
Having a good
he's
time
like the only
with
exec
that.
we know
I mean,
of that
just
plays
love
video
the game
games.
playing with my friends.
Yes.
Path of the Goddess, Kinesugami.
Nice, yeah.
Like our partners at Capcom doing new IP. It was awesome to be able to partner with them. It's something in Game Pass. As they're investing in new, like, we can actually come in with some financial funding to help support them investing in. And I just love the color palette, the boss design. Just a really, really fun game. Some old school kind of tower defense mechanics. I love that. One of the things I get to do every month is I go through the ID selects with the team, and we vote internally on games from different ID developers. Daydreams is a game I'm really liking. Little boy and his toy teddy bear, and kind of a single player type co-op game. It's fun. I think a couple months ago, High Water was a game that's really good. Like I love when I get a list of games from creators and teams I haven't seen before, and get to dive in. I think there's like 15 of them. I play them, and my vote's just like anybody else's vote in terms of where they rank. But that's fun. A lot of great games, a lot of kind of new things, and things that have been around for a while. Oh, and I'm here, so I'm not doing it. My buggy in Starfield. I'm looking forward. I've been asking for Todd for vehicles. Come on, Todd. I want vehicles in this game. I'm tired of walking around this planet. And I thought the trailer for that looked really good.
The trailer is, dude, I went and drove it around. My test drive video is coming out, I think, at 2 p.m. Central today, or 4 p.m. I got 2 Starfield videos coming out today on the vehicles and patches. One of them is my test drive vehicle.
New gameplay mode.
Doing donuts in the snow.
So excited. Well, thank you so much.
It's so much fun. It's so much faster than walking around the planets. It's a game changer, man.
I'm going to speak to these guys here, because if, like me, you've been eyeing up those new consoles, then buckle up, because we want to help you win one. Now, over to Bex with more information.
Well, thanks, Charlie. So not only are these honeys available for pre-order right now, anyone watching the broadcast has a chance to enter to win either the 1TB Xbox Series X All Digital Edition, by the way, the 1TB Xbox Series S, both in Robot White, or the grand prize of the 2TB Special Edition Galaxy Xbox Series X. I mean, look how gorgeous that is. To enter, just head over to twitch.tv/Xbox, check out the rules and all the info in the chat. And best of all, good luck. So, next up, we saw Forza Horizon 5's new gameplay mode reveal at the top of the show, the Hide and Seek. We are now going to look at some new wheels that have been inspired by Dallas Maverick star Luka Doncic, and, best of all, blessed by the GOAT himself, Michael Jordan. So let's have a look.
I have the standard. I bought whatever was the standard edition when it came out. It's a terabyte disc. I'm never going to use the disc in it. I don't buy physical hardware, but I could not get it digital only. So my PS5 is digital only. Now I like Forza Motorsport. If you go back about a year, I played this for about 3 months when it came out. It's a lot of fun. I did have quite a bit of fun with this, just on the controller. Like, this made me want to go buy like a steering wheel setup. I'm like, I could get into this.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be here at Gamescom, representing the incredible work of our teams.
Her outfit last night was fire, guys.
We have a lot going on here in Cologne on the show floor. Right here behind me, attendees can experience the demo
you didn't catch
for
the
Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred expansion.
I loved her pants. They were awesome. And the shoes. It was the nice, like, MC Hammer throwback.
Here on the Xbox broadcast over the coming days. During opening night live, we shared that this is a massive year for Blizzard, particularly for World of Warcraft.
20 years,
baby.
The
most ambitious creative endeavor for the team since the game's
tomorrow night,
release.
I will be streaming The War Within, everybody, so hope you're ready. As soon as the servers switch it on live.
Our latest expansion, The
I think
War
it's be
Within.
5 o'clock or so. I need to check what time it goes
Senior game director Ian Hazakostas and associate art director Tina Wang will be sharing more about the team's
early
work
access
on the
begins tomorrow.
and the role it will play in the 3-part World
We'll
Soul
be streaming
Saga.
on YouTube and
Last
Twitch,
night,
so
we
hopefully
also
we'll see you
gave
there.
an overview of some new features coming to Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred. And we know you have a lot of questions. So Diablo General Manager Rod Ferguson will be getting into the details of the new features coming with this expansion, and we'll share more about what's coming to Diablo Immortal. We're so excited to be here at Gamescom with Xbox and with all of you. Gaming is at its very best when we share our experiences, and on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being a part of our legendary world alongside us. Now, before I go, I want to leave you with a parting gift from the Overwatch team. The origin story for our latest hero, Juno, now available in Season 12. Enjoy.
I don't play Overwatch, so Even so, it's cool to watch.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
What's up, Metro?
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth.
I like the music, very Mass Effect.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh no! My engines won't work!
External issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine. But you have to hurry.
I do love the music in this trailer.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you.
Not gonna lie, if they made a single-player RPG with this art style, I would play the shit out of it. But I just don't like the online 5v5, whatever, PvP stuff. I need an uwu emoji. I totally do. Need to record a Giphy Jiffy.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay.
Use the Force, Juno.
All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
On to the next.
We're all so proud of you.
Project Red Promise. Okay.
I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
Onwards.
I love you too, Mom.
To the little green dot.
Okay, Earth. Here I come.
$55 billion kilometers later.
Unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
I know Overwatch is a huge community. I just never.
It's
I
one
don't
of the
like
fastest
PvP
selling
stuff.
games in Blizzard's history, and it just made headlines again at last night's opening night live. And here to give us an exclusive look at Diablo 4's newest expansion, please welcome General Manager Rod Ferguson, Systems Designer Aislinn Hall, and Lead Game Designer Rex Dixon. Welcome, guys, to Gamescom.
Thank you for having us.
How you guys all doing? Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Now, for those of the people out there that might have missed what happened last night, why don't you clue us in? What exactly did you just do?
Yeah, well, last night was exciting. So our game director for their Vessel of Hatred expansion, Brent Gibson, got on stage and he talked about something that we've been going even deeper on the expansion. You know, we've talked about the Spiritborn, the class, we've talked about the new zone, Nahantu, talked about the new story campaign, but we're like, there's even more in the expansion than that. And so we really want to get into like different ways that people want to play the game. And so We introduced the Undercity of Kuras, which is our
I
new
really
dungeon, which
only
Rex will
care
talk
about the single-player campaign for
our new
Diablo.
Dark Citadel, which is our multiplayer co-op, and then the big thing was our trailer last night for our Mercenaries.
Ah, Mercenaries. Now, let's talk about them for a sec, because this is a brand new gameplay feature. We'll talk about new
Since
parts
it's
and all
on
that
Game
kind of stuff
Pass,
in a
I
sec, but
probably will play the
Mercenaries
expansion when it
seems
comes
really
out, just to
interesting.
do
You
the
showed off,
story.
like, this
Just
vignette
the
with four
story.
different
Oh, I have
characters.
not
mean,
covered that news yet.
introduce us to them. Who are these people? Why did it feel like the right time to bring it in
Pillars
now?
of Eternity 2.
And how do you hope
Or
players
Path,
are going to engage
yeah,
with the
Path of
Mercenaries?
Exile, not Pillars of Eternity.
So I think the franchise has a legacy of, you know, followers and mercs, and we wanted to really reimagine that formula.
November 15th is the early
we added
access
this feature
for
called Mercenaries to the game.
Path of Exile
There's
2.
4 mercenaries
If they have
you
that
can
on a
recruit.
console,
one is Rahir, one is Variana, Subo.
even if they
and
just have it on
Alton,
the
the
PC,
Demon
but I can
Child,
play it with the
which everyone got very
controller,
excited
I will
about.
probably
So to show
roll
you
into
tonight.
the
And
early
so,
access
there's a lot
for
of depth in
Path of Exile
Mercenaries.
2.
So you'll meet Rahir in the
Because it's
campaign.
mid-November and
He'll
I don't have
introduce you to
anything
this
slotted.
hideout called the Merc Den.
I do have November
Within the
20th
Merc
is
Den, you
Stalker
can find
2,
these quests.
but I could
You
easily
have to go
start
on
early
these
access like
story-based
November
quests to
12th and
actually
just start
acquire the
easing
Merc in
myself
order
into
for
the
them
story
to party with
campaign
you. So each Merc has his own backstory,
throughout the
his own
month of November.
personality. And then once you acquire
PoE2.
them, you can bring them into your party with you.
But I do
And
plan on it.
Essentially, it facilitates a way that solo players never have to feel like they're alone again. Because now they have this friend, this partner.
You've got
that can
something
adventure
stuck in
with
your
them.
nose, Vidger.
And so one of the ways that you
called your
progress your Merc
face.
is you have each Merc has their own skill tree. And you can sort of pick and choose which skills you want them to have. And it's a really nice
Metro
way
says
to complement
your
your build. So
reaction to
whatever build
Dune
you're
last
trying
night
to
was
go
amazing.
with, you
I'm
can
really
have the
excited
Merc
for the
set
Dune
up so their skills
MMO.
kind of
I love
match
Dune
and
as an
overlap
IP.
with your own. We also have a system called rapport. The more you work with a Merc and the more you adventure with them, the more they can sort of give you more benefits and they can kind of grow in power. And so once you go back to the Merc Den, you can actually get custom rewards that you can only get by progressing your Merc, building up that rapport in order to access these really awesome rewards at the end.
And then, so I'm going to have to be best friends with a Demon Child if I want to see the good stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Right, I'm in.
So that's
And
kind of
then
a cool
this last
system.
feature we have is called reinforcements, where
When
let's
is that
say
coming
you don't
out?
want to have a Merc in your party all the time. You can actually say, when I use this skill or perform an evade or something like that, I want this reinforcement Merc to jump on the field, perform an action, and jump back out again.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of depth, a lot of fun, and some great storytelling in the Mercs feature.
Just to check, so Mercs, you can equip one at a time
October
to complement
8th?
your character, but you can access all of them and try them all out, see which one works best for you.
Correct, and you can mix and match your combos, so you can have two Mercs, and one is your main Merc and one is your reinforcement.
Oh.
And if you're in a party,
It depends on how long Shattered Space is.
Sick.
Yeah.
So 5 things happening, because there wasn't enough on screen already.
I agree.
Yeah, great.
Nah,
Well,
Veg,
have you got
you're
any
the dull
particular
one.
favorite
Sorry.
Mercs that you like playing
Dune is
alongside?
way cooler
For me
than you.
personally,
Hate to break it to you.
Rahir, because Rahir's
Dune's
a
been
dad,
around for a
and
long
his
time,
daughter
sold
is
hundreds of millions of
introduced in the
copies. I've never even heard of
campaign
you.
flow. And so I kind of like associate myself
Step
with
it
him
up,
'cause
bro.
I'm a dad as well. I got 2 boys.
Right.
But also, like, I have a problem when I play Diablo. I'm always speccing into damage and DPS at the expense of my defense.
Just finished reading Shoulder to Dune. I'm in Dune Messiah right now.
Which
It's
actually
first reread
increases
in
your
a long
armor,
time.
increases your defensive
What's up,
buffs.
Babylonia?
And so I actually rely on that to stay alive when I'm playing the game.
Nice. Aislinn, how about yourself?
Yeah, I absolutely love Variana. She's just totally wild. She's a butcher who's also a
God,
former
as soon as
cannibal,
Gamescom is over,
which
guys,
is
I gotta
just
sit
crazy.
down
Yeah.
and like
I love playing
align my whole
aggressively. You know,
schedule
I love
from.
building momentum and moving forward. And she has a kill
There's
streak
so
mechanic,
much
and
stuff
that
now
complements
that is
that
going to be
very
coming out like
nicely.
October, November,
Rod?
December.
I mean, the Demon Child. I think
Even
it's such a
in
unique
even in
character
September,
in our world, and that
we're gonna see what we
explosive
can see.
power,
There's a
that-
lot of
and
stuff
the
to
fact
play.
that it has the sort of the two
It's gonna
sides,
be a
the
good
human side
fall,
and the demon
guys.
side,
We got the
is really
Xbox,
cool
we got the
to sort of
PlayStation, we got
complement
the PC ready to
you know,
go.
the variety on
Daily
the,
streams, YouTube
on
and
the
Twitch,
battlefield.
11 a.m. Central,
Okay, well, you
and
picked
evening
3. I'll
streams
take
as
the one
well.
left over.
Yeah,
and-
Subo.
Doing
Yeah,
World
I'll
of
pick
Warcraft
Subo.
on Wednesdays
I mean, who
and
doesn't love a
Saturday
drunken
nights.
archer, really? I
No
mean,
Man's Sky Sunday mornings.
Exactly.
You know,
Thank you.
Lots of stuff
That
happening.
sounds like a lot of fun, but now, as promised, why don't we cover
Star Wars
some
Outlaws
behind-the-scene
starting
looks at the
Tuesday.
making Diablo 4
Rolling
Vessel
into
Hate.
Space Marine
Check this
2,
out.
and tomorrow night, World of Warcraft: The War Within. I do want to play the story for this, so October 8th is the launch
In
for...
Vessel of Hatred, we travel south to Nahantu, a region with both deep ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in
Yeah, I was
Sanctuary's
figuring
eastern
15,
continent,
20 hours, Babylonia.
and we've packed it full of experiences for every type of player. In this expansion, there's a whole lot to explore.
There is a new
under the
Dune
dark
show coming
canopy
in
of
November,
Nahantu.
Super Pescado. It's 10,000 years before, and it's the formation of the Bene
the
Gesserit.
southernmost region of the eastern continent.
We're going to be watching it here in our house, doing reviews of the episodes
last
weekly.
Region that we haven't visited yet. So
this
far
looks
in the
amazing.
game, but it is one that we've been to before in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we have 2 that are Red Rock Canyon, but each one of them has their own unique identity. When you first arrive in Nahantu, you're in this place called Lingering Hatred. This is high treetops canopies where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation.
Nice.
The Hollows are a new enemy that's associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of hell.
It feels a little twisted. There's a sickness to the area itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into this aggressive psycho rage.
The dregs were pretty fun because we were able to push more variety in the monster family. You have one of these tall dregs, and then half of a body of another dreg
this is
kind
of cool.
Kind of controlling it and telling it where to go and tossing poisonous bombs at the player. When you come across it, it's very memorable.
And then we've also got the area of Tenganse, where you've got the Tenganse Plateau, which is full of these red-rocked plateaus and canyons.
Imagine getting up above the land. Those gigantic walls have pockets inside where monsters could live. It offered up a lot of opportunity to bring back a monster family like the Lucuni.
We're bringing them back in a new way here as a fully fleshed out monster family with multiple classes.
What a more brute force looks like, what a caster looks like.
They did kind of look like trolls from WoW. Could be the same. Somebody spread that theory in Discord the other day about whether or not Diablo 4 is maybe set in the same world as World of Warcraft, just on a different planet.
Skin crawl.
And it's bug infested, and you can
not
see
yet,
how the
Sparrow
bugs have
21.
destroyed the jungles and kind of
we have not gotten to the
influence
World of
on it.
Warcraft stuff
Within
yet.
the Field of Giants, you have these giant corpses of these long-dead demons that humans have begun to mine away at for their resources. While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of massive demons walking sanctuary 1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Plateau's also got just this beautiful color scheme to the lighting. It's really lovely to be there. And then horrific at the same time, you know, it's great.
The mercenaries in Vessel of Hatred are a group of people who we like to describe as ordinary people with extraordinary skills. They have the same level of will to fight against the demons of hell.
And there's 4 mercs that you can collect over the course of the campaign. It starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a shield bearer, is a more defensive fighter.
He's able to go in there and soak up damage, use his shield as a bulwark against
Oh, that's
the
awesome
enemy.
for the arrow,
early
for
on
the
in the campaign,
ranged
and
characters.
he's one who introduces you
Mages,
to the mercenary network.
bows.
You end up finding acquisition quests for 3 other mercs that you can find throughout the course of the story.
Subo, the drunken archer, is going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we have Ariana, Berserker Crone, who's a melee combat fighter, close range. She's got a really cool combat meter, a
that's
massacre
awesome.
meter where you need to keep killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
She's got a bunch of really interesting
And then some
utility
sort of a mage,
skills
I'm
that you
assuming.
can kind of build in.
Finally, we have the demon child Aldkin, who's a magic
Okay, maybe
user
not.
who
Yeah,
can
magic
transform himself from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
There's this really great reinforcement ability where you can take one of the mercenary skills and attach it to one of your powers so that when you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
Oh,
With
that's pretty
Mercenaries
awesome.
For Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo 3, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's where the fun in the mercenary system really lies.
The Dark Citadel is a new in-game feature that's coming in Vessel of Hatred. It's an entirely cooperative player experience. All the mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first Khazra hordes within.
One of the outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater
Are you talking about Diablo 4 Super Pescado? Because the grouping support is amazing there. It's cross-play on all platforms. It's so easy to group up. You got voice chat, like
within the Citadel, found within this crater, to perform experiments to try and bring back their dark god.
Only recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Kaza region, they disappear, never to be seen again. So it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best
we
part
have a
of
guild in Diablo
combat,
4 actually too,
and we test it in a different way, which is adding in
nobody's
cooperative
played
mechanics
in like 2
that you
years
have
or
to
whenever
manage
it
on
launched.
top of that.
For example, a boss has an attack, and as a player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, where each responsible
I don't ever
for
pug,
reflecting
so
that shot once,
I can't
so we all
speak
have
to
sort of master the timing of that move.
efficacy of
You
that.
can't do that kind of thing without
Because
coordinating
I've
as a
always
team,
played
and
with
that's
people from
sort
the
of
community,
example of
so
what
I always
Citadel
go in
gameplay
with like a
feels like.
freeform group. Like
When
we went in
designing
with
the
Gila
Citadel, we
and
designed a
I
lot
don't know,
of really
7 or 8
cool
other people
bosses.
who were playing
And
together.
so one of the things that we did is we took that design and made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you feel like you took their armor and you feel like you're wearing
It is
a
on
little
Game
bit
Pass,
of them
Bubbling,
after
yes.
your
I'm
victory.
assuming this
We
is
also have a
all.
currency
Okay,
that's
well,
dedicated to the
let's
Citadel,
back that up.
where
I think your
as you play
question
through,
is the
vendor
DLC going to
can
be available
interacted
for
with to
free
buy
on
custom
Game
cosmetics
Pass?
that are
I
unique to the
don't know.
Citadel.
I do
You
know
can
that
play with 2
Diablo 4
people,
is available
but
on
the
Game
ideal
Pass.
experience is
I don't
for
know if
4.
the
In order
DLC
to
is
facilitate
also
that,
going to be available
we've
on
built
Game
an
Pass for
all-new
free.
Party Finder feature, and the community has been pretty vocal about
If it is,
wanting
I'll go
this for
play
a
it.
long time.
If
It
it's
made
not,
a lot of
I
sense
probably
to
will
us
skip
to
it
pair
because
with this
I'm
new
not
Citadel
that into
mode.
Diablo
It
4
really
to
is an
need to buy
activity that's
anything right now.
geared towards people who
If I was content
love
starved,
to
I
play
would, but I'm
together
not
with their
content starved
friends
right
or
now.
with
So
strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay. I cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit in.
So there's interesting things to find and
because
see
like
and
with
discover
Destiny
around
2,
every corner. And
there's
it's
all the
just a really
base stuff
great
that's free,
experience
but
getting
then
to
if you want
explore
like all
how
the
to.
expansion stuff, you definitely got to pony up and pay. Vessel of Hatred. Okay, so that was the deep dive on
I mean,
that.
Party Finder, that is a fantastic idea. I mean,
Party
the amount of
Finder
times
is a
I
good
log on
idea.
And the buddy's not there or whatever. Now I can fill that gap, and who needs friends anymore, right? So, there was a lot in that. I want to talk specifically first about the Dark Citadel, because as a guy that's into his endgame activities, that's a really creative way to bring players together and actually work things out. So tell us, what actually will players have to do inside Dark Citadel to earn some rewards, get through it alive?
So it's really a unique model for us. And again, Dark Citadel is built towards endgame. And we're doing more in Vessel of Hatred to push players through the campaign and then into the endgame, where we think some of the best content is. So Dark Citadel will require at least 2 players to get through.
At least
and
2.
Requires a lot of communication between players to overcome challenges. Every week there's going to be updated rewards, so there's always a reason to go back and do it again, because there's going to be some new stuff in there, including one very big fan requested feature, which is our scroll of retempering. So no more brick items. You'll be able to apply the scroll and get all new tempering charges on that item. So I know everyone's very excited about that, and Dark Citadel is the best place to go to get that.
Excellent. Well, there is a lot in that, but it isn't the only thing that you're launching on October 8th. So what else we got to look forward to?
Yeah, so on
For that
October
optional
8th,
dungeon,
we're also going to be
yes.
launching Season 6 alongside Vessel of Hatred. And Season 6 is going to have a ton of content that's bespoke. It's totally separate and unique to Season 6.
Well, it's optional
and it's gonna be
content,
free
Firewater.
for
You don't
all
have to
Diablo
do it.
4 players, which is awesome.
Nice.
We're going to
Optional
be talking a lot
content
more
is
about
really
the
cool because it
details
allows
of the
other
content of
players
Season
who
6
want
in the
to do
coming
it
months,
the option
but
to
there's
do
not
it.
going to just
And then you
there's
don't
not
have
gonna
to.
just be
You
new
can still go
content
play
coming in
the
Season
base
6.
game,
Alongside
play
Season
all
6
of the
and
story of
Vessel
the
Hatred,
expansion,
we
get
also
all
have
of the story,
major character progression updates coming
and then say,
to
I'm done.
Diablo 4.
I don't
I'll
need to
have
do
to
the
ask for some
extra
specifics,
optional
that's
in-game
confusing me too much. What else you
seasonal
got?
stuff,
Yeah,
which I never
so
do.
if
I
you're
never do the
familiar
seasonal
or
stuff.
you've
I don't care
played
about it, but I do
Season
like the
4 Legally
storyline.
Born, you know
So
we
if you
did
don't
a
want
lot
to
of
do the
itemization
optional
changes that kind of
multiplayer
fundamentally
dungeon,
altered a
don't
lot
do it.
about how you're
Doesn't
playing
make
the
it a
game and how
bad
you're
game.
getting rewards. The
Just means
scope
that
of the character
that part of
progression
it's not for
changes
you,
that are
but
coming
it's
in
not
Season
mandatory to
6
story
are-
coverage. So you're not being forced to
It's
group.
the same. Like, it's the same grand
You are for the
scale.
optional
There's
stuff.
a lot of changes coming
As long as we're
to,
understanding
character progression, a
what
lot
we're
of
talking about.
improvements coming. I'd love to talk a little bit about the goals and also
Super
a little
Biscotti
bit
says
about
FOMO.
Some Paragon.
I don't get
changes that are
FOMO.
coming with the character
I
updates.
honestly don't. It's great, which is why the seasonal stuff I could care
when
less.
we were thinking about these changes,
Zero
we
desire
took
to
a
do the
bird's eye
seasonal.
view and we wanted to think
Don't care about
how
the
can
cash
we
shop.
make
Could
the,
give
like,
two
put the
shits about
power
the
in
cash shop.
players' hands
I paid
of how they
$70
wanna
bucks,
interact
played it
with
on the
challenge that
PS.
Diablo 4 provides in the game.
Loved it.
We wanted to make
Actually,
sure
I might have
you
played
could
that on the
opt
Series
in
X before it came to Game
your
Pass.
challenge level that you're
Bought it,
comfortable with,
played it,
so that you can
loved
set
it.
your own pace. In
Never,
any
I went and did a
activity
second
throughout all
character
of
through the
Diablo
campaign.
4.
Never did the seasonal.
And so we've applied basically, you know, if you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn,
Nah, the cash shop's
you might
there.
be familiar with the Profane
Doesn't affect
Mind
you.
Page. That's an item
It's
that
100%
allows you in
ignorable.
Helltides to up the level of the monsters, up the difficulty, but you get more rewards as well. And we've kind of applied that philosophy throughout all of Diablo 4.
And I love the
You can kind of
console
opt
gameplay
into
with
your
Diablo
own
4. It
challenge
does play
and
really,
then get
really
more
good on the
stuff because
controller.
of it.
Sick.
And then alongside that, we also have a lot of changes coming to Paragon. We wanted to add depth and choice to the Paragon system, but we know that it's pretty daunting for some people, right? So we wanted to make sure that while we were doing that, we weren't increasing the complexity, right? We want to make sure that it's still very.
I keep seeing all the Fallout signs in the background for Fallout 76, and I'm like, there better be some Fallout news.
And I could go on forever and ever and ever.
But I also
about
know
this
we're waiting for
hours.
Avowed, Stalker 2,
But
bunch of
we're
fun
going to
stuff.
have a lot more details in a developer live stream on August 29th. We're going to have a
August 29th.
campfire chat where we're going to be talking all about the specifics of
Yeah,
this.
I did not like how
absolutely buzzing to
PoE
see it.
controlled.
I mean, the best way to phrase it is like what Season 4 did to loot, Season 6 will do to progression.
Excellent.
And the thing too, but just go back to the Party Finder, like there's things that people look at, like what's part of the expansion and what's not. Party Finder is coming to the game, not just to the expansion. So,
oh, great.
And what's great about it is not only can you access it through the social menu that you can see, or you can access it through your remote wheel, you can actually access it from the map. So when you say, oh, I'm going to go do this dungeon, you can say, and list it as a party that people come join me in this dungeon. So
all right,
it's
the
a feature
looking
that's
for
gonna
group,
apply to
that's
the
cool.
entire game.
The fact that they're adding matchmaking to Diablo 4, that's really badass. And notice he just said we're adding it to the game,
which is called Undercity.
not the
and
expansion.
Undercity is a time dungeon.
So
where
that
you wanna
means
beat it
they are
before the
separating the
timer
expansion
runs
out a little bit.
And
But the
that
group
mode
finding is
has
for the base game. So if
rewards.
you're
you
going to go
these
get the
things
base
called
game
tributes, and depending on which
on
tribute you use, you can modify and scale
Game
your
Pass,
rewards
you'll
with
be able
the
to use the
difficulty.
looking for group functionality
Really
because they're
cool
adding
mode,
that to
really
the base game.
excited. And one of the reasons we built these two modes is this concept of new ways to play. Right? People love our game. They love Nightmare Dungeons. They love Whispers. They love Helltides. But what we really want to do is make sure we have enough canvas so that every user can find something that is uniquely suited to them. And that's what New Ways to Play is all about.
Me and my friends, we just love being able to have a bit of choice, which is really fun in Infernal Hordes in the current season, for example, and being able to tailor exactly how messed up we want this level to get is really fun. So the fact that it's getting applied to more aspects of Diablo that's awesome to hear. But between now and the Season 6 launch and Vessel of Hatred, what other activities can players get up to whilst they wait?
I mean, really, just jumping into Season 5, you know, like you were talking about, Season 5 continues the pace of Season 4. You can level up really fast. It's very exciting. The Infernal Hordes is a great new mode. Which
so
is like,
fun.
You know, it's sort of a horde mode where wave after wave are coming after you. Can go and fight the
I don't care about
council
seasonal
to get your
stuff. So,
rewards from that.
what
But
is
that's really
Avowed?
the
Asks
big thing.
Piscato.
Just even
It's
if you haven't
the
played through the campaign
upcoming
yet, that's one of the nice
first
things
person
about
or
Vessel of
third
Hatred
person
is that
action
it is
RPG
a continuation of that story.
from
so where Narelle left
Obsidian
at the end of the
Entertainment,
game, you can pick that story
set
up
in
and
the
get to
same
continue and play.
universe
So if you
as
haven't played through
Pillars
the
of
campaign yet,
Eternity
now's a
1
great
and
time.
2.
And I would be,
So if
you know,
you've
I have
played
to
the
also
Pillars
do
of
the pitch,
Eternity
right? Like,
CRPGs, that world, that
it's
setting,
an awesome time to pre-purchase the
they are now
expansion.
making
You know,
a
first-person
/ third-person
where you get
action
new cat
RPG.
mount,
Think
you get new
Skyrim,
armor,
but
you
with
get pets
Avowed.
now, you Snow Leopard and the
Looks
Tiger that'll
amazing.
follow you around and pick
That's
up
going to be
stuff for you.
February
But with
18th.
last night we actually added two
I'm
more.
gonna play
Where
the
not only
shit
do you have
out of that
Angel
game.
Wings that we had before, we added Demon Wings last night. So if
And they're going to have game
yeah,
previews
yeah.
and probably
If
some
you
more
already pre-purchased,
interviews
you'll
and
get
stuff
your Demon
during
Wings
this
are coming or they're
Right.
there.
event.
But it's a good time. And then we actually added with
And
the
that's an
Deluxe and the
Xbox
Ultimate Edition,
title
we've
these
actually
days,
added
so
1
it'll
month
be a
of
Game
Ultimate Game
Pass.
Pass. So
Oh,
if you
nice.
haven't jumped in yet, or if you want to add an extra month onto your subscription, pick up the pre-purchase, and you'll get an extra month. And I already got my code last night. I watched the show, got back to my hotel room, and there was my code for a month of Ultimate. So it was awesome.
Now you got to find some other games to play while you're on that as well.
Yeah, well,
in between Diablo and
is that possible? I don't know if that's
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've already put in quite a few hours into the current season, and yeah, it's so much fun as is, and I just can't wait to see the season 6 drop as well. And Vessel's looking great, new class as well. I mean,
thank you so much.
I don't know what else I'm going to play in the meantime. You guys have just killed all my free time.
Well, it's great when it's the nice thing is we have a demo deck on the booth here. We have the whole Hantu corrupted, temple, and it's actually got a 20-minute demo of the Spiritborn. And what's great about it is you go in and you can pick whether you want to be a gorilla type.
I may have to go check with Chris in a minute. I'm waiting to see what's next before I duck outside, because she's outside working on stuff with cats.
In after you played it for a little
Homeless
bit,
Bird says, I'm excited for the Spiritborn class. Reminds me a little bit of the monk from D3.
This is one
nice.
class with this amount of variety.
Yeah, I haven't
that
played
can
since
apply
last
to
year
it. And
either.
So you can go in.
I think the last time I played was like right before Baldur's Gate 3. I actually cut my Diablo 4
right?
stream series short because they moved Baldur's Gate 3 early or launch up by a month last year. So I just was like, well, I guess we're moving over to Baldur's Gate 3 a month earlier than anticipated.
Outside of press and content creators, people have been able to play, and it's been fun just to watch them play.
Well, half centipede and half gorilla is a disturbing image to end on. But, thanks a lot. You're going to stick around because we need to talk about that. Rex, Aislinn, thanks so much for joining us. Changing gears now, though, we are, for those of you who have been counting down the days to September's Diablo Immortal major update, we've got a sneak peek at the making of Immortal's hellish bosses, including the rebirth of the Dark Lord of Terror.
I've never played
himself.
Immortals. I was never compelled to.
Unspeakable horrors that you are fighting.
Our boss experiences aren't something that you can get in any other game.
We are giving players this heightened sense of horror.
We have to deliver the player with experience that they're the hero.
I think the spectrum of bosses that we have definitely hit everybody's personal horror stories.
So we're like 50 bosses now. Some of our bosses in Immortal are incredibly deadly, and we're really proud to be able to actually have the ability to bring Diablo back into our universe.
Everything that Diablo does, everything that Diablo says needs to be unnerving, terrifying.
It is going to be a very, very difficult battle.
The music changes, the environment changes, and all of a sudden, you have to fight for your life.
The process of designing a Diablo boss is usually quite
checking
organic.
some stuff while they're talking
It
Diablo
really
Immortal.
depends on the boss. Sometimes it starts with a cool mechanical idea. Sometimes it starts with kind of a narrative germ.
The story team is going to have a lot of say in terms of like, what is the fiction behind the boss? And so what is the feel behind the boss?
In some zones, we are going to lavish incredible build-up on a boss, especially the final boss. In Tristram Cathedral, before you fight Albrecht, the first Shardborn, there's a whole quest line that has you exploring the ruins of Leoric Manor and learning about his past. And so at the end, when you face him, there's this context and kind of a richness to the things that he is saying to you.
Your flesh will hush the voices.
That if you are paying attention to the dialogue, will maybe resonate a little bit more emotionally.
Do you see how much stronger I've become?
Once they have the mechanics down and how they feel the battle should go, then they get all that together and then it gets passed off to art.
When it comes to designing a Diablo boss, there definitely is a long list of visual elements that we go to. Spikes, demon horns, rotten skin, decaying skin, burnt skin, different diseased skin. How do we stretch the skin out to make it look really uncomfortable? We take different parts
nasty.
of the body and then we twist them in very uncomfortable, awkward ways. We love using different humanoid bodies and then almost melting them together.
Nasty.
The intention in creating Diablo bosses is to instill a general feeling of unease. So if it starts to feel like we have pushed it too hard, that's usually the comfort spots.
We have so many different representations of evil and horror, so no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, you can always bet that there is something in our game that is going to terrify you.
So we have many different kinds of bosses in Diablo Immortal. Bosses that are almost too big for the level. They're not mobile. You only see the top half of their bodies. We have tanks where the main goal is to just get this big, giant hunk of meat and beat it up until it dies. We have co-op bosses that are, better with friends, working together as a team to really take on these puzzles that the bosses present. And then we have mind-bending bosses that really change the way you play the game, what your perception is of the boss. But my favorite boss in the game is the Butcher.
Everybody loves the Butcher. Fresh meat. Never gonna forget that. First time I died to him in the first game in that dungeon.
Because it is such a
terrifying
beloved character in the Diablo lore.
He's not beloved.
Playing Diablo
He is just
1
infamous.
for the first
There's
time,
a big difference.
There was this shock associated with encountering the Butcher. You open the door, he steps out, he's cleaving you very, very fast.
Very fast.
You're like, I've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is happening?
Dude,
I'm dead.
Dude.
We wanted the Butcher to be the real Butcher
getting
from
wrecked
the
in the first Diablo.
So it was kind of like, how do we bring him into our game?
He's pretty terrifying in
and
Diablo
what can we
4
make
as well.
more special about this particular encounter?
Our Butcher is super intimidating. He's a gigantic boss, towering above the player.
This is the Butcher that was basically too angry to die. He's just shoving his guts back in. He's got the chain that he throws. He's got the rush. He's got the fire coming out of the ground. And it's just a fun, nostalgic fight.
Diablo 4 was one of the first games I played, like, outside of an MMO. It's one of the first games I played on, like, multiplayer with a friend, because my buddy Ted moved off to Seattle, and I was still living in Colorado. And so we would get together once or twice a week and play Diablo together online.
He has this very
We'd be literally talking on the phone,
silhouettes with his giant
like on
horns
speakerphone,
on his head and also down his back.
while playing Diablo 4
he has
together.
This very intimidating smile.
I
that is
mean,
signature to Diablo.
it was fun, but literally
Diablo
that's how we
having
did
a
it.
Worldstone shard means he's entering the nuclear age. He is now walking
I'm
around
dating myself with
weapon
that,
of
but
mass
hey.
destruction to bend reality, to
Good
perhaps
times.
create new
TCIP connections.
The whole team is
Baldur's
excited.
Gate
It's
1 had them
electric.
even.
Getting to bring back
We used to do
Big
LAN parties
Red
for Baldur's Gate
and
1.
then unleash him not just on one boss.
You got 6 people
but on
sitting in a
an
little
entire
room
zone,
together. Everybody's
on
playing a different character in
Sanctuary
Baldur's Gate 1.
itself.
You're all in the same room
This
together. It
Diablo
was
is
fucking
going
awesome.
to deliver
Baldur's
a
Gate 1.
very epic experience, as good as any other Diablo games.
It's going to be the best Diablo ever. I said it here first.
It is going to be possibly the most difficult battle in the game ever.
I'm out of coffee, damn it. And I know there's no more. Chris is outside doing yard work.
Well, they're called Lilith's
I may only
Mightiest
get 3
Warriors,
cups this
and,
morning.
I'm not just talking about our guests here, but joining us once again. This time to tell us more about what we just saw. We've got Diablo's GM, Rod Ferguson, and please welcome Diablo Immortal's executive producer, Pei Wen Yao.
Hi.
Thanks so much for joining us, Pei Wen.
Thanks for having me.
What the hell was that all about? Are you kidding me? That's got huge
Since it's
implications
Diablo
for the lore of
Immortal,
Diablo
and since
because
it's not something
you're
I'm
bringing him back.
intimately familiar with,
well,
I
I
am
mean,
going to take this
I mean,
moment
it's
to
the thing
duck
that
out,
I don't
take
think
a quick
everybody
bio,
really knows what Diablo
check in on
Immortal
Chris,
is,
the
really.
cats,
So let's
everything
start
else,
with
because I
there.
know she's doing
Okay,
outside
fair.
work,
I think
chicken
Diablo
wiring to
Immortal,
make sure everything's
the way to
good.
think
So
about
I'll be
Diablo
back
Immortal
in
is our
2 to 3.
free-to-play offering in Diablo. It's a way to bring more players in. We wanted to go where the players are, and we were like, okay, not everybody is part of the mainline Diablo 4 world. So this is a way to reach players where they are. And so we have this great free-to-play, huge campaign, over 11 zones. You get 8 classes. We just added 2 over the last 2 years.
Best class.
The best, yes. So
The best class.
With
Okay.
the Blood Knight and the Tempest, our new classes. And so it's really an exciting time. And so the story, the campaign, which is, again, over these 11 zones, is basically you're working with Deckard Cain to beat this demon Skarn. Now, what's happened is that this takes place between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. So that's why Deckard Cain's still alive, and we're able to bring Diablo back. So it's a really exciting time, and this is what this whole year has been leading up to. This is the age of unmaking. This is the return of Diablo, and they've been building towards it for like over the last couple of years now.
Yeah, totally. I think, you can tell Diablo is very, very major character in the Diablo franchise, and we have that on our splash screen all the time. So I don't know if it's a plan, but this is truly the most important chapter of the story, that where it starts. And, Diablo is very, very significant because it's one of the original antagonists. It's one of the 3 primevals. So I think in the history of Diablo story, Diablo world is Diablo has this reputation of corrupting people's minds, corrupting humanity, and twist people's minds. So when it comes down to the word, that means something is really going down.
So what does that mean for the people who are here at Gamescom? Do they get to experience that now, or what experience have you brought for them on the booth?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we're really honored to be here at Gamescom. Like Rod mentioned, Diablo Immortal is our first take of mobile version of Diablo world, on the phone, on the smartphone. So our mission is to reach more audience, and that's why we come here at Gamescom. Today we brought into a beautiful booth right here.
That's great.
Yeah, this is one of the most important content and gameplay in our game called the Heliquary Boss. So Heliquary Boss in our game is basically, it represents your power. It represents your power progression because all those bosses are your power gates. You have to beat them in order to get to the next difficulty level.
Devil horns.
So
what are we teaching the kids of today?
You will feel you're getting stronger, and you're going to more difficulty level. You get more stuff, the loot and the dungeon and the zoom. Most important thing about Diablo Immortal is that we want to create this social,
These
very
Blizzard people must be
very
evil
lifestyle
Satanists,
kind of gameplay. So
corrupting
for
the
Heliquary
youth.
Boss, you can actually you can either play a solo,
Satanic
or
panic.
you can bring your friends over there, and that's what we bring here. We built a tournament that 4 players come in to the booth and they can play, and you can just rank on the leaderboard and get awesome rewards.
Yeah, you have to beat 2 bosses, so there's like the 2 phases. You have to beat 2 bosses, and right now the fastest is about 2 minutes 45 to get
All the
through.
cats are sleeping.
Think I got a shot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris is
Absolutely.
cleaning
No,
rotten
you play a
eggs
lot.
out of
That's
the
good.
chicken hen nests
but anyway,
because
but it's really interesting, like that. What Pei
we've
was
had
talking
babies
about. There's been
hatching
over
over the last
50
couple of days, and all the eggs
made
that are going to
for
hatch have
these
hatched.
Heliquary bosses, and it's really exciting
And
to see.
in the process of that, some of the
it's part
ones
of
that didn't
progression,
take
so it's always fun to have
get
these
crushed,
new and interesting and different
and they're
types
rotten.
of fights to have. And
So
the
you got to
fact
get them
that
out of
it's on
there
mobile,
so
but
the
also on
chickens
PC,
have
like
a
you can
clean
play
nest,
free to
and
play
so the smell
on
goes
PC
away.
today, and
Also, it
it's
can
just-
bring
it's a great experience.
bugs.
So players at home can also still experience the Heliquary bosses right now, or is
yeah.
Same content, same game, and cross progression, cross play.
So tell me about then the build up to Diablo's return. What can players expect to? What kind of content can they get into right now and in the lead up to that content dropping?
Yeah, so next few months is going to be, like I said, it's going to be the most exciting story chapter of Diablo Immortal. It's going to divide into, like the main quest line, the storyline is going to divide into 2 parts. So we're going to keep some in the future, but the latest one that is going to come up is in September. It's a release we're going to call, we call it Crucible of Justice. This is where the story, we're going to review a very, very powerful weapon. It's called the Eldrim. It's a holy sword. And the player is going to go through the mission. I
wonder if I should get into Diablo Immortal. It sounds like it might actually have a good storyline to
secret
it.
weapon to kill Diablo. So you have to.
I haven't had
find
a
the
mobile
sword
game
and
on my
purify
device
that
in
goes through
like
the
2
ritual.
years.
And for player, the ritual, I think if you play Diablo Immortal, player is the hero. Player, you play the hero, you save the sanctuary, you save the humanity, but the sanctuary is corrupted, it's dark, and that darkness casts into players as well. So the ritual of purifying this Eldrim is actually a symbolic move of player that they willing to sacrifice themselves for the humanity, and that they want to prove themselves to be worthy to use the Eldrim, the holy sword, to kill Diablo. So that is the first part of the September release, and then we're gonna save the second part to the December.
It's because it doesn't matter.
Time, and
Monetization doesn't matter. I can tell you this from a game dev perspective.
That you finally gonna face
No
the
one
Diablo.
cares.
And
At
with
the end of the
Diablo
day,
boss
no one
itself,
cares.
We also introduced
People who
a
want to play your
amazing
game,
zone.
they will
It's called
play
the
your game
Worst Crown.
however you monetize
zone
it.
is
So
one
from
of
I
our
always
very,
take the
very
game dev
important
side,
content in the game as
100%.
well. It's beautifully designed.
If game dev wants
Not
to do free to
traditional
play
concept of
with
beautiful,
Cash Shop,
but
do
it's-
it. You want to do subscription, do it. Buy to play with free stuff, do it. However you want to do it, and I will support the game however I want to. So if it has a monetization system that I don't want to participate in, I don't participate in it.
Icy, it's barren, and it's
I can
that
still play the
way
game and
because
enjoy the game.
Diablo travels through that
So
continent
Cash
and
Shops,
transform the place. So it's like very
zero
depressing,
impact. on the enjoyability or availability of a game.
Players are here to save,
as long as there's no roadblocks, as long as you're not blocking content. If you've told people it's a free-to-play game, but then there's content that you can't access free-to-play that you have to buy, there needs to be a clear distinction. Destiny 2 does that.
Tyrael,
there's
like,
a free version that you get to play,
when you think about, like,
and then you hit the
recognizable
paywall.
characters in the Diablo lore, Tyrael, the
And then
Angel
it
of
goes
Justice, is one of the top ones. And so this is what's really neat about the story, is that it takes Tyrael's sword, Eldruin, and that's the sword you have to use to defeat Diablo. And so that whole idea of, hey,
because this gets into the whole thing about
Skarn and getting these world stone shards,
you know,
I've become corrupted,
it pushes
and I
into
have
the
to get
gambling
purified
debate,
over in the cold Isles
which pushes
so
into
that
the
I can
discussion
actually
of,
be
well, if
worthy
you
of
can't
the
control
sword.
yourself
And taking that
spending
sword
money,
and being
then
able to use it against Diablo is just a
that's
really
the same
cool
argument
moment.
about
I mean, you said
people
in
who
the
think
video
that
as well
alcohol
that
should be
this
illegal.
fight with Diablo will be
Because
the
alcohol is
toughest
bad.
fight
No.
players have ever. I mean, is that true?
Everything in moderation.
What are you possibly throwing at us? Because you also just showed us like a 20-foot butcher. So
Yeah, there's
well,
nothing
what's
wrong with
Diablo-
working
what's he gonna
monetization
do to us?
into the design of your
Anything
game.
you can share there?
Yeah,
if that's the type of
well,
game you're building.
I'm gonna see
Nothing
how
wrong
much
with
I'm
it.
gonna spoil here, but yeah,
If we're gonna
Diablo
make
boss
games in a
is going to
capitalist
be the
society,
hardest
everybody
one
has the
that
right to
player
make
gonna
money.
encounter. Because Diablo is such a classic character, so we still take a lot of the classic skills from Diablo. So it's still featuring fire, lightning. So if you go to the battle,
Oh, I don't disagree, Bubbleonia. I love the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 launched a game where everything was in the game, and so there was never a question of what's the best item. What's the best looking piece of armor for my druid? It's that thing at the end of that quest chain or deep down in the ruins of the underground city. Like, no debate there at all. That's my personal preference.
Your Eldrum. It's
Like,
gonna make
but
the Eldrum ready to
I think
make
that
it good use.
at this
So,
point, from the
yeah,
game
and
dev
by the end,
perspective,
I'm not gonna
I know
end
I personally get very
the real
tired
end.
of people being upset
on.
about
The real
monetization
end,
when at
you're
the
gonna
end of the
see this
day,
beautiful
it's the world we
cinematics
live
that
in.
shows how
It's the way game dev has
player
evolved.
take Eldrum and
It's like
eventually
people who
kill
want to
the
complain that
Diablo.
Netflix ruined
That's so exciting.
movies.
I
Like you
can't
hear
wait
there's
to
a few
yeah.
directors
Well,
who
I'm
like to
gonna have
bitch
to
and
go
moan that
set time
Netflix ruined
on
movies
the-
and I
on the
can't
booth
make
to make sure I
$600
get
million
a chance
movies
at that
anymore because of
leaderboard, but I
Netflix.
wanna thank you both.
Dude, the industry
So we have
moved
the
on.
Inaria statue, the
Shut
really
up
big
and
one
make
that's the
movies for
size of the
Netflix
land.
or disappear.
Yeah, you're
Like
gonna fight me
that.
for it. I'm taking
To be
it.
blunt, I mean that's just one of those
That's
things
what we're
where
doing straight
we have
up.
to
So
accept
we're
that's
going
just
to
how
have-
things are
yeah,
done today.
and
Some
I'm gonna
games
come
are
out on top,
designed
all right?
to be
Well,
monetization.
thanks so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of Gamescom as well.
Doesn't mean they're bad
Coming up,
games.
though,
I
the
won't
team from
participate in
Stalker
them.
2 is here with the latest from the sequel,
Stalker 2.
Heart of Chernobyl.
I'll shut up.
Sick. Plus, we've also
I'll
got a
probably
look at
piss
the
the
newest
people off at this
Xbox
point anyway.
accessories that are enabling players everywhere to play the way that they want. And later on, we're going to
Play
explore
how
the
you want.
newest
He just said a
Starfield
very important
expansion,
phrase.
Shattered Space, and find out why fans everywhere are setting aside gigs of space to explore even more this epic open world.
Well, if we're gonna
But first,
regulate gambling, we got to
Josh
regulate
Gray,
alcohol. We
Xbox
got to
Game
regulate
Pass. Yeah, take a look at
marijuana.
this.
We got to regulate it all if we're gonna regulate some of it. That's the
Welcome to the
slippery
gameplay
slope.
commentary of our new game, Lonely Mountain Snowriders, which is the
This looks
spiritual
kinda cool.
successor to Lonely Mountains Downhill. It's a skiing game in which players need to find their own way down the mountains in a wild and beautiful mountainscape. Our most important new features are a real-time
And the thing
online
is, gambling is legal in
in
some
which up to
places,
8
not
players
legal
can
in
play
other places. Who gets to
cooperatively or in
define
competition,
what's
as well
legal,
as
what's
a new trick
illegal, what's
system
moral,
that
what's
allows you to
immoral?
pull off awesome-looking
Like,
flips,
it's such a
spins,
slippery slope.
grabs, or super cool combinations of them all.
Like you can do sports
We
gambling in
focused
the
a lot of
UK, but you
development
can't in the
time
United
on the
States.
controls and to make the
Who
feeling of
defines
carving down the slopes
whether or
as
not that's
smooth
legal
and fun as
internationally or
possible.
not? It's...
Skiing is all about using the terrain in your favor. You need to gain the maximum momentum to do the longest jumps and use the best shortcuts. On
I don't
top
want
of
anyone
that,
in
you can
regulating
also
my
do
shit.
tricks,
Like some
ride
things are good to
backwards,
regulate.
or cross rivers and icy lakes.
Murder is a good thing to regulate. Criminal activities are great to
The
regulate.
game features 4 different game modes. The online multiplayer racing mode is all about crossing the finish line first. While in the team mode, you and your team members have to ride and do tricks together to ramp up the highest score and beat all the challenges. You can also pick each other up after a crash and place checkpoints as a group.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. Don't hit trees then on your way down. Is basically what they're saying.
In the solo mode, you have to beat challenges to unlock new mountains and trails. You can also try to reach the top of the leaderboards, or beat your own ghosts. this is the mode that will be most familiar to players of our previous game. And last but not least, there's the new Send mode. Here, you can ride all trails without any kind of pressure and freely explore the mountains to find secret spots or just enjoy the beautiful landscape.
This is kind of a cool, cozy game.
Multi or single player, you will gain experience.
Yeah, alcohol in
level
MJ
up your
is
profile,
regulated in most
unlock
places
new
for
ski
sure.
types and trick
Which,
poses,
you know,
and a large
if we want to go that route with
customization
gaming,
items.
then that becomes a heavily taxed
Thank you for
industry,
taking the time to watch this video.
which makes it even more inaccessible. Because once it starts getting highly taxed, all the prices go up on all of it. Forget having $20 indie games. Ain't gonna happen. Not in a regulated market. I can't wait for Indiana Jones. But it's like you were saying earlier, Bubbly, it's really easy to just vote with your wallet. Like, I've played Call of Duty Warzone for years. Not once have I ever been compelled to get Battle Pass. Never have I ever felt compelled to get the But I don't suffer from FOMO.
Real, and right now it's easier than ever to join the party, especially if you play on PC. Why? Because PC Game Pass is designed for PC players. Get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th. Play some of the biggest games of the year and unlock partner benefits from Riot Games and EA Play. And if you're not already a PC Game Pass member, join now and get your first month
I'm an
of
Ultimate
PC
member,
Game Pass
so I'm good to go.
for $1 or €1. This offer won't last long, so act now. But first, this post-apocalyptic horror action title is set against 64 kilometers of eerie, explorable area. It's also one of the most anticipated games of the year, and here to bring us back into the zone with some never-before-seen gameplay of Stalker 2.
Ooh, Stalker 2 time.
Please welcome game director Eugene Grigorovich. Eugene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting.
No, honestly, it is so exciting. We've got it on the booth here at Gamescom. I've been able to get hands on. I'm so excited for you to take us through what you've brought with us today. But how's your first Gamescom?
The previous was a year ago when we bring our demo, which was shown just on the PC.
Yeah.
And today we are bringing another demo, which will launch on Xbox Series X. And from our experience, it's looking very good. And we are happy for what we bring.
I'll be playing
here,
it
and
day one.
We get the first impression from the players and the press. And for now, I'm happy from what they are telling us about the Xbox build.
Yeah, I got to have hands-on with it, and it is so much fun. Because what we're going to do as well is we're going to hop straight into the gameplay that you're going to talk us through. So anyone watching who's excited to see Stalker 2 for the first time, if they haven't already, can see what they're going to be getting their hands on. So what are you are we going to bring the gameplay up? So we've got it on our screens. So as we go, if you want to talk us through this gameplay, so we can know what we've got coming up.
Yeah. I'll take this part. So here the player is doing his first quest, and he got a scanner, a device. Player at this point doesn't know a lot about how it works and what it's for. He just got information that it somehow recharged an artifacts that's put it inside it, and that
it's gonna be fun, guys.
If it got successful,
oh, I can't wait.
It's gonna bring
There's a 30-minute gameplay deep dive we're going to cover for Stalker 2 as well, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah,
we might do that today, if not tomorrow.
So at this point, player don't know what is the goal of the character, why he's doing it, and he's learning the story about your character also by doing this quest line.
Because this is actually the bit that they've got on the show floor here, isn't
Yes.
it? At the start of the game. Because I had so much fun. I get what you mean as well when you're just trying to discover what exactly it does and the storyline sets that up. But what about the combat in the game as well?
God, I just ducked.
First fight here.
Yeah. So group of bandits.
I'm already into it. I'm just watching the game trailer and I heard gunfire and I'm like, oh shit.
And then they saw that something happened. A wall was destroyed with a huge noise. They just turned up, going to see what's happening, and found you, a player, and
it's amazing as
So
well.
it's a
'Cause I found
cool
myself when
cover
I was playing
system.
this, I was like the flashlight turning on and off, and like you can also like lean round corners, can't you, to kind of like
Nice.
engage fights from like a bit of cover.
yeah. So it's very important in this game to have a proper tactics. You should hide a lot. You should use your medkits. You should survive grenades, because AI is very pushing and challenging.
Yeah.
They trying to outcome you to go from other side, and
By the way,
it's pretty
for anyone who
stressful,
has
so
never learned a
it's
second
a first fight.
language,
It's very simple fight
I
against
love.
3 bandits.
I'm gonna
but,
give this guy.
as
Cause like
from
some
what we
people
can
will be out
see,
there making fun of him
it's
because he
often
doesn't
lead
speak
you
perfect
to
English.
several
Shut up.
bosses.
I've done
it's very
keynote presentations in
unforgiving
Spanish,
as well.
and I sound
we
like
just see
this
as
when I
well,
speak
I found
Spanish.
that it's like a big
But it's
part
the
of game
attempt
is,
that
like,
matters.
looting.
I'm glad
So
that he's here.
What kind
First
of
Gamescom.
things should people be looking out for when they're looting?
Yeah,
This is
so
awesome. The game's gonna be
part
great.
of the game. So while we are fighting, we are losing our resources, consumables, food, ammo, and after the fight
Ooh,
finished,
what
we
did he
have
just
to
eat?
get through the dead bodies' pockets to find some ammunition, maybe loot their camp to restore what we just spent. Because without it, we just run out of ammo, and the player would be like stuck.
Because that's the big thing I have. I am very trigger happy when it comes to first-person shooters. Like I fire way more
Spray and
bullets than I
pray.
should.
Spray and
then
pray.
I found myself as well. I was like, I need to go check every building that I can because I need more ammo. Like, what kind of advice
Mutated
would you say
tuna.
for players popping into
Nom, nom, nom,
Stalker
nom, nom.
2, to spend their time in the world?
So the reason why you should discover and look for some stashes in locations is not because you just want to find some items, but because it's interesting to discover this abandoned place where was some living some time ago, and where is some story behind it. And when you are just walking around and looking for the corners, and it's beautiful there, you can surprisingly find something stashed there, because it's a Stalker stashes. They use some stashes for their next journeys, because they can bring like hundreds of thousands of kilograms. They have to make some stashes for there, and players sometimes find them, and it's often rewardable, and often it's very rewardable, because you can get a huge
So stash
equipment
houses
boost
with some
by
loot.
just going to some building you didn't expect to find anything there, but it could be there.
That's what I found. I found myself like an assault rifle when I just had a pistol to start with. I was like exploring buildings and found that. But the game also, it looks amazing.
Yeah, this is the start of a next fight. The player, we have some stealth mechanics.
Yeah.
So it's not very as you used to have a stealth in the game. It doesn't offer you like ability to be invisible for enemies. No, they will see you and shoot you. But at least it allows you to get slightly closer, to find better position to start the fight, and or maybe to
Whatever
start
mode they're
initiate the
playing on
fight
right
with a
now, he's
grenade
definitely taking
to,
a lot of damage when he gets
so
shot.
it would be easier for you, and then the fight is pretty.
Because they're talking about the importance of cover and
challenging.
tactics.
And you have to watch your hit points and your state, because you could be got bleeding, and you have to use a bandage to stop this bleeding, because it's not. It's gonna last for long, and you're gonna lose a lot of hit points if you not stop and use the bandages.
Yeah, because you have multiple ways of healing, don't you? You've
Yeah.
got like the bandages to stop the bleeding, but there's like different types of med kits that you can find
Yeah,
as well.
you can have a regular med kits, medical med kits, and an army med kit.
Yeah.
And they provide additional boosts, but mostly it's restoring the hit points. But also, if you are not in the fight and you just need to recover a small portion of health, you can just eat, and it will also bring you a small portion of hit points.
Okay,
See,
so
that's
lots
what I
of
loved
ways
as
to
well.
regain
I
hit
found,
points.
Like,
Good
there's so
deal.
much resource management that you have to like pay attention to as Stalker, which really gives you a different challenge.
Everything
So
this sounds more and more exciting, more and more I see. I never played the first Stalker games. It was not on my radar at all until I saw the Stalker 2 previews about 6 months ago.
So we try to bring this simulation or atmosphere as you being the real human that goes to Chernobyl exclusion area with your backpack, with some food.
Their gun just fell down. That was awesome.
You just have to do the same things to survive.
Oh, and he's totally going to pick it up.
Because you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to, like you fall, you broke your leg, you have to use some medkits to survive this. And that's what we are doing here.
Yeah, no.
There's also the horror element.
Honestly, it's one of those things. I'd recommend it to anyone. If you haven't had the chance to, play the original Stalker as well, because when I got to play here, you just think and approach gunfights so differently because there is that risk element, and some of the enemies. I was jumping out of my skin because there was a camouflaged opponent that I came across in the demo here at Gamescom. And can you tell us a little bit more about the enemies that we're going to face?
Yeah, so the zone is inhabited by different factions. There are factions that came from the first Stalker trilogy, and there are new factions, and they have a story behind them of how they appear, what is their goals, and for the player, it would be interesting to uncover and discover these stories. And it's important to mention that from one walkthrough, the player won't know the whole story.
Oh, he just put a scope on the gun. That's cool.
To get all these pieces together, or you could discuss it with your friend who choose some other path, and you can share the information about what you see to each other, and you uncover, oh, I didn't expect that it would happen like this. So it's, for me, I find it should be interesting for people to discuss their experience with each other.
Yeah, we also saw just beforehand, we can actually see the scanner going on right now. Can you talk us through this?
It's echo scanner. It's a simple scanner. You just beep, and the faster it beeps, the nearer is an artifact.
Yeah.
You can collect an artifact just by using scanner, and
Jesus, there's the horror element.
Player face that Bloodsucker is a canonical enemy in Stalker series. He has an ability to become invisible for player, and we found that from the feedback of the players and from what we see that
that's fucking terrifying.
Challenging thing for the players, and but also it's very rewarding because when you start playing the game and you start facing
now it's like Witcher 3 suddenly. That's horrifying.
You may die, second time you may die, but
no.
After and after it becomes easier for you, and at some point you become master of the game. Everything is easy for you, but it takes time to learn the game.
This terrified me.
Spray and pray, spray and pray.
Wait, at first I was like, what's attacking me? And I was like, how do I counter this? And I was like, suddenly realized there was a camouflaged opponent attacking me.
Oh, he got it. Yeah, shoot it while it's down. Make sure it's dead.
There are so many components. Whether you're fighting bandits, whether you're fighting these sort of enemies.
Oh, there's a bandage.
And then I was looting everything. I became like a loot goblin, where I was going into every building and just trying to find as many medkits so that I could stay alive.
And there is also a lot of pieces of content just near the locations. This is not a main quest. It's often not a side quest. It's just some encounters.
Sparrow21 says this is the kind of game where you should just buy and wear brown underwear. Yes.
You an experience of.
Well, it says these reactions are why you
discovering this real.
Playing this is why I can't. It's called Can't Miss TV. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's not a fake world.
There was like half a dozen horror games that were announced last night that I'm gonna have to play, and I really want to do the new Aliens game too.
If I know the game,
I know I'm gonna be terrified.
Still, the world map is so huge, so even for me, going back to some locations make me feel, oh, I didn't expect to find it here. Oh, they bring
November 20th.
Something here also. So for me, it's also like. I feel the same wow effect when I discover something for me.
You really get rewarded for spending that time to look around the world and kind of try and find those caches, and it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, it's one of the main goal in making this game is to bring as much freedom and allow player to be as he wants to be or she wants to be, to play the role they feel that works for them, and the player could like start being very rude and cruel, and they can act totally different in this game as like a player who want to be on the friendly side. So there are a lot of freedom. It's rewarding. So even being cruel is rewarding, but there is a balance.
Yeah, the key, Bubbaloni, is you got to keep me from talking about things like monetization and Star Wars toxic fandom and stuff, because I always end up offending somebody when I start going off on my tangents.
It's November.
I don't mean to be offensive, but it's like
not so much time left.
Sometimes I can be a
And
little
for us,
abrasive
we are, like,
when I'm talking
every
about
day
things like that.
counts. We are doing everything possible to bring as polished gameplay as possible, and
it's like stick to gameplay, noob. Stop talking about game design and monetization. We're only here to watch you laugh. Laugh, monkey man, laugh.
To Hearts of Noble on November 20th, and of course, it launches day and date on Xbox Game Pass as well. But now to a new line of Xbox accessories, making
I put my coin in. Dance, you streamer, dance.
Thank you so much, VJ.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's going to be a 30-minute gameplay video I want to watch for Stalker 2 as well, guys.
Good job.
Leo has issues with his motor ability. He doesn't have access to a lot of things.
There's so many disabled people that deserve a shot to be like everyone else.
I want to
dance,
be a
monkey, dance.
So this is my Xbox adaptive joystick.
It allows her to use the controller without using both hands.
It just clicked to him. This is a joystick. I manipulate the character, and this is how I'm going to move myself.
You've got every button covered.
There is no such that dude. That's badass. His setup is badass. Look at that.
You can get different sizes, and this is what I use to make it easier to maneuver. You can get bars from the Xbox Design Lab. Then you can go somewhere else and get it printed.
Be yourself, design it how you want. You're playing with your Xbox.
I think it's really cool that more companies are doing more things to make games more accessible. Because there are a lot of people that have different ways of playing that are best for them. And the more options is always better. It's a big investment for a company to put the R&D into making accessibility options. It's not as easy as some people want it to be. Exactly, Super Pescado. Diablo 4 has a lot of same thing with Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2, Sony put a ton of time into making that game as accessible as possible.
We've got some new accessories designed to give gamers more ways to play. And here with all the details, please welcome Xbox Principal Designer Chris Kudrowski and Senior Accessibility Product Manager Caitlin Jones. Welcome to Gamescom.
Thank you,
Maxie.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
How's Cologne treating you? All good?
I love it here.
Yeah.
Amazing.
First time in Gamescom. This is pretty exciting.
Oh, wow. First time.
Yeah.
Okay, the full week ahead of you. I can't wait for you to see it. So I can't believe the Xbox Adaptive Controller launch is 6 years ago. But you didn't stop there. So what's new in the world of gaming and accessibility?
Yeah, thanks, Maxie. So,
And I do want to say that if you compare these two controllers side by side,
it's a wired controller that is designed to
this
be
is
a
my
companion
PS5,
for our Xbox
this is my
Adaptive
Series X controller.
as well as other Xbox controllers.
The Xbox controller
And
is
that will be
way
available to
more
customers in
comfortable than the
2025
PS5
early
controller.
on.
The PS5 controller has a really cool
2025.
haptic feedback, which is freaking
as well
awesome.
As our Xbox
But this thing,
Adaptive
I don't know what it is.
towers,
I get thumb fatigue when I play
you
with
can create
this.
with Xbox Design Labs. And these are
And I
really
don't
great.
with
think
this.
especially
I could
for
play
players
12
who
hours
might
on this
some
thing and
difficulty
have no
using
problems.
The thumbsticks on their
The
controllers.
PS5 controller,
They can
after
choose
about
from
3-4
different
hours,
shapes,
depending on the
customize
game,
the
I start
sizes,
getting
the height and
thumb
the width,
fatigue.
and attach them to their adaptive joystick as
And I
well
get
as
finger
their
fatigue,
Xbox
too, from the
Wireless or Elite
haptics.
Series 2 controller, and really customize the way that they interact and grip with those thumbsticks on those controllers to meet their unique needs. So overall, we're just really excited.
A lot
to
of the new
continue to
Xbox
expand
games
the ways that players
nowadays
can play
are
the games
launching
that
with
they want to play and also how
that
they want to play.
speech to text turned on, Super Pescado. There's been 2 or 3 Xbox installs that I've done within like the last couple of weeks that have the speech turned on. The accessibility options are turned on by default.
Also announcing some
and you have to go in and turn it off.
Today.
And with everything in your line of work, the feedback from the community is crucial. And the gaming and disability community was also instrumental in.
So if I had to say that's part of their push on making the games as accessible as possible, make sure it's just on by default.
Certainly at
and if you don't need it, turn it off.
Firm believers in the saying nothing about us without us, meaning we do not create accessible devices or features for the disability community, but rather we need to create them with the disability community. They are
That's a good outlook
collaborators,
to have,
and they're the experts in their own experiences and needs. So from very early on with the
Sparrow's like it's
joystick,
either shapes or alphabet.
we had our disability community be hands-on with early designs and functional prototypes, and I know Chris will share a little bit more about that on the hardware design side. But even from a software perspective, you know, we really heard from our players.
Yeah, this is my second one. My first one that I've had for like that I had since I bought the Xbox finally died. This is my second one.
But also something
it's
that
white.
fit in seamlessly with
but I also have
setups. So
a third one that I bought as a backup. The same day that the first one went out, I ordered this from Amazon. Then I went to the local supermarket and got this one. But I do have another black one back in the background. But if I get another 3 years out of that one, I'll be fine. But I wanted to have a backup just in case. Plus, guys, I haven't told Christina this. But now that I have 2 controllers, I'm totally going to try to convince her to play Baldur's Gate 3 with me for a co-op live stream.
The disability community's involvement is
I haven't told her this.
critical in everything.
I don't think she's watching this morning. She's outside doing stuff with the chicken coop. But I'm going to actively try to get Chris into some co-op games this upcoming year, now that I have 2 Xbox controllers. There's a ton of co-op games on the Series X.
Yeah,
ton of co-op games.
We're always looking for that feedback.
But I want to start with Baldur's Gate 3.
We actually visited a
because she likes fantasy games. It's fully voiced. It's like a movie.
Some of their spinal,
she's played D&D. She knows D&D.
So what that
it's
means
familiar.
Is we went there
there's the dice rolls.
Prototypes.
The problem is I don't have. I don't know how to do 2
the
cameras
grip
at the moment.
size,
I would have to
the
figure that
shape,
one out.
The
But
number of buttons, where the buttons were located.
because we would not be sitting in the same.
They liked some of the stuff. They didn't like some of
If
the
I'm
stuff.
sitting here, she would be
and
over in a
that's
different
exactly
part
why
of the
we're there.
room.
One of the
Maybe
most
even in a
important
different
things that we
room. I
took
don't know how we're
away,
going to set it up yet.
from that
Well, I guess
meeting
couch
was
co-op is both
the
in the same.
importance of
Hang on.
having, the
Couch co-op
controller
is
be
on the same.
mountable.
I would have to figure out a setup for
Lets you
that
put it in a lot of different positions.
in the new
Hold it
office.
stable if you're not able to hold the controller in your hand. So we added this threaded insert here that's the same.
Super
same one
Pescado
you
says,
find
I
on a
play
camera
Crusader Kings with my
tripod
girlfriend and I
or,
always ask her to
actually
make
on the,
decisions about who I
adaptive
marry off.
controller as well. And so that really allows you to
Go
use
over here, cow.
hand body parts with the controller easily.
We're going to give you to
so
Baron
we took that
Insfic.
feedback and then used it to iterate on the design.
Good luck.
Wow. And just curious, how does that process look like of creating? Do you 3D print prototypes? Do you mold? What do you do?
We do both of those things. Usually, I like to start making something that goes in your hand by making it by my own hands. So we'll take a block of foam, carve that away. We'll
Evan
take
said
a
the reason
3D
about mine is
print,
when you press
add
the button on
clay
the
to
underside,
it,
all of them light
and then
up.
sand it away.
What button
and
on the
doing
other
this,
side are you looking at?
in the design lab, in the workshop in my garage.
I don't have a button on the underside of my Xbox
to get the
controller.
feel right, to get the ergonomics right, the position of the buttons right. We usually start with a very primitive form and then add those details.
I have a button on the front,
design
but that's
process.
just a change from the console to the PC.
One of the other things that's really important from my perspective as a designer, and this maybe sounds obvious, it's an Xbox controller. It should look like an Xbox controller. So many of the adaptive products that gamers have to use.
Give me 2 seconds.
They might look like hospital equipment or something you have to use rather than something you'd want to use. Like Xbox makes cool products. We want our gamers to want to use the products, and so using the same form language, the same color, material, and finish really helps it feel like a part of the Xbox family, and that goes a long way in removing some of the stigma that's associated with using adaptive products, and that's a really important thing that I think design and Xbox brings to the table here.
Yeah, it looks very well next to the adaptive controller, traditional Xbox controller, so good job. Good job. One question. So I heard the rumor that the idea of the 3D printable topper files came from an internal hackathon event. Is that true?
That is true. Very similar to the Xbox adaptive controller years ago. the adaptive thumbstick toppers were born from a hackathon project. So hackathon is a week where Microsoft employees get to take a break from their day job and work on a passion project.
That's pretty cool.
And this particular team was inspired by really the high cost
So we were just talking about
adaptive
this on stream. I wanted to ask you.
accessories
So
and
I have
doing
the second
custom
controller,
setups like that.
right?
So
and I own
knowing
Baldur's
that
Gate 3.
3D printers are
Wanna play
a
some
lot more
Baldur's Gate
available
3?
for at home or as a service, they combine these two
We could do,
ideas
like,
to
once a
create
week.
a great range of products that
I know you don't have time
offer
right now, it's the
gamers a
problem.
lot more options to customize their setup just to exactly what they need.
Yeah, but it's Dungeons and Dragons.
And so much goes into the creation of
She's
these
never used the
accessibility
controller,
offerings.
guys. I
And
would be pushing
especially
her
what
way
did the
outside of her.
development for
No,
the
that's not
3D
true.
printable files
did-
for the adaptive thumbstick toppers
Yeah, but you
look
did-
like?
you
Who
did Red
you
Dead
work with?
Online.
Yeah,
For a little
very
bit.
similar to the adaptive
And you
joystick
couldn't-
and all of
yeah,
our
she
other
had a hard
accessibility
time
offerings.
remembering how to
We,
fire her gun.
again, partner directly with the disability community, specifically a lot of hospitals and gaming accessibility charities that
We
were
might have
doing
to-
a
we
lot
might have
of
to do a
3D
test run
printing
and see what
work.
you think.
So we worked with them
I know you don't have
directly
any time
and
right
kind
now.
of just asked, what are the most common shapes and designs that you all are creating or that you find work best for your players, and that's actually
I'm gonna
what
go ahead
informed
and
the final 6 shapes
install.
that we have available
I'm gonna
today.
get I'm gonna
So
get Baldur's
very
Gate 3
direct,
reinstalled on my
working with
Xbox.
them and getting that feedback. Something that we also learned though by working with them is that not everyone needs
She was
a
just
full-on
expressing
adaptive
concern about
setup.
not knowing how to use a
Sometimes
controller.
just minor
think
modifications
it
to
would
how
be
you
too big of an
interact
issue.
with your thumbstick can be the difference that allows someone to play longer,
We'll
more
see.
comfortably. It can also be the difference whether you can play all together. So based on that, we did want to create something that was available, discoverable, and easily customizable for customers, because through working with our disability community, again, more and more learnings nonstop, always coming in. We did learn that, not everyone has access to easily connect with these
Yeah, it's
hospitals
awesome.
or these
Like,
more
what,
tech-savvy
18,000
maker
variations or
communities or
something? I
charities
forget.
that
There's a
are
lot. It's a
customizing
big
these
game.
designs and printing them. And also, not everyone at home knows how to 3D model and customize their own shapes at home. So with the Xbox Design Lab platform, it's as simple as picking your shape, using sliders to adjust the height and the width of those shapes, and you're given a free 3D printable file that you can then take to a printer if you have access.
Well, I want to
to,
do
you can
couch
use a
co-op
3D
with her,
printing
is the
service,
thing.
and
So
it's
if
as
I do
simple
couch
as
co-op, it's got to be on the
customizing from
Xbox.
there with no 3D modeling knowledge required.
I love that. But what I love more is that you not only support the community with creating accessories, you also support partners, third-party developers in bringing their designs to life. So can you share a little bit more who you're partnering with?
Yes, and I will say I am just personally so grateful and excited that we do have so many Design for Xbox partners who are
What I
really
love is just
committed
like
to making
the
gaming for
initiative
everyone.
that they've
Some
taken
of the
here
specific
to
partners
work
that
with
we've been working
people
with
to make
recently on the
really
accessibility
cool
front are BioWave.
accessibility options.
So back in May, they announced their Proteus controller, which is a modular controller that allows you to really build your own unique setup that works best for you. And very exciting today, that controller is now available. In addition to BioWave, 8-Bit Do is both announcing and available today their Lite SE wireless controller. So all in all, when it comes to accessibility, a rising tide floats all boats, and we're just excited that our players have more and more options within the Xbox ecosystem to really choose what works best for them.
And this is why Xbox
That's
is
a
winning.
lot of great news that
It has
you have
nothing to
today.
do about the console
So is there
wars.
any place that we can
PS5 is
look at
better
all
than
of the
Xbox Series X.
accessibility
The
offerings?
console
to find out
wars
more
are
about
so
any of this accessible
1990s,
hardware that we've
guys.
just talked about today,
Like
you can see the Xbox Wire
ecosystem
blog post.
is what's important
Or if you happen
now.
to be here at Gamescom like us, you
And
can visit us in the Here to
Xbox
Help area
ecosystem is
in the
leaps
Xbox
and
consumer
bounds
booth.
beyond
You
what
can get hands-on with
PlayStation
any of the
is
products.
offering
Do
in terms
some,
of
live demos.
accessibility,
And if you're here on Friday, you can
availability.
see Caitlin in
You
the,
don't even need an
discussion panel in the
Xbox
community,
console
area as
now.
well.
Game Pass subscription
Thank
and a
you
Fire
so
Stick,
much to
and
both
you're
of
good to
you
go.
for coming. And also I
Ultimate
want to say thank you
subscription,
so much
play
for making
PC,
our
play
booth accessible
Xbox,
so
Series
everybody
S,
feels
Series
welcome.
X.
Thank
Like,
you.
they're coming out with the
Coming up,
Xbox
we'll get a look at the first expansion
portable
from
as well.
Starfield. Find
Oh,
out what
Starfield,
happens
Starfield.
when nuclear disaster in the quaint British countryside converge in Atomfall. And Age of Mythology fans, stay tuned. We'll take a look at what you can expect from the latest in the series. But first, it's time to explore AMY26
I kind of
once
figured she
again
didn't enjoy it
in
too much,
Revenge of the
Bubbleini,
Savage
because she
Planet.
ducked out after a couple months. But that's all right. Cyberpunk was worthy of getting involved in. I'm glad she had fun with Cyberpunk. Chris enjoyed her time in the MMO she tried to play a few years back, but the problem is always going to be with controls, because she's not grown up with games, and so it took her like 3 months to finally start getting comfortable with mouse and keyboard movement in MMOs. And she only spent like a week in Red Dead Online, and she was learning how to do everything with the controller, but she had a hard time shooting anything. Like getting on the horse, getting off the horse, riding the horse around, fine. Skinning animals, fine. But the idea of like trying to target something and shoot, or like move and shoot, like move the reticle and shoot a flying bird, or to shoot a deer as it's running across, like, that was way out of her comfort zone. But credit to her for trying. I think Baldur's Gate 3, doing a couch co-op, there's none of that involved. It's literally, you're hitting a button to auto-target, right? And it's turn-based, so you have tons of time. The game is slow. I think Chris would enjoy Baldur's Gate 3. I don't have any way to do a good couch co-op setup right now is the problem. At least to see us both on stream while playing. This room is not set up to do that. So it's not possible. However, when we renovate the office in October, I'm thinking I should probably just set it up, excuse me, so that I have that in the back of my mind, that one of the things I want to do in there is couch co-op stuff. That way I can have a separate webcam set up with an area that's designed for us to sit down together and do something like that. That could be fun. Like something like this. We saw the trailer for this yesterday. This is a little co-op game. Right, it's like No Man's Sky, but more action platformer. Revenge of the Savage Planet.
What started as a journey to the Savage Planet has turned into revenge. Here with more on what fans can expect from Revenge of the Savage Planet, please welcome producer Noemi LeCourier and creative director Alex Hutchinson. Thanks so much for joining us.
We're very happy to be here.
Thanks
you.
for having us.
Thank you.
How's your Gamescom going so far?
Very good.
Very good. Busy.
Yes.
It always is. There's so many games to play, so many things to see. But Alex, it's been a journey getting here.
Well, I'm glad she liked that video, Babylonia. That's actually, I think that was one of the bigger videos for 2023.
Unpack that for us.
Yeah, I think
it's been a pretty crazy half a decade.
I think it's still in the daily analytics. I think it still gets enough traffic that it's always in my top like 20 videos on YouTube.
We made Journey to the Savage Planet. We were
Yep.
acquired by a large multinational.
Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Cyberpunk 2077 2.0 for new players is like probably number 20 down the list. It's on the list.
So we found ourselves sitting around trying to figure out what to do, but luckily we decided
published
to
on September 26, 2023. It's about a year old.
And we've made this new game, Revenge of the Savage Planet.
Yeah, and no, you kind of talk about
I'm looking at the stats right now because I'm genuinely curious. It's always in my top, like that first page of YouTube results, it's always there. It's gotten 57, almost 58,000 views since it went live, so it's a pretty steady, like every day.
It's still, you know,
I like it when I have
exploring the
videos
world,
that do that.
interrogating everything
That's a
that
good
you see.
sign. Not every video
It's filled
does
with
that.
wonderful, wacky, weird creatures. It's 4 planets now instead of 1 planet, so there's lots more to do and lots more to see.
I still have a surprising amount of Baldur's Gate 3 videos that are up in my like dailies.
In collect and catalog here.
And Lotro and Star Wars Republic.
You're going to discover rewards.
Here's my hunter guide
things
for World
to
of
collect
Warcraft.
as well.
Conan Exiles in
The rewards
2024.
are blocked by encounters with alien creatures.
Yeah, should you do the
as
Mountain
well as
Pass
puzzles and navigation
in Baldur's
challenges.
Gate 3. Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Starfield is on the list.
lots of
That
fun
one's more
here.
recent.
It looks so cute, like even the trailer, but in the trailer before,
Now I'm gonna look
it's
at that
like
one.
all the creatures, it's like adorable.
And you know it's a sequel when you're swimming.
Just
That one's up to 9,000.
Every time.
That's a pretty
water
recent
in.
video.
You go in, no water.
Exactly.
Second type thing. But Alex, there's obviously a ton of creativity by the team to produce an incredible world, but perhaps players' take on its obstacles can be equally as creative. So in the world, like how are players going to approach the obstacles that they face?
Yeah, so we've taken a really systemic approach to open world design. So it's still a Metroidvania. You're still being blocked by different obstacles. You need to go back to your habitat and upgrade your tools to get through them. But what we wanted to do was have a Metroidvania where there's a single lock,
but multiple keys. So you see different types of
the running
objects.
animation is
There's a
so
cracked wall
funny
that
here.
you need to blow up. You could do it with a grenade. You could find a creature that explodes. Anything that
Oh, he's
generates
slipping in
an
the
explosion
goo.
will get you through. And so
That's
hopefully,
cool.
as you see in this video, there's a little bit more systemic chaos than most games of its type.
Fire.
So there's lots of creative ways
big
to kind of
bada
like
boom.
solve the problem.
Exactly.
So you can have a bit of fun with it, and every time you play it as well, you're going to get those different experiences.
Exactly.
Another way players can make their game their own is through customization. You know what I mean? Can you talk us through customization?
Yes, absolutely. So we've added tons of new outfits in the game. You can mix and match between the different outfits. So whether it's the helmet, the boots, or the gloves, all the outfits are inspired by sci-fi themes, famous like Star Trek. Here we can see some of the suits here, as well as like Power
I like
Rangers.
that suit.
So
if you put on the red shirt, you get killed immediately in the game.
If you put on the red shirt, you die immediately.
What have you got wrong with the red shirt?
It's just a trope. It's just a trope.
You also have
Oh,
an
you just
habitat,
remind. I need to check the patch,
where you will
Evans.
find,
I don't
all the
know when
main
patch
modules,
5.05
like
is coming to the
here,
Xbox
PC,
yet.
that you will use throughout the game. But there's also another section that you can fully customize with lots of things. So as you
Look at the
explore
sway
the
walk.
world, you will find Alta crate containing Alta
Bit arrogant,
bucks
like
that you can spend in the Alta store on
nonchalant,
furniture,
going through
accessories,
the
and
zone.
basically
I
a lot
am
of
carefree.
useless junk to really make the space your own.
I like the
so I
droid,
hope players have a lot of fun with that.
the droid is following you around.
There's lots of stuff from Gamescom will kind of like come with me, and by the end of it, I'll have plushies for days. But co-op is such a big part of the game as well. Can you kind of talk us through that, Alex?
Yeah, so a lot of the team members have worked on different two-player co-op games, whether it was Army of Two or Far Cry 4. We've had a lot of success with it. We think it's an intimate way to play with your best friend, your partner, your kid. And this time we've made sure you can do it in any way you can imagine. So there's not only network co-op, but there's split-screen co-op you can play on the couch, and even cross-play, so you can play on any system with any other system.
That's important. Crossplay is a big deal these days. I think that any developer that does not include crossplay when they have a multiplayer platform is killing themselves.
Perfect.
It is stupid to have different ecosystems if you're going to be an online co-op game.
This game looks so fun.
Ridiculously stupid.
Alex,
if you're going to be telling people that your game is multiplayer, then it needs to be available.
I think it's humor.
If you're going to release on multiple platforms, this only applies if you're multi-platform release. If you're launching on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, if you don't have crossplay enabled, get out of here. Nah, not in 2024. Like, don't even bother if you're not going to make it everywhere. If you're only out on Xbox and PC, then it needs to be both. If you're only PlayStation and PC, it needs to be both. Like, there needs to be cross-play when it's a multiplayer game.
Yeah, you can just kick him off in as many creative ways as possible. Like, just trying to
But that
get
does
through
require
that wall.
an investment. So
also,
if you're going
really
to build a
importantly,
multiplayer
when
game,
a player's going to be able to get their hands on the game.
So
it's the stupidest thing ever to be told, oh, well, you're playing it on the Xbox. Sorry, you can't play with your buddies on the PlayStation, or you can't play with your friends on the PC.
Savage Planet Game and the wishlist.
Look at you, Funcom, with Conan Exiles. You better not be doing that shit with Dune Awakening. When I found out that Dune Awakening was coming to PC first, I still am really excited in the game, but I'm now very nervous
No, we're just
about Dune Awakening
on whatever platform
because I had planned on playing that on like one of my consoles.
Thank you so much. But coming up, we've taken a spin
and now I'm,
new wheels.
you know, they've said, oh yeah, it's gonna have multiplayer and all this other stuff, but now I'm like, wait, are you gonna do the same thing you did with Dune Awakening, or with your Conan game? And is it gonna be?
This is Dustborne.
PC is PC, Xbox is Xbox, PS5 is PS5. Because if that's the case,
we're on the run from people with space guns built into their arms.
This looks cool. Dustborne.
Dustborne isn't about making the big and immediate choices. It's about the little things that add up over time. The
Comic
words
book
spoken
style. What is
that affect
this?
relationships and moods, the decisions that stick with you and play out when you least expect them to, the actions that push your relationships in new directions.
This is probably like a co-op.
Explains why you're suddenly so eager to chase after the robots.
Oh, keeping secrets again, huh?
It's about making tough choices, about how to deal
Can
with
you
the
play
people
this
in your
single
crew,
player?
how to manage them and pull them together to do the job, and to make the compromises necessary to reach the end of the road.
Because like
and to
Redfall, you
own
could do
personal goals.
single player or
We'll be
multiplayer.
taking a different route north, through Liberty, Oregon.
Yeah, for
Before
sure,
we-
Super Pescado. We saw that play out
I would
with
actually like an explanation.
Helldivers too.
Think of the game as a way to write your own comic book as you play. Each chapter or issue starting with a new cover displaying what you're about to experience, and each of them ending with a comic splash screen.
This looks
These
really
pages
cool. Can I
present
play this
key
single
choices
player?
made in the previous issue that could have an impact later on. Whether a dialogue line or event plays out because of a choice made by the player,
Can I play
an icon
Dustborne
will
single
appear
player?
in the top right corner of the screen, allowing you to really get a sense of what could have gone differently.
Stop it!
Single player, story driven action adventure Dustborne is now available on
In the
PC,
comic
PS4,
Splash,
PS5,
you'll have
Xbox
access
One, and
to more
Xbox
data,
Series
such
X
as
or
global
S.
stats about how many
Dude,
other players
I gotta
received
look
this
this
particular
up.
consequence, allowing you to gauge how popular this choice
This
was.
looks really cool.
Some choices lead to crew mood change, which can have an impact on your relationship with them, but also on their personal endings.
Are you just gonna hover?
We didn't finish our chat.
No, we were finished.
I'm worried about you, and I
Yeah,
had
this looks
more to
awesome,
say.
Babylonia. Hang
sure,
on.
but
I'm gonna.
Every
Look
key
this up.
crew member in the story receives one of 3 endings, or codas, based on choices made and actions taken by the player and PAX. Each coda is illustrated by a comic book style splash screen, along with unique dialogues and events reflecting each
I'm on the
character's
Xbox
current
store right now. I'm
status.
checking this out.
The player can at any time access the character codex to see which coda is the current favorite.
The crew respects you. When you're unhappy,
Dustborne
they
is a
feel
single player, story driven action adventure game about
keep
hope,
that in
love,
mind.
friendship, robots, and the power of words. You play
Whenever a
Pax, who is an
dialogue choice or
exile
action
con
affects
artist.
a coda, the screen will display
Anomal,
a coda emoji,
an
along with an animation that tells the
that's gonna be
player
hard to
how
pronounce. It's
important
anomaly,
this
but it's
choice
an anomal
was.
with the ability to
It'll
weaponize
be up
language.
to you to decide how the road trip goes and how your relationships will evolve. Will no one break away from their on-again, off-again relationship
You're
with
hired
Pax,
to
or
transport
embrace
an
it?
important package
Will
from
Theo
Pacifica
boost
to
it up
Nova
with the
Scotia
crew,
across
or
the
favor
justice-controlled
his boss
American
status?
Republic.
Will
So it's a
Ziggy
road
resolve
trip.
her sister issues with Pax?
Stunning
Discover how it
neo-western
all
landscapes
unfolds
with an
in
alternate
Dustborne.
history
Available now.
of America on a
Streaming
robot-driven tour bus.
we're the Dustborne.
This sounds legitimately fun, guys.
There is a dream that haunts me.
That's on my radar
A
now.
most dreadful nightmare.
Dustborne. I gotta check that out. If I get a gap,
It tears at me. The fortress of stone.
what is this?
Valor, which I struggled to build.
Yeah, I'm thinking so, Babylonia. That looked like I'm gonna have to try to figure out a place to slot that in.
The land caught in a perpetual autumn.
This looks good, whatever this is.
A futile sacrifice remains ensnared deep within the horns of the south. A shield, now weakened and cracked by time.
What is this?
To protect my people. A profound betrayal has befallen those most loyal, yielding only despair. I am left paralyzed, powerless. Not more than a witness.
It definitely looks indie, but that's not a bad thing.
My legacy. Everything is collapsing.
Oh, this might be VR. I don't know what it
hailed
might
me as
be.
the once and future
I didn't catch
king.
that at the beginning of this because I was talking.
Only now do I understand the horror of that.
It probably is VR if I had to guess. No, it says coming to Xbox, Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon.
It's one of my favorite massive open world space adventures, and it's just got its first ever expansion coming up. Here with more on Starfield Shattered Space, please welcome lead creative producer Tim Lamb. Hi,
What's
Tim,
up,
how are
Tim?
you?
What's up, Timmy boy?
Nice to meet you, Bex.
Awesome, it's lovely to speak to you today. So let's chat opening night live. We had a really fun look at a very
Land
exciting
vehicle!
trailer about some vehicles. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
I can. So we released the Rev 8, super excited. The team is so happy to have this this new element that adds to planet exploration in the game. So, you know, we have these dynamic worlds with, you know, dense terrain, lots of very interesting obstacles, and like now those worlds are our playground to drive around on.
The rover is so quick and squirrely.
Navigating that we have.
It's so
vertical
awesome.
Boost, forward boost. We have a weapon on there. It's like a lot of different minute to minute, just like fantastic gameplay opportunities for players.
Yeah, super exciting. And Vasco looked like he was having a good time
Yeah.
as well in the back there.
Yes,
Love that, love that. Now let's talk a wee bit about the story in Shattered
Yes,
Space.
please.
It's very dark,
Tell
and
us more.
mysterious.
I
Could
need to
you
know
tell
where does
me
it fall?
and
Is it
everyone
level
watching
based?
A little bit more about the story.
Can I do it in New Game
So
Plus?
I think there's a hopeful optimism.
Or is it like one of the faction
in
storylines?
The giant sprawling adventure.
Where you can
of
do it whenever.
Starfield. You go to a lot of different locations. You meet a lot of different types of people.
I'm assuming it's
the
going to be
cast of
like one of the
characters
factions
there.
where you could do it
And
wherever.
Shattered Space, that tone, that mood, we were able to sort of distill it down and focus it into a location in the game around Dazra City.
Nice.
So like we get to meet that new House Faroon, the people there.
Oh, this looks so fucking awesome.
There's a moment of strife that they have.
I love Starfield.
We get to experience
It's-
that with them now.
I can't wait.
Yeah, they sounded a bit intriguing, shall we say, in the footage that we saw last night. So can you tell us a wee bit more about the House of Varun and kind of who we'll be coming across?
So, I don't want to, no spoilers.
Sure.
You encounter a derelict star station, and this starts you on your adventure to meeting the Varun. You end up in their home world, Varun Kai, in the city of Dazra. There's been a catastrophic event. You deal with the minor houses of the faction of House Varun.
That's a
to sort
creepy
of
looking
uncover
crystal
the
spider.
mystery of what happened, and then, you know, resolve it as you do as a player.
As you do as a
There's
player.
lots of choices in there.
That's a great way to do it
Okay,
without
I'm
spoilers.
very interested to find out what that story kind of leads us on to as well. Very good. Along with that story that we've been chatting about, there are some new game features as well as a huge new planet that we can explore. Could you tell us a bit more about those two?
So we have the city of Dazra. We focused, all of our effort has really been focused on the area around the city. So I think the beauty of it is that there's exploration, that you can find nooks and crannies in the game or little secret discoveries.
It
or
looks
locations
absolutely
you feel
breathtaking.
Like, I know I'm coming back here. So there's like an excitement there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that, I'm so excited about it.
He's trying so hard not to spoil
I'm
stuff.
so excited as well. I mean, even in the trailer, we saw kind of a very summery, beachy vibe cruising around on our Rev 8 too. Have you taken it for a spin?
I have, no, I do. And I think Shattered Space is like a fantastic playground for it. Now, you can take the Rev 8 to any planet.
Yeah.
You can take it into Varun Kai.
Now that I have it,
Varun's homeworld.
Yeah.
Well, I'll wait
and
till he's
drive
done
it there as
talking.
well. But like we support, I think that's one of the great things about our games is we always support any type of play style. So it's like
I don't want to
to
miss anything if they say anything
You can
special
take it to Varun Kai. You cannot take it there.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely be taking it for a spin as well when Shattered Space releases.
Yeah, we're going to
too.
be
Was there
moving
anything else
probably
that you
from
wanted to
Space
chat
Marine
to us
2
about for
right
Starfield,
into.
Shattered Space coming out?
We'll pick up my second
Anything we can look forward
playthrough
to?
of
I
Starfield
think you can
and
look
continue
forward to an interesting story, a handcrafted world.
Because
Yeah.
now that I have the
New weapons, new
rover, I
gear,
can
new
start exploring
items,
planets and
to
can look
sort
and
of
find a place to
alter
put
the way you
my
might think about
outpost on,
Amazing.
and finally
well,
learning
Tim, I cannot wait to
how to
play
build
it as well.
outposts in
And
Starfield.
everyone watching at home
Because
as
500
well,
hours
be
in, I
sure
still
to
have
check
never
out
done any
Starfield Shattered Space launching
any of the
September
outpost building.
30th with Xbox Game
So we'll
Pass.
probably start
Thanks again for
mid-September
chatting
and
with
play
us.
our way through,
Now,
build
next up,
outposts,
we're
customize some
exploring,
ships, and get ready to go for
scavenging,
Shattered
and
Space.
hopefully surviving the harsh world of Atomfall. But first, let's build a dungeon.
Oh, Chris is cooking something. I smell breakfast. The buggy is squirrely as hell and I'm here for it, says Bobolini. It's like the buggy in Halo 2. Oh, yeah, for sure. Super Prescato says, is it purely sci-fi or does it have magic and fantasy? Bobolini says it has dragon shouts. So yeah, there's magic in space if you want it. Correct. There are, without spoiling anything, yeah, it has the equivalent of dragon shouts from Skyrim. So there is a fantastical element with the main storyline. But if you play it and don't do the main storyline, you could totally have it be 100% science fiction if you want it to be. But there is the optional component of going out and getting all these powers that you can get. I think the main storyline has you get one of them as part of the story, but then the rest are just optional. Maybe it's 3 that you get as the main story. It's either 1 or 3, something like that. But after that, everything else is just completely. And if you don't do the main storyline, which you don't have to do, you could totally live out whatever you want to live out as in Starfield. You can be a space trucker, a pirate hunter, a mercenary.
Hi there, I'm James.
There's
the
all sorts
designer
of fun
Let's
ways to
Build
play
a
that
Dungeon,
game.
a game development simulator that's coming to PC and Xbox next year. We previously bought our game Let's Build a Zoo to
What's up,
Xbox
Seba?
Game Pass, so it's exciting to be back here sharing news of our next game. Today, we want to share a closer look at our multi-layered
I'm gonna duck out and take a
management
quick bio.
sim,
Be right back.
and also reveal some brand new features that we've never talked about before. Let's Build a Dungeon is designed to simulate every aspect of running a game studio, and that starts with designing something your virtual players will love. You get to decide which quests to put in the world, and whether you want to focus on a traditional RPG built around magic and combat, or something more cozy like fishing or running monster farms. And if you want even more control, we have an exclusive new mode to share with you. Creative Mode is our sandbox, but it's a sandbox quite unlike any other. Not only do you have access to literally thousands of assets, buildings, and characters, in Let's Build a Dungeon, you can also tell your own story. We are developing a series of easy-to-use tools that lets you create almost anything, from a production-level dialogue editor that lets you create branching conversations, events, and rewards, to a full AI editor that lets you adjust anything from attack probabilities to spawn rates and weapons. We even have a tool that lets you draw your own pixel art characters, which will then automatically animate them for you. Our goal is to build a suite of tools that gives you as much control as we have when building our games. Games made by the community will be available for download, along with some titles made by developers like us here at Spring Loaded. Adding these tools felt like the natural extension of our game development simulator. Why stop at building the most detailed game dev sim ever created, when we can add elements of a game engine to give you a full, authentic experience?
This looks interesting.
Hopefully, this short overview has given you an idea of what to expect from Let's Build a Dungeon when it ships next year.
Next year, Let's Build a Dungeon. That might be a fun little stream game to play together.
Windscale, the pride of Britain, nestled in the picturesque Lake District, the state-of-the-art atom plant has transformed this rugged landscape into the envy of its northern neighbors. Scientific progress waits for no one.
Windscale. Everything changed when that bloody atom plant went up in flames.
What is this?
Citizens of Wyndham, there has been an increase in bandit activity outside the village walls. Temporary quarantine, they said? It's been bloody years.
They're hiding something from us. Something terrible.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting Fallout vibes from this. What is this?
My name's Molly. You got out to trade? I got bits and bobs for sale.
And it's in the Lake District of England, which is beautiful. Post-apocalyptic. We got caverns. Dude, this is definitely giving me Fallout vibes.
Please be careful. It's more dangerous than you can possibly imagine.
Tell me more. What is this? Ooh, creepiness. Atomfall. Wow, I've never even heard of this. March 2020. Oh, that would be cool to roll into
mystery mixed
after
with folk horror weirdness,
Kingdom
all
Come
set in
Deliverance
a
2 and
not
Avowed.
so idyllic post-war British countryside, and believe it or not, it's based on a true story. Really? Well, here with more on Atomfall, please welcome Creative Director for Rebellion, Ben Fisher. How you doing?
This is. I think this is going to be a March game for us, guys.
First time here, or?
I've been here for Gamescom before.
Yeah. But not with a game quite like this, right?
No, let's talk about that, Ben. Actually, you're right, Henry, because this is a
This looks really cool.
departure from Rebellion's most famous series, let's call it, Sniper Elite. Can you tell us about this?
They built the Sniper Elite
change of pace here?
Sure. I mean, it's similar and it's different in different aspects of the game. So we always value sandbox exploration and giving the player lots of freedom in their objectives. But at the same time, this is a survival action game with some sort of RPG-ish elements. There's skills, there's crafting.
No tortillas, solo
the story of the game unfolds as you explore. It's kind of a mystery game, so tonally quite different to Sniper Elite.
I love the exploration side of it. I mean, from what we just saw in the quick trailer, there's a lot going on.
That means the gunplay is going to be really good in this game as they move into a different story genre.
So maybe as we're checking out some gameplay that you brought along that we can experience,
good gameplay.
We can jump into some of the influences that have made it into this title because, like I said, it's a lot going on here, man. So let's check out some of this gameplay as well. You've got to start off with a post box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where else?
I mean, it's on your T-shirt as well.
I think this is a must-play for March, guys.
Of Atomfall, I assume.
It is actually. So, as you explore the world of Atomfall,
Oberon must die.
You're uncovering a mystery. You're discovering what's happened in this post-apocalyptic quarantine zone in 1950s north of England.
1950s.
Different characters will ask you to do things for them, and they might help in return. And one of the characters that you can interact with is this mystery phone voice.
Thank you.
You don't know who they are, you don't know what they want, and you have to choose which characters you trust and don't trust.
Chris just gave me an omelet with yogurt on top and said, "Here's a napkin. Don't leave yogurt in your mustache."
You know, speaking about the story, and Henry, you mentioned it earlier. True story. Like, what is that about?
Yes. Well, yeah. It's based on real-world disaster that happened. The first major nuclear disaster in the world was in Windscombe plant in Sellafield, so 1957. We wanted to use that as a jumping-off point for a story. So Jason Kingsley, one of the owners and founders of Rebellion, observed that there are lots of games that are kind of like post-atom storytelling, like post-atomic disaster storytelling, but none set around this first disaster that's happened in the world.
I am doing well,
So we took
Rosa.
that as a starting point and then thought, what's a
Tortillas y
Rebellion
sal?
interpretation of that kind of event? So,
Cuando no hay nada
like
más
I
de
say,
comer.
we value that kind of sandbox exploration and player freedom.
I'm totally going to eat
and then
while we're watching
combine
this,
that
guys.
with the sort of unique Britishness, and that led to the environment that we've got in the game. So it's kind of an alternate history story, and it's a mystery that you uncover what's happened. And as part of the process of building that game world,
This is a must-play, guys. We're now
look back
slotting this
at
into March.
1950s
I'm
storytelling.
telling you
So,
right now. This is going to be a March
references
game.
like Quatermass
for us.
series, which is one of the very earliest sci-fi serials, or like early Doctor Who, and things like that. Some like UK TV Gold kind of cultural reference points that even if people don't know the reference itself, they know the influences that came from it. And at the time, there wasn't a clear distinction between like folk horror and sci-fi and those kind of stories. So it's a blend, it's a natural blend in the storytelling style of the 50s.
And of course, you have to chuck some cricket bats in there for good measure. I mean, the combat's pretty crunchy, right? I mean, this is, like you say, a bit of a departure from Sniper Elite, which is typically long range, but in here we're getting right up, even the fact that it's first-person camera as well. Like, these are conscious decisions you've made. So why did it feel right for Atomfall to treat it that way?
So in the case of Sniper Elite, you are an elite trained sniper. You know, Carl Fairbairn's like a human sniper rifle, right? He knows exactly how to fire a shot, miles to take out that one guy. This is a different character in a different situation. We wanted it to be a mystery, so there are no signifiers of age, race, or gender for the player character. They're wearing gloves, so you don't know who they are. Their backstory is part of the mystery that you may or may not uncover as you explore. We wanted you to feel more like it's not so much a war zone as a pub brawl. You're desperately attempting to survive. There's not much ammo around. The guns are all rusty because everyone's been trapped in this quarantine zone for 5 years. You're mixing melee and ranged combat. You can throw your melee weapons. You can kick people to make them stagger
So
back.
it sounds like it's a confined environment.
Desperately mixing options and scavenging
Which is
desperately
a smaller,
for resources.
it's
So
not
there's
going to be a
real
big
kind of
open world game. It's a
tension
smaller linear
as you
game.
play, which
I'm
is
fine
very,
with
very
that.
tonally different to Carl, who's calm and controlled and reads an entire situation before he decides what to do.
I think we can definitely get on board with the pub crawl.
Yeah. My entire playthrough is like it's a scene from Kingsman basically, and it's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel great.
talking about Kyle and, that he's an iconic character. What about the characters in Atomfall? Are player characters and maybe so much of the focus, but are there other people that we're going to meet that are going to be key?
Yeah, so I need to have the right answer that doesn't spoil too many things. But as you explore the game world, different characters will ask you to help uncover the mystery of what happened in the Windscale plant and maybe ask you to do something when you get there. And if you do that for them, they might try and find you a way to escape this quarantine zone, or they promise to. So as you explore, you've got to decide who you trust and who you don't trust, whether you think they're telling the truth or trying to manipulate you, whether you believe the same things as they do. So it's all murky shades of grey. There's no good guys and bad guys, and it's all completely open to the player. So you could theoretically kill every character in the game, and there's still a way to finish the game. You could theoretically play through and kill no one, and there's other routes available to you. So we really pushed hard.
He literally just, I'm glad he prefaced it by theoretically you could. Because remember that video we watched about Sean Murray?
And choosing what to do. So there's lots of tropish
people read things into
kind of
videos.
He just confirmed. He
just confirmed that you can beat the game even if you kill all the NPCs. He said theoretically.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, as a fellow Scot, Ben, really quick, are there any maybe Scottish people in there that we can look forward to meeting? I'm sorry.
No spoilers. Yeah. But what we have done is we've taken like 1950s sci-fi, 1950s, or like old-fashioned folk horror type trope characters and Cold War scientist trope characters, and you'll meet those kinds of people as you explore through the game, and then still decide whether you trust them or not.
Okay.
So we got pub rules, we got crazy characters. They're all living in this open world that we're experiencing. Can you tell us more about that? I mean, how did you construct it? How big is it as well?
Okay, well, what Rebellion excels at is these deeply packed kind of sandbox maps. So the way that we've structured Atomfall is a series of like 5 or 6, depending on how you count, sandbox maps like the one you can see just now.
So confined linear environment.
Between them at any time. They're all thematically very, very different. And then there's loads of interiors and like large-scale, story-driven locations that you might uncover, as well as bunkers that are full of loot.
Somebody better say something about get yogurt in my mustache.
What we wanted to do is really lean into that.
Otherwise, my wife will yell when she comes in.
Puzzle box.
I told you to use your
napkin. So I've spent all day watching people play the game, and no two playthroughs have been the same. People can approach it all very, very differently, get different experiences. As you explore the game, you'll find leads as well. So we don't have a kind of quest system. We've got leads that you piece together clues that help you understand what's happening. So we built this puzzle box, the sandbox of interconnected options for the player, and then we just let them go for it. They might find a difficult, dangerous place and die, but we signpost very clearly that it's a dangerous place, and then it's kind of up to them what happens.
That's right. I love a puzzle. I'm buzzing.
Yeah.
We're great at solving them together, to be fair.
Well, we could work on it. I mean, you just said that there'll be leads that players can follow. Tell us a bit about.
Can we build a settlement? It doesn't sound like this is going to be a settlement building game.
Literally pulling out a metal detector and taking part in that great British tradition of finding some old coins or whatever it could be. But what are the other ways we can do that?
Yeah, so you might find a lead that someone's hidden in a box under the ground somewhere. They've a bit of storytelling around it to draw the player in and make them try and understand how it fits to the game world. But there's also characters that you might find in the world. There's friendly characters that you can barter with, and they might sell you or rather trade something with you which has a lead in it. Or if you do some trade with them, they might get friendly to you and give you a lead. You can also have conversations with characters, and if you choose the right choices, you might get some more information from them. The way that we've approached those is the same kind of high stakes player freedom. So you can get the conversation wrong, right? You're not working your way down a list of conversation topics until they grey out and then moving on to the next one. It works more like a real conversation. So if you judge their personality wrong and say the wrong thing, they might shut down and stop talking to you. And you've pruned a chain of leads that you might otherwise have found something interesting in the game world. So you're always having these influences and layers that you may even not notice are there.
That sounds so smart. I can't wait to dive into that as well. That's so cool. I understand there's some crafting elements in that as well, and also, metal detectors, scavenging. Can you tell us what that kind of looks like in Atomfall?
Sure. So the player's desperately trying to survive and finding materials to help them survive. So even if they find a gun, there might be 3 bullets for the gun. So
Oh,
they can
limited
find
ammo.
materials that let them craft things to help them heal or help them in combat, so Molotov cocktails and makeshift grenades and things like that. So you find yourself trapped into a corner and you can make these resources that help you survive. Like I say, we're trying to make sure that we find this sweet spot where you feel kind of desperate as you're trying to survive. As we want you to use everything that you find. We've made sure your backpack capacity is quite limited as well, so you're really pushed to make these difficult choices and decide even whether you want to engage.
That's going to trigger some people. I can't carry everything. I'm not going to play.
Hey. 5 guys with a Molotov.
I don't want to play
really,
Inventory
really
Manager
stakes,
101.
But it makes it very rewarding when you manage to pull something off.
That's the thing, though. It does feel rewarding when you can figure it out with a limited
restricted
inventory.
area. Already seen a ribcage. I mean,
yeah. I mean, so
this is going to go great.
Like I mentioned earlier, if you're heading into somewhere difficult or dangerous or scary, we make sure and signpost it. So you know, if you go into a place like that and then you die, you go, "Oh, I should have guessed. Yeah, there was a skeleton outside."
Yeah, that one's on me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To be fair, I'm very good at ignoring red flags, so we'll see about that.
And in terms of the player's progression then, so you're making all these decisions, you're making friends with everybody, you're crafting your gear. What about skills, anything like that in the game?
Sure. So there's a range of skills that help reinforce the player's ability to survive in this dangerous world. So
this is a deep dive into Atomfall. This is really informative, guys. This is definitely in our March slot now.
Durability skills that mean you can take more damage and survive in dangerous areas. And then also
definitely slotted into
March. Your overall
this is a must-play for me. Looks awesome.
Like that. So really we wanted to keep it grounded so that there's always that sense of threat and pressure, but we wanted to give you some advantages. So you might learn a skill that lets you throw a melee weapon, and if it's bladed, it'll stick in targets and things like that, just to help give you that edge over the course of the game.
Some sort of creepy monsters.
This location here, they're in a kind of dark and then scary interior. So we've got the player's progression, but then there's also a kind of game world progression where they're uncovering a mystery. So quite literally, they have to push deep into the world and into the underground of the world to find these dark and scary places. We try and keep it tense the entire way through the game.
I was going to say, because there is the sci-fi element, but there's a bit of horror vibes I'm getting too. Like, so with us competing with people maybe on a top level, and now we've got into this bunker, there must be some monsters of some kind.
Yeah, we just saw a little glimpse of something scary and monstrous, and as you push into the mystery, you will find more elements influenced by what happened. But yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said earlier, the storytelling style of the 50s and 60s.
Are they a Scottish
really
company?
Have a division between
I don't know enough about
the
Sniper Elite.
Like a blend for a certain
I know
kind
of the
story
game. I don't know enough about the company behind it, which is the company
Cold
behind
War,
this.
but in a way that wasn't too political, I guess. So, you know, folk horror stories are about the division between rural and urban civilization and how there's a tension between them, and Cold War stories are about fear of the outsiders and others and that sort of thing. And there's thematic resonances between all of these different storytelling styles, which make it
Atomfall
really
is a
easy
survival
for us
action
to
game.
push into these otherworldly horror elements as you push into the mystery.
Nice. That's so sick.
We've got quite an atmospheric
They're a British
bunker,
company
like
from
we said,
Oxford.
as well.
Rebellion Developments.
Have you got a favourite part of the maps that you can share us with? Again, nothing. I'm really pushing it here, but any favourite place to maybe.
They're best
have
known
a
for their Sniper
picnic or
Elite
anything
games
like
and
that?
multiple games in the Alien
there's
vs
a favourite
Predator
secret
series.
place, which I can tell you about a little bit. So, as the player,
They've
is
also published comic
starting the
books
game, they're
since
given one
2000,
lead,
such as
person
2008
tells them
AD,
the
redone
heart of this mystery is
Judge
located
Dredd
at the
and so Judge
interchange.
Dredd
So
and
to
Rogue
begin with, you're
Trooper.
trying to find this place.
Okay.
As you make your way in, it's all unpowered, it's been shut down, it's been quarantined, and you push into it and open it up more and more, and it's like an unfurling flower as you find all of
They
these
have
leads at the heart
475
of the
employees.
mystery.
They're a pretty big
And the
company.
more you find,
All right.
the more leads there are to find. So you end up in this kind of like
I've never
snowball
played
effect.
any of the Alien vs Predator games.
He's just picked up a Cornish pasty.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
stunning.
Yeah. Well, this is pre-Greg's era, I suppose. So we'll take all we can get for now.
That's brilliant.
Just
Oh
don't
my
ask what
gosh.
meat's in it.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
It's really fun for me to see like the contrast between that dank bunker we just came out of, and then like the overworld is so lush and vibrant. And listen, I've been to the north of England. It's not always this green, so sometimes, yeah, exactly. I mean, I live in London, and it's just grey all the time. So any green I can get is good. But
They've worked on a ton of games.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh? That's
So
just me being ignorant about who
will
they
we
are.
see many other types of biomes or environments in the game as well?
Yeah, so one example would be there's a woodland nearby, but it has more of a kind of spooky folk horror-ish tone. As you get into it, it feels more mysterious and occult. And there's a group of kind of pagans that if you tread wrong, they'll cut your face off with sickles, you know. Or you can find a friendly character who's sort of part of that group and talk your way into their compound. So we give you all these different options to, you know, for whichever faction there are, ways to befriend them or get in a fight with them. Yeah,
I like that as well. Very good. I mean, I think we, especially at Xbox On, are super excited for Atomfall and to check it out.
You're welcome.
And maybe even come across ourselves, because Henry and I and Charlie have actually been scanned into the game, which we're very excited to maybe come across ourselves. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
There's Henry getting his wee...
Yeah, I have to say it's maybe not the most flattering, you know, methods of doing it, but what are you actually doing to me there? Because I just signed something and agreed to show up dressed as a big baby, and apparently that's for something. But
yeah, no,
what did you guys do?
I
thought so. Yeah. What is it that you guys have to do to get someone scanned into your games? Because the realism is quite impressive.
Sure. So we go through a highly detailed scanning process of every angle of your face and different configurations. So we get wrinkle maps and things like that.
What do you mean? I'm perfect.
Of course, yeah. So we didn't bother with the wrinkle.
Okay.
So they're all assembled by character artists and rigged so they can animate. And then we, in the case of Atomfall, we then put that in a sort of character builder system. That means we can put costumes on the characters. We might grub your face up a bit because, you know, they've been surviving for 5 years without washing machines and soap. And then we just find exactly the right spot for each kind of memorable face in the game.
That's really cool.
I'm definitely looking out for where I am. If I'm on an enemy, that's okay. I've always wondered what I'd look like if I had a cricket bat to the face. So this is great. And you're going to be getting scanned in pretty soon.
Yeah. I can't wait. As long as you put some fake eyelashes on me as well, then.
I'll make a note. Yeah.
Are you in the game as well? Have you been scanned?
No, I haven't been scanned yet.
Okay.
No. You have to shave a beard off if you want to get.
Yeah, you had to do that.
That was fun.
Yeah.
It was just the beard that we had to shave. Right.
may have done the full body and not needed
bonkers. It looks British as heck. And
no, we have not gone back and played more No Man's Sky yet. That was at the beginning of the stream. It's still the live stream, so.
And yeah,
excellent. Thank you very much.
And we are going to be taking a little look at some other games, but your game's coming out in 2025 on Xbox Game Pass, which is great.
Oh, it's going to be a Game Pass game too.
Throwing it back.
Definitely going to play this then, for sure. That's even more reason to want to play it.
Before we do that, we do want to check out some new gameplay. It's Dragon Ball. Oh yeah, Sparking Zero. It's back. Check this out.
Okay, so we've got a Stalker 2 deep dive, Diablo 4 deep dive, Starfield blip. I don't need to cover that because I've already covered the update. And Atomfall deep dive. So those are 3 videos I'm definitely going to pull out today.
Thank you for joining us today in this exciting showcase.
Oh, any new gameplay from No Man's Sky? I have not seen anything from Hello Games yet, no. But we are watching the Xbox specific, but considering that No Man's Sky has is a Game Pass game, I would think if there's news about Light No Fire or the next DLC, it would be showing up here if they have news.
First up is Episode Battle.
We still have 2 more days ahead of us, so.
In this single player mode, you can take the point of view of 8 different characters, including Goku and Vegeta, and enjoy famous battles from
I'll be right back.
For each stage, you'll be playing through an introduction before heading into some of the most iconic fights in Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. The number of stages and battles vary by character.
We're here to take you down, simple as that.
Next up is Custom Battle. In this mode, players fight in battles that each have their own original scenes. Some battles will also have different victory condition, and some might even have event cutscenes pop up midway, so you'll be able to enjoy battles different from the norm. Using Edit mode, you'll be able to freely set the characters to be played, as well as the pre-battle and post-battle cutscenes, in order to make your own original battle. What you've made will be able to be uploaded and viewed online for the whole world to play, so hope you enjoy sharing the battles and situations that you have created. Now, the moment you've been waiting for. Coming
my kitty
straight
cat
from the
Smeagol
Majin Buu
snuck in here
saga,
to go take a nap.
Ultimate Gohan is our latest addition
And it's
to
time
the
for his
roster.
last antibiotics
After
right
his
now.
rigorous training,
And Chris
he's
is like,
ready
where
to
did he
show
go?
his power in
Where's
an
he
all-out
hiding?
fight against Kefla in her Super Saiyan 2 form. Enjoy!
Snuck in here to take a nap. He's like, I don't want medicine. It's the last day though, so. This is how you can tell my level of interest in Dragon Ball. Clipping hangnails. Not hangnails. What do you call it when you have like a... Yeah, so you can get a little bit of the skin that you want to clip off so that you don't accidentally pull at it. That's a hangnail, isn't it? Emulator says a lot of folks like it, but the entire value I've gotten from Dragon Ball is parody fodder for shows I actually like. Spare21 says gameplay reminds me of how I imagined my action figures fighting when I played them as a kid. That is why this is a great franchise for kids. Dragon Ball, it fills a void for that. Something I remember when I was a kid, like, I don't think they're a big deal anymore, but G.I. Joe, like action figurines, but like my brother and I would take like my mom's, like, she would throw away like sandwich bags, like old Ziploc bags and sandwich bags. My brother and I would get them from the trash and like clean them up and like take them and use like thread and stuff and build parachutes for our G.I. Joes. And we would like chuck them out of trees and like homemade parachutes and stuff. We used to build zip lines for our G.I. Joes with like string. And we'd climb up a tree like 25 feet, build a zip line into the bushes over there, and then take your G.I. Joe. Right, exactly, Ripnator. Your Star Wars action figures, rock slides for the Stormtrooper. Fuck yeah, that kind of stuff. There's nothing wrong with it. Dude, I still did that with Chris a couple years back. I took a bunch of miniatures. We were doing a photo shoot for our tabletop world. And I went into the park in Mexico City, and we literally did like a week of photo shoots where we went in with my little pewter miniatures for D&D, and we did photo shoots in the grass and trees of the park, and I set up little sequences of like still shots and stuff. It's a lot of fun. So you can still do it in your 40s too, kids.
Now, there is nothing like enhancing a classic with modern graphics and gameplay mechanics. And if that classic feature can feature, new expansions and a remastering of the multiplayer experience, well, in my eyes, it's even better. So here from World's Edge even, to give us the latest on Age of Mythology Retold, please welcome Senior Director of Production, Ernest Yen, and Senior Game Designer, Kristen Perillo. Welcome.
I love the hats.
Prostagma to you. Thank you so much. Now, Age of Mythology, there's loads going on here at Gamescom.
Nicely done.
In general, there's loads going on anyway, but you also had a pretty epic opening night live, so I want to hear all about that. I want to hear all about the booth. I want to hear everything.
Great. So first, thank you, Jeff Keighley, for showing the awesome premiere trailer that we just showing in opening the live last night.
I am going to do a first impressions on this. It's on my Xbox, ready to load.
In this case, like one of them is.
I don't know how deep I'll get into it, but I'll definitely give it a shot.
And about this really, really epic story that a lot of our fans remember really fondly. So over multiple campaigns, over 50 missions, it is epic, amazing. Wow. And of course, the trailer also show off like the new graphics we have in the game, looking really pretty.
It's always in Germany, really Ripnator.
So.
Gamescom is always in Germany.
And the trailer's been fantastic.
And they've
because
got
it really
local.
showcases how
Xbox
diverse
has
each
local talent on
civilization
site,
is within
so.
Myth.
Yeah.
We have our Greeks, we have Egyptians, Norse, and Atlantean. They all have their own gods, their lore, the way that they play.
I think they have had some.
There's just so much diversity within the gameplay.
MCs from the US, but they're also using people from Europe as
talking
well.
about the booth, yes, we are here, so like people can actually come.
You're just
and
over the back, over there. You're like tucked away over that
right
way.
there.
If
Go
anyone's planning on
over.
coming tomorrow,
She's
just
definitely
over
UK.
there.
And if you come, you
I
can
think she
get
said
like this
Scottish.
awesome lightning
No,
bolt,
maybe that was another girl who
right?
said she
And
was
also
Scottish
take you
earlier. I don't
out.
remember.
So it's like really, really cool. And by the way, this is not
There's
the
too
only
many.
thing that we have
I'm not
here.
paying
So
attention right now.
on top of Age of Mythology Retold, we also recently announced Age of Empires Mobile. And then, like, if you come by the booth, you can get this like awesome like pop socket. It's like amazing. So highly recommend.
I'm going to be first in the queue to get one of those as soon as possible.
It's so cool. And the game is actually, we just announced that it's going to be available globally on October 17th. So it's a very different, very new experience that we're expanding Age of Empires to the mobile audience. So it's a game built with the awesome Team Studio Group, and they have crafted something that's amazing for the mobile gamers.
Oh, how exciting. I can't wait to see it. Amazing. Right, so I know you have more news to come as we're talking here today, but the first thing I want to talk about is that this is more of it's more than a remastering, but it's different to a sequel, right? So I don't know, what in the name of gods does Retold actually mean?
Right. So for a few years now, our fans know we have been building these things called like definitive editions. And there's one key goal that we have.
There was
which is
Babylonia, and
we
I
want to
didn't
build
pay
the title
attention,
that's in
and
your
I
head,
should,
right?
knowing that there's a LATAM one.
When you actually think about
if it's
the
close
games
by,
that you
I
grew
would
up
totally
with
go
and
to
play,
that.
like you remember
Like if they do one in Mexico, I'll fucking go. The next one's in Brazil, though.
When you actually try
that's
to play
that's
the original
far
for
enough
real,
away.
and
That's
look
like
at
going
it
to
and say,
Europe,
like,
though. So
that's not what I
probably won't
remember
happen.
at all. So we want to build the one that's actually in your head and how it looks like, how it feels like. So that's the goal. So
My wife uses
and
those things,
Yeah,
Sparrow
really want to
21.
thank
I
the
do
fans for
not. My phone
supporting
is
us for so
just a
long
phone
for
with
all the different editions.
fall
but for
a fall carry.
Retold, Age of Mythology Retold, we are
A
doing
fall
beyond what we have
protector
done in different
carry
editions.
case. It's
So
not even a carry
on top
case,
of
it's just a
all
case.
the graphics and
by the way,
all
this
the
case did not
gameplay
work for
from
this
the
phone.
original, we actually
My
tweaked it and
Samsung
added a
5
bunch
that I
of
had, the
new things to
S5,
it as well, and
my
this is
Galaxy
amazing.
S5, I
So-
dropped
Yeah,
that
I mean,
thing
from the
probably
design
50
side,
times,
from the get-go,
never broke. The
we
case was
really
great.
asked ourselves,
This thing,
how can
this
we
case didn't
maximize
protect
our
it for shit.
mythology?
The first time I
And
dropped
so
it,
we've,
screen
you know, we've
fractured.
got
So I've had a
reusable God
fractured
cards, which
screen
you can
for
actually see.
like
We've got
2 years.
our, you know,
not a
approachability
very
features
expensive
like our
phone,
VPS.
so
We
it's just
brought
an
it from
A12.
other titles. We've got, you know, a more favor-based economy, so you can build more monsters, and our
But my wife
population
uses the
cap
big
is much higher now.
things
So
on the
not only
back.
can you build more
I'm not a-
monsters,
I'm
you
not
can
a
just build
fan.
more of everything.
You add me in more monsters, I'll stop you there. It feels like a love letter, really. Everything you've learned so far, you're bringing back, and I love the idea of taking out what you see in your head and then making that version of the game. I think it's absolutely wonderful. So you mentioned a little bit about god powers, actually. I heard we have our very own gods wandering around at Gamescom, by the way, while we're on the subject.
Yes, we have invited them to the booth, so you also can actually see them. We have Athena and Zeus here in our booth, so come by, see them. Like, you can see them on screen like that.
Zeus is loose.
Goodness me, where did you find that?
They are amazing. That is so
nice. Oh my goodness me.
Please come by. It takes a lot of work for us to invite them to the booth. So
a lot of convincing.
a lot of convincing.
Beautiful, awesome. Okay, back to the game now. Sorry, tangent. So seeing the gameplay that we just saw just then, it's really clear that the team has been hard at work on the visuals. I think you both mentioned it already. So what can we expect? What exactly does that mean?
So for graphics, we actually have redone every single graphics that you actually see in the game. So like every single 3D asset, every single animations, like effects,
just
all
be
of
gentle
them
with
are
him and-
completely rebuilt. So for
He's
just
gonna be
for
mad
this
with me,
game.
but it's fine.
And
Here, let me
it's
grab it.
amazing.
Here,
The team did really, really good work. But we want to make sure that you
Chris
also
is
keep
gonna
the
try to give
flavor
him
of the
his
original.
meds. He's
Because
totally
again, we
curled
want
up
to
in
build a
sleep,
game
but
that
she's
people
in here with a
remember.
syringe, like,
So it's
wakey,
really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a labor of love. I will say that much. Yeah, so we've gone asset by asset. And we've just made overall improvements. We
Spiegel,
wanted
did Mommy
everything to look and
wake
feel
you up,
mythical.
give
And
me
so we
meds?
have, you know, our destruction
Can you have a
effects. We
snack?
support ray tracing. But like Ernest had said earlier, you know, sometimes when we've gone back and look at these assets in 2024, we realized
Poor
that
guy,
we had
he's
an
over
image in our head that was very different than blurry pixels, you know, wrapped around a sphere. And so we had a lot of philosophical discussions because, you know, the dev team
Russ
were
Parsons
all
says your
major fans of the
expedition in No
original.
Man's
So,
Sky is
I mean,
helpful since I'm a new
Arcantus was
player.
a big one
Awesome
where we
to
were
hear.
like,
Also love the
what
Spanish
do you
because
have
I've been
a
learning
dimple?
it for over a year.
Or what
I don't
does
need
Tim
kitty
be more
snacks.
square? What do you
I
have?
want to be in those meetings, please.
They've been really
Yes.
fun. You know, it's part Rorschach test looking at some of the assets, and then it's like labor of love, and it, you know, it all comes together to make that game that we remember loving and playing.
Amazing. So if I've got everything right here, so Age of Mythology Retold as complete visual overhaul, updated god powers, and larger-than-life myth units. Now, small enough to keep me interested, but is there anything else that you have to share?
Yes, definitely want to say that remind people
last day of meds
one of
for
the
Spiegel.
coolest thing that we have done for
that
here
was kitty
is that
food.
we are releasing on PC and Xbox with crossplay at the same time. We have never done that with
like a
any
champion
games, so it is the first time we're releasing
During
on
his
multiple
last day of
platforms at the
antibiotics,
same time. So really happy to be able to bring the game to not only the keyboard and mouse player, but to controllerless players as well. Because the game people really remember, beloved it. We want everybody to be able to play together.
And you've had some fantastic versions on the console recently, so
Yes.
those players want to absolutely join you. Now, you also have some other really exciting things to tell us today. I know I'm really gripped for this, but what can you tell us about the Freya Gods Pack?
Oh, I am so excited to be able to talk about this.
Here we go.
So the Freya God Pack really is kind of like a new DLC type for us. And what we really wanted to do was offer the players a new strategy type for the Norse, which is, you know, a beloved civilization from the legacy game that can sometimes be very offensive in the way that it plays. And so with our Freyr God Pack, we wanted to offer a defensive skew to it. So with the Freyr God Pack, players will be getting 4 new god types featuring Freyr, who is the god of fertility and kingship, and then 3 minor gods, as well as all the things that they come with, like their myth units and their god powers.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. That's insane, by the way. 4 new ones. Amazing. Are you able to talk us through each one? Can we do that?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Excellent.
So we have Uller, who is the god of archery, and his myth unit is a Draugr, which you may see in the film here. The Draugr is an awesome myth unit.
I'm gonna go grab my
he's
coffee.
an undead archer, and his arrows can pierce multiple targets, whatever is in his line of sight. We have Aegir, who is the god of storms, and his god power, he has a horrifying hailstorm that will slow everybody down, and it's very frosty. And he is one of the best myth units, which is a rock giant, and if you upgrade him, he can eat buildings, and he will.
God, I love this game.
And our mythic age god is Vidar, who is the god of vengeance, very appropriate for the mythic age. And so his god power, he calls upon Fenrir, which is a mythological wolf. And Fenrir is interesting. He has a path of destruction. He'll light forests on fire, and the wolf comes up in a very scary, ghostly manner. And then his myth unit is actually my personal favorite. Another famous character from mythology, Fafnir, who is a very greedy dragon. Everywhere he goes, he leaves like a trail of poison.
Love it.
And if you slay Fafnir on the battlefield, he actually melts into a pile of gold coins. So it's been very fun to make.
I really love how much you've fleshed out each of those. Like, yeah, that one's going to eat buildings, isn't he? Love it.
All right.
So good. Wonderful.
These games bring out your inner
Just want to do a
micromanager.
quick reminder that Freya
Sit down and play for a little bit, says emulator over on Twitch, and then bye-bye day.
And all the people, the major and minor gods.
That's how I felt with No
definitely
Man's Sky
get the
recently. I sit
premium
down and play
edition.
for
And by the way, if you get
2
the
hours,
premium
next thing
edition
I'm
of the
into a
game,
4-hour
you also will be
stream, which
able
I
to
haven't done
access the game
much
earlier.
of.
So like the game is coming out September 4th, but like if you have the premium edition, you can start playing on August 28th, 7 days early.
Good deal to me. Love it. Awesome. So as well as choosing your god and battling across this frozen north, what other new content can we expect from the Freya Gods Pack?
Yes, so with the Freyr God Pack, there's also a new playable level called Reagan Leaf Rally, and I won't spoil it. It's very fun. You'll get the chance to play all of the fun new myth units and god powers and techs I just mentioned. And really the best part of this level is that it does feature one of our villains from the Legacy campaign, Gargarensis, who is just a peach. And it's a great experience.
I'm stuck on Peach there. I can't wait to unpack this expansion, but I need to ask you both, Ernest, Kirsten, what dates? I know we spoke them a little bit, but let's go over it one more time so everyone's got them written on the calendar at home.
Yep, September 4th is when the game is coming out. So, but I do want to be clear that the way that we like to build our games, September 4th is really just the beginning. So we will continue to support the game, we'll continue to do updates, balance, listen to consumer feedback, and honestly, our players are amazing. They give us really good feedback, and then we can continue to improve the game.
Yeah, and part of that is, we have 2 new Pantheons coming with playable civilizations, and then we also have a new game mode, Arena of the Gods, which we're excited to talk about soon.
Ooh, how exciting. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to make sure I get the pop socket. I'm going to make sure I get whatever these things you're wearing. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to get them. So thanks so much for stopping by. There are loads more Age of Mythology stuff going on for all types of gamers. But first things first, as Ersten said, if you haven't already, make sure you pre-order Age of Mythology Retold Premium Edition to get the Freya Gods pack, 7 days early access, and so much more. You can play early from August 28th, and that is only 1 week from today. And that, my friends, is a wrap on day one from the Xbox Gamescom booth here in Germany. Join us tomorrow for Star Wars Outlaws, the latest chapter from Fallout 76 Milepost Zero.
Tomorrow.
And then we'll dive into the most ambitious story arc that World of Warcraft has ever seen. And there's probably going to be so much more too. So until tomorrow,
Kill Knight,
have a
Kazan,
great
Terror
day.
Planet Coaster 2,
Auf
Life is
Wiedersehen.
Strange, Double Exposure, the casting of Frank Stone. I'm going to pause this for a second so we can get a look at what's coming. So we're going to be streaming this tomorrow, guys. So we're going to do the same thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be starting at 5 a.m. Central in North America time. We're going to be playing No Man's Sky for about 2 hours. Tomorrow will probably be, it'll be the last No Man's Sky day until Sunday. But tomorrow morning, we're going to do No Man's Sky for a couple hours, and we're going to roll into the Xbox coverage. Tomorrow is Thursday. So it sounds like we're definitely getting Star Wars Outlaws footage tomorrow. By the way, the stream is continuing, guys. I'm just letting everybody know what we're doing tomorrow. We're getting Star Wars Outlaws footage tomorrow, World of Warcraft: The War Within footage tomorrow, Fallout 76 Milepost Zero, I don't even know what that is, Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road, which is the most recent expansion for Elder Scrolls Online, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And tomorrow night, we're going to be live on YouTube and Twitch. I will be live streaming World of Warcraft: The War Within because I do have the Epic Edition, so my early access starts tomorrow afternoon, evening. So expect to see a 3 or 4 hour World of Warcraft War Within stream tomorrow evening. But in the morning, we're going to be doing No Man's Sky and then Gamescom coverage. And then in the evening, we'll be doing World of Warcraft. Then Friday, we'll be waking up doing World of Warcraft, The War Within, and going into Gamescom. On Saturday, World of Warcraft, and then going into any videos and reaction content that I might have missed from Gamescom. And then Sunday morning, back again, 5 a.m., No Man's Sky, followed by any reaction videos and stuff I need to do. We'll be doing about 6-hour streams the next few days, and then rolling into Monday of next week, I'll be back to the normal schedule. If I've covered everything from Gamescom, we'll be back to the normal schedule of morning streams at 11 a.m. Central for like 3 hours, and it's going to be War Within on Monday, and then Star Wars Outlaws hits Tuesday. I have the Epic Edition. We're going to go from Star Wars Outlaws straight into Space Marine 2, from Space Marine 2 probably straight into Starfield and Shattered Space. But if I have any downtime, I want to try that Dustborne game that they talked about, because that's out now, and that would be something cool to squeeze in. I might be able to squeeze that in somewhere in there. And then we have Shattered Space on the 30th. But we'll be starting our Starfield playthrough probably a week before that maybe. I'd like to get back into Starfield. My second playthrough, keep continuing that, get used to the new vehicle, explore some planets, build an outpost, do some new guides. We got a lot of stuff to do over the next few days. So from here, I've got a couple of videos that I want to watch. What time is it right now? It's about 9:30. There are a couple of things I want to watch with everybody. And then we'll probably roll right into some more No Man's Sky footage this morning. So let's see what I've got in the bag. I need to make sure I've got timestamps on all this stuff. Essentially, I need to do this. These are video. I'm marking all the things I need to cut out. And this. 3 videos I need to cut out here. And I don't remember where I bookmarked it, but there was a Stalker 2 deep dive that I wanted to look at. Stalker 2 gameplay. No. Gameplay overview. There it is. Stalker 2 Chernobyl. This is the one. Yeah, this is the Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl developer deep dive from Xbox. It is a 35-minute video. We're going to watch this together, and then after this, we're going to roll into some more No Man's Sky, everybody. So, all right, let me check this. This is, I need to timestamp all this stuff. Let me see if there is a cool image that they've got used as a thumbnail that I can also use. Probably just going to be this right here. That way I can have a timestamp for this. We are 3 hours 34 minutes. Stalker 2. Okay. All right, so this launched about a week ago on the Xbox YouTube channel. I've not yet had a chance to watch it, but since we just watched the Stalker 2 discussion earlier during the live stream today for Xbox's Gamescom coverage for day one, it's a perfect time to roll into this. This is a developer deep dive on Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl, which is coming November 20th to Xbox and PC. We will be playing this on the Series X. I'm looking forward to this game. I've never played previous Stalker entries, but everything I've seen around this game looks super cool, super interesting. I like the vibe. It's got some shooter elements, some horror elements, some sort of sneak elements. Looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and check out this developer deep dive for Stalker 2. It is a lot of activities through testing. Sparrow says, I'll live vicariously through you for WoW Early Access. There you go. Starting tomorrow night. Well, this will air. I don't know when this is airing, but yeah. Term used to describe the bounty hunters that delve deep into the zone, which is the restricted area around the Chernobyl power plant. Made in Ukraine. I don't have time, Rosa, so no, I won't. I will not play the previous Stalker games.
Свобода. Самотність. Сум. Страх. Мене звуть Марія Григорович, я креативний директор Stalker 2. Ми сьогодні познайомимо вас з нашим світом і нашою грою трохи більше. Ми покажемо.
Hold up, there are subtitles that I was not aware of. Let me go back to this because she was talking, and I want to make sure that I did not know there was going to be subtitles for this. So hang on, I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything that she was saying. Now that I know that, we've turned subtitles on.
Атмосфера.
Atmosphere.
Свобода. Самотність. Сум. Страх. Мене звуть Марія Григорович, я креативний директор Stalker 2. Ми сьогодні познайомимо вас з нашим світом і нашою грою трохи більше. Ми покажемо проходження одного з квестів на регіоні болота.
Okay, so we're going to get a walkthrough of the quests in the
що
swamp
наприкінці
area.
цього відео вам стане зрозуміліше, що це за світ і як багато душі і сил ми у нього вклали.
Perfect.
Мене звуть Євген Григорович. На Stalker 2 я гейм-директор і керівник студії.
This is the guy we just saw earlier doing the presentation.
Постійно мали дивитись назад на той успіх, котрий заклали розробники першої частини, бо ми не можемо зробити менше, ніж якийсь новий рівень.
Всім привіт! Мене звуть Дмитро Ножко, і я є Lead Level Art GC Game World. І я відповідаю за те, щоб світ Stalker 2 був великий, красивий та візуально цікавий. Stalker 2 зайняв особливе місце в моєму серці. Чорнобильська катастрофа – це історія моєї родини і моєї
I love the coffee mug placement. That was perfect advertising for their game studio.
Лякала, але водночас надихала і надихає досі своєю мертвою безтурботністю та незримою, але смертельною
небезпекою. The invisible but fatal danger. Yeah, I would be terrified to go to the exclusion zone.
У яких відчувається привід.
Watching the HBO show they did 2 years ago was fascinating. That was a great show.
Привіт, мене звати Ігор Довготелес, я тімлід відділу сінематиків, і ми працюємо в грі над катсценами. Цей світ для мене дуже важливий, тому що можна впевненістю сказати, що я, як і всі розробники цієї гри, ми проводимо в ньому більшість часу останні роки.
Його не можна порівняти, поставити поряд іншу гру, бо такої іншої гри немає.
Excuse me. Hopefully I didn't cut the mic too loud.
Від Stalker 2 є величезним, безшовним відкритим світом, що складається з аж 20 регіонів. І кожен
20
регіон має
regions,
свої
each with its own
особливості.
residents, architecture,
Архітектуру, мешканців, аномалії,
anomalies
навіть
in
природу.
nature.
І багато хто з них цілком мог би бути повноцінною окремою грою.
Навіщо така велика зона? Тому що вона про свободу. Щоб дати це відчуття свободи, щоб дати це відчуття
That makes total
самотності,
sense. They
щоб
want you
дати
to
це
feel
відчуття
the
тривоги.
emptiness,
В грі майже немає
the tension of things that could jump out at you from anywhere because there's no humans here, right? Or at least,
кудись.
well, there are
Тобто в
things.
більшості
There are
випадків
places and
гравець
things.
може відвідати будь-яку локацію.
Більшість наших
Makes sense.
локацій мають реальні прототипи. Деякі ми реалізували точнісінько.
Some of them are
деякі
exactly how they
трохи
are, but some of them have been
підкрасили або
polished or
переробили.
redesigned. Okay.
Ми переглянули купу референсів, ретельно вивчили все реальні локації, природу зони. Це вкрай незвичайне поєднання
It looks really
сеттингів, яке засноване на реальному світі.
And creepy,
І
like Seba says,
особисто
yeah.
мені ця ідея та її реалізація здаються дуже оригінальними.
Для мене Stalker 2 в першу чергу це рольова гра. Гравець відіграє, він знаходиться в тілі людини сталкера, і гра дає можливість бути дуже різним сталкером.
Іди куди хочеш, роби що хочеш, відчувай, що хочеш.
Oh, I might have
приймай
to
свої
spec
рішення, може
stealthy. I'm gonna
все,
probably
що
have to spec
завгодно. І
stealthy.
оця свобода – це основа сталкеру.
Chapter 2, The Quest.
Скіф перший потрапляє на болото. Регіон,
According to this,
колись
okay.
населений людьми.
This is
Тут
the
немає
swamps.
сталкерів,
No
але
stalkers
є
here, but lots of other
багато інших небезпек.
dangers. Okay.
Суть цього квеста – це
Oh,
виникати
Rabbi
приводи,
says there are
щоб
humans, but
отримати
there's a lot of
доступ до
faction
ключової
wars
локації.
between them. Okay.
База чиста
Having not
гра.
played the previous games, I'm not aware.
Скіф
That's a big
це
map.
звичайна людина з дуже непростою долею. Він не є супергероєм, а він при цьому має складний характер. Не дуже любить говорити, але він не боїться діяти.
Movement looks good. They all come to the zone to hunt artifacts and money. Okay, cool. Gunfire sounded really good.
За одне проходження ви не зможете
Shotgun?
подивитися
Gotta love
весь
it.
контент та познайомитись з усіма. В залежності від ваших виборів ви будете отримувати трохи різну історію, трохи різні квести.
Dude, dogs are horrible. I'm not a
стикатися
big
з
fan of
кимось
dogs
новим.
in games. Like,
Якщо ви
they come
будете
get you, they
потім
eat you.
перепроходити, ви будете опинятися на іншій стороні барикад, так сказати, і дивитися на це іншими очима.
Radioactive snacks. This is what they were talking about earlier, like the need for bandages separate from like the injection for health points and stuff. Oh, okay, Rabbi. You get progress in the game with looting, so there's not RPG builds per se, but it's through the
В
gear
оригінальній
you get.
трилогії була локація згорілих хутор. Вона була оточена аномаліями смалка. Як ви бачите, вони все ж тут. Це аномальне поле смалок, в якому ми знаходимо артефакт за допомогою детектора.
Mama's beads. Dude,
Ми провели велику
I don't
роботу,
wanna know
щоб
what Mama
дозволити
did with those
гравцям
beads.
глибше поринути в основний сюжет гри. Ми прагнули візуалізувати події та персонажів, з якими ви зможете познайомитися, і чиї цілі та бачення ситуації можуть вам відгукнутися. Зрештою, вибраний вами шлях відкриє вам зону з унікального боку.
Okay. So there's artifacts here. This is reminding me of looting in Cyberpunk 2077.
Основа, яку ми закладали в дизайн, що гра має давати досвід буття сталкера при грі і без сюжету. Напевно, один з основних рушіїв прогресії гравця, так, сили гравця, це знаходження в світі нового
So he pulled something out of that thing.
або зброї, або атачів до зброї, апгрейдів. І
What are the
більшість
bolts
цього
for?
приходить не з прогресії по сюжету, а з цікавості і дослідження світу.
Fuck, there's more dogs. Run! I heard something that did not sound like a dog. That sounded horrifying, whatever that was. Oh, barrels, barrels, barrels. Blow them up! Blow up the barrels! Maybe they're not close enough now. There we go. Gunplay looks good. I hope there's an aim assist because I'm not very good at aiming. No, there was something. What was that? They're like warping in and out of the environment.
Вся така собака приходить зіграє своїх фантомів. Їх візуально не відрізнити. Щоб перемогти, гравець має знайти справжнього собаку і вбити його, позбувшись його
You have to
всіх
kill.
фантомів.
Okay, so you have to kill the actual one to get rid of the phantoms. What are those bolt things he's chucking? That sometimes go up in flames. What's up?
To all Clear Sky personnel, we have been forced to leave the base. It is impossible to determine the exact date of our return at this time. In order to keep the base secure
A
in the
bolt
absence
for
of
anomalies?
scientific personnel, I have
Flames are a type of
configured 5
anomaly?
emission
Okay.
monitoring beacons.
Thanks.
In addition to reading higher order psi effects, their functionality has now been supplemented with the emission of psi radiation into the surrounding environment.
They said C effects? Is it really pronounced that way? Because I've always pronounced it like psi effects. Maybe their
За
voice actor didn't know how
ми
to pronounce
чуємо,
it.
що якийсь
Or maybe it
каленчар
is C effects in
розповідає
this
про
game.
те,
I don't
що
know.
їх
I need to learn more.
група залишила цю місцевість і залишили включеними певні маяки, котрі служили
Mission
їм для того,
alerts?
щоб попереджувати про викиди. Вони їх налаштували всі радіацію
Oh, that
для
doesn't
того,
look
щоб
good at
захистити
all.
свої позиції. Всі радіація, вона вас вбиває. Тому це скоріше як попередження і додаткове розуміння, як з цим діяти.
I like the way you reach into the bag with that animation. That was cool. What do we got going down in here? Dude, there's gonna be creepy crawlies. You know there's gonna be creepy crawlies in there. This is one of those games that's gonna make me pucker, isn't it?
Вони погреб не такий порожній. Тут мешкають
Oh,
тушкани.
yep, cliffside
В даному
entrance
випадку
here.
було б доречно кинути в них гранату і після цього розібратися вже пістолетом з тими, хто залишився.
Here they come. Rats! Those are terrifying looking, whatever they are. Oh, God.
Не забуваємо стежити за станом скіфа. Він може бути голодним, він може хотіти спати, як справжня людина.
Vodka helps to low radiation. Nice. Aaron Victoria, what's up, man?
Така міні-проблема,
My man Tim watches this shit with
знижує
such
його
a joyous look on his
ефективність.
face. Late
Тому
catching up on
треба
the
завжди
stream.
з цим
Always makes me
стежити.
laugh seeing you smile in excitement for games. I really do truly believe that, you know, I always talk about my inner child. Like, I like remaining 5 years old as long as I can. And I refuse to participate in rage bait bullshit and click for views on YouTube. I'm here to play video games because they're fun. So I never want to lose that sense of enjoyment.
І Stalker 2 ми відкрили їх. Наприклад, цей церковний льох. Тут не можна було
Because if I was somebody like, I don't know,
всередині лігва тушканів.
I like to call out
А
Luke
також
Stevens a
відчинені
lot.
двері.
He is an entertaining
Треба
guy and I watch his
просто
streams,
відійти через
but
щілину в стіні.
some of
Тоді
his
ми
streams, but a
потрапляємо
lot of
в
his
кімнату,
TikTok
де нас
content.
чекає
But
нагорода.
he it's hard sometimes because like just pause it and shit all over it. Not all the time. He does good coverage. He does positive coverage too. But like Force Gaming is a good example. I like Force Gaming, but all of his videos focus on, like his thumbnails and everything is all about why the game's gonna suck. And then you get into it, and maybe he likes certain portions of it, but they always focus on why the game's gonna suck first. Like that's the thumbnail, that's the objective, that's what gets the people to click. And I much prefer it's less traffic, but I much prefer to look at it from the angle of I'm going to be entertained by this. Let's talk about the fun
Тут ми
stuff.
бачимо церкву. Це центральна і найпомітніша
There's
локація
enough
району болот.
negativity in the world
Це
around
лігва
us,
Катабина.
guys. There's no reason to
сталкерів,
contribute.
які кличуть на допомогу. Недосвідчений сталкер йде на голос і потрапляє в поцюрить цьому мутанту.
Напевно, одна з найважливіших задач для відтворення цього світу і для відчуття справжності його це штучний інтелект, котрий
Artificial intelligence divided into two categories.
І це один напрямок штучного інтелекту, це мирна поведінка. Інший напрямок – це поведінка, мотивована наявністю ворога та загрози для себе. Ми штучний інтелект не підказуємо, де знаходиться гравець. Тобто якщо він його побачив, він знає, що гравець сховався.
I'm going to be doing it the next few days at the very least, because we've got 2 more days of Gamescom, and then Saturday and Sunday I'll be catching up on all the reaction videos that I missed.
Починає робити гіпотези, де він може бути.
The AI is called A-Life.
Він ці гіпотези перераховує.
But I'll also be the first to admit, I haven't talked about this in about a year, but the viewership has been slowly building. I'm very interested to see what the viewership is going to be like when we move away from No Man's Sky, because that's been definitely a peak for us over the past couple of weeks. We're getting into Star Wars Outlaws and Space Marine 2. If the audience keeps building and we start to see continual growth with stream numbers, I will absolutely start streaming more. More and more and longer, because if the streaming can become a viable income source, I will happily move away from doing content creation as the primary thing and stream for 6 or 8 hours a day and then just cut videos out of that. But the viewership's not there yet. We gotta continue to build the live viewership. It's a nice experiment anyway from the next few days with Gamescom having streams going live at like 7 o'clock my time in the morning. Motivation to get up and sit here for 5 or 6 hours.
I can't feel anyone. Where are they? Tell me where they are. Why are you silent? Say something. Anything.
Робити гру, яка
Yeah, yesterday, today. I'm just going to do this all the way to Sunday, and then Monday I'll probably sleep all day.
Важко технічно. Це дуже
Because Tuesday I start Star Wars Outlaws.
Тому що свобода.
But Monday we'll be back to our normal schedule at like 11 a.m. So I'll sleep in on Monday.
Варіантів, якими піде гравець і що він буде робити.
We're done with all the stuff on the Weave and the Void, Aaron Victoria.
Це просто невимовна кількість всього. А що, якщо він буде робити оце? А що, якщо він потім зробить оце? А що, якщо він вб'є оцього? Вона сягає десятків тисяч варіантів. І кожен з цих варіантів ти повинен намагатися покрити і зрозуміти, а який досвід ти даш своєму гравцю.
I thought they were turned on. Remind me when I go to do the No Man's Sky stuff after this. Remind me and we'll check. Because I could swear they were on for Twitch. But we wrapped everything on Weave and the Void in January, Aaron. The only thing that's left is the point and click stuff, but my brother literally had to move his, they moved the family, they moved to a big location, they got a multi-million-dollar expansion for their ranch. And he's actually considering porting the whole thing over to Unreal 5, so we're just sort of not really worried about it. Like we published the tabletop, we published the mods, we published the book, we published the tabletop. The demo's out there. So I think we're good for now. Whenever he decides to get back into it, we'll probably do some more coverage, but we're done for now. There's no Twitch drops right now? Rosa said, where do I make more money? On YouTube or Twitch? Oh, YouTube, by far. YouTube is like 95% of my revenue is YouTube. Maybe 90% these days. Twitch is growing. We have doubled our Twitch audience and revenue in the last 2 weeks because of No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has been very good to me. I got Kingmaker slot the other day, and I guess 3 days in a row, which I didn't even know. But I've hit the Kingmaker slot now multiple days in a row on Twitch for No Man's Sky, which is really cool. Like top 2, top 3. Very nice. But I make way more money on YouTube. But I've also been on YouTube for years, and I've only been doing Twitch for 8 months, multi-streaming. I do income reports and analytics reports for the YouTube channel members for people who want to dive into all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Oh, that was cool. The zoom in there was nice.
Кожна його атака підвищує рівень псі-радіації і повільно нас збиває.
Psi radiation, okay. I'm liking the look of this gun a lot. There's a lot of recoil on it though.
У Сталкері другому угрупування іноді можуть змінити свого голову, іноді вони можуть розколотися, іноді вони можуть робити щось, що буде здаватися гравцю, ну це взагалі не відповідає їх ідеології, як і у реальному житті.
Intelligent AI is, if it's done well, it can be
навіть
terrifying.
коли ідеологічно здаються один одному дуже близькими, потім виявляється, що є якісь моменти, які
Yeah, the sound effects have been really good here almost, for sure.
якісь там нові угрупування.
В оригінальній трилогії було придільно небагато уваги побуту людей у зоні, тому ми це реалізували у другій частині гри. І тепер кожна з угрупувань є певна особливість при облаштуванні свого постійного притулку. Наприклад, вільні сталкери вважають за краще навіть у своїх постійних таборах залишатися на самоті або в невеликих групах. Долг так само прихильний до військової дисципліни і порадку. Але найяскравішим, мабуть, є колись населені таборі моноліту. Особливо страшно вони виглядають у таких місцях, як дитячий садок або школа. Ось контраст дитячих ліжечок, іграшок та безголовних тіл поруч виглядає вкрай моторошно.
В тебе є змога
Aaron Victoria says, I keep hearing about drops. What are those? So, a lot of games, YouTube doesn't offer it as a feature, but Twitch does. So, a lot of games, the developer will offer drops. So, what that essentially means is that if you're watching me play No Man's Sky or World of Warcraft or whatever game it is, if that developer has enabled drops for that game and you're watching me play it on Twitch, usually there's a timer involved. So if you watch me play the game for X amount of hours, you will earn an in-game item from having watched me play that game. So if there's a special cosmetic item for World of Warcraft or a special mount for World of Warcraft that can only be earned by watching someone play World of Warcraft for 4 hours or 6 hours or something. But that's Twitch stuff. So not every game does it, but it's a way that companies do promotional things for their games with Twitch. Yeah, it's a great thing that I would love YouTube to implement too. To go back to your question earlier though, Rosa, as an example, like just right now, we have 44 people watching live on YouTube and 6 people watching live on Twitch. There's just, I'm much bigger on YouTube. I have 35,000 followers almost on YouTube, and I only have about 1,200, 1,300 followers on Twitch. On a good day with No Man's Sky recently, I've been having like 30, 40 people on Twitch and 70, 80 people on YouTube, so it's a little more balanced. But I always have a bigger audience on YouTube, always, just because I have way more followers on YouTube. So, but Twitch is growing. It's growing steadily this month, and we have a goal of 5,000 followers by the end of Twitch. By the end of the year on Twitch is what we're shooting for. And I'm going to be multi-streaming this game on YouTube and Twitch, as well as Star Wars Outlaws, World of Warcraft War Within, everything we're playing, we multi-stream. So
він має регенерацію
I always tell
хітпоінтів.
people,
Ні,
watch
тоді
in
це
both
не
places,
Stalker.
because it maximizes my algorithm chances.
Ця постійна динаміка і
And
неочікуваність,
even if you
вона,
can't
як на мене,
contribute financially as a member or
створює саме
subscriber in
цей
either of those
цікавий
places, by
досвід,
tuning in both
котрий
places,
після
you
закінчення
help out with
бою,
the
коли
ad revenue.
починається якийсь момент
So thanks to those of you who
затища,
can and do watch in both places.
пережити і
Don't have to, but
відчути
thanks to those of you
ці
who do.
кайфові моменти, котрі в тебе були, і ті рішення, котрі ти мав швидко прийняти, щоб вижити в цій ситуації.
The wind anomalies, that's what you're talking about, Rabbi? That radiation sound effect just triggers my inner Fallout. I'm hearing a meter. I'm assuming this is going to be a mechanic that I'm going to have to learn about, because
О, це плоть. Плоть це...
it's a flesh once upon a time known as a pig,
Всі
and now
мутанти
it's
зони
something
мають
different.
предісторію. Плоть – це колишня домашня свиня.
Okay.
На собаками проводили експерименти. Контролер був колись людиною, тому він так само намагається влаштувати свій побут як людина.
Correct, Aaron. I don't quite understand it either. I'm sure once I get into the game and start playing it, I'll understand better what's going on with the screw throwing. I know, Rabbi, you're trying to explain it in chat, but I'm not understanding still.
His name, Strider, is unknown to me, but he is one of ours. You are the one who sent him to me. I know it. He says our brothers are scattered all over the zone, lost, to no memory of themselves. He too did not know who he was. But that doesn't matter anymore. Strider and I will find the others and help them.
What did he just run into?
Whatever has forced you to
He
remain
ran into
silent,
something. Oh,
we shall
he chucked a
find
bolt,
reason
and they're
and set
they're
things
floating in
right
the air,
together.
right
This
there.
I swear.
Тобто в Сталкері ти не качаєш свій рівень левел 1, 10, 15, 80, 100. Ти прогресуєш тим, що ти починаєш
Rabbi says the
краще
screws help you to
знати
know
цей
the
світ,
place of an
швидше
anomaly so that
реагувати.
you don't step
Як
on it.
на мене, це
When you hear the beeping
саме
sound,
те,
it means
що
there's an
трохи
anomaly
очікують
close to
від
you, and you use the
Stalker.
screw, and the
Ну, мені
vortex
здається,
pulls it
нам
up, and then
вдалося
you know not to step
досягти
in it.
балансу,
Okay.
коли
Okay.
для гравця гра одночасно
That
і
makes sense.
челенджева, і
Okay.
одночасно залишає великий простір для
And
винагороди.
he's talking how there's no leveling system here. Medkit, grenades. Does it kill you instantly, Rabbi? The anomalies, if you step in them, do they kill you or do they just do damage?
Дуже часто бувають ситуації, коли буквально
Lightning
мов не
strikes
б'є або
either
наших
our
ворогів, або
enemies
десь
or
поруч
somewhere
з
near
нами.
us.
Це
Okay.
завжди або
It
допомагає,
can help or
або
ruin the plans,
псує
so
план.
lightning's bad. The anomalies are deadly, but they help you sometimes in fights. So you gotta make sure other people step
за
into it.
один
Okay.
з найскладніших в історії українського геймдеву, як мінімум, проєктів.
Bryson
і
Herbert on
найскладніший
YouTube
для
asks,
нас.
when does the Xbox
Ще на
start? The
початку
Xbox
це
is
було
over,
дуже
man.
амбіційно.
We're 4
Але
hours
з
into the
часом це
stream. The Xbox
ставало
section
ще
of the stream ended
амбіційніше,
about 30, not even.
і при цьому
I'll tell you when it ended.
складніше, і при цьому ще цікавіше робити.
About 30 minutes ago was when the Xbox stream stopped. So their coverage was about 2 hours long, and it wrapped up about 30 minutes ago. We're watching a Stalker 2 deep dive right now, and then we're going to get back to No Man's Sky.
Torn apart by dogs. Killed. Missing. Pripyat. Killed. Dead. Wild Island.
Chapter 3, The Story.
Працюючи над катсценами для гри Stalker 2, нашою головною метою було розширити ігровий досвід та додати більше деталей у ключових моментах основного сюжету.
Nothing new today, Aaron. They showed a bunch of stuff off last night, so I've got two. I already did yesterday's video. I have 2 Starfield videos coming out today. One is the new update coverage, and the second is me test driving the land vehicle that they just added. And then obviously we got the launch date for Shattered Space last night, so November 30th. Or sorry, September 30th. End of next month.
Завдяки наявності власної студії захоплення рухів, аніматори та режисери могли безперервно вдосконалювати роботу, досягаючи гарних результатів.
No cap for the win.
With me. But we can't quite seem to get all the pieces to fit. Maybe you can figure it out.
Поступово світ гри оживав. Він сповнювався звуками, музикою та голосами героїв, створюючи відчуття справжнього життя. Можна впевненістю сказати, що для гри Stalker 2 ми розробили...
But they did have Tim come on and talk Starfield Shattered Space for about 5 minutes during today's stream. But it wasn't footage we haven't seen before. It was just footage from the Shattered Space announcement trailer.
Концептуальна робота над локаціями, пристроями та персонажами допомогла глибше зрозуміти ігрове середовище та створити первинні версії локацій на ранніх стадіях. Ми провели велику роботу, щоб дозволити гравцям глибше поринути в основний сюжет гри. Ми прагнули візуалізувати події та персонажів, з якими ви зможете познайомитися, і чиї цілі та бачення ситуації можуть вам відгукнутися. Зрештою, вибраний вами шлях відкриє вам зону з унікального боку.
Ви тільки погляньте на це!
This is what catapults games from being just a game into an actual immersive cinematic experience, because we can get the emotion of the actor, because these people are actors. They're not just motion performers. Like, they're doing the motion capture, the facial performances,
Цей процес значно впливає на сприйняття гравцем світу, гри та зони в цілому, формуючи його рішення та визнаючи наслідки його вибору.
All right, see you, Rosa. Thanks for being here.
Над цими катсценами працювала абсолютно вся студія, тому що починаючи від моделей, продовжуючи локаціями, частиною ігрового світу, персонажами, тим, як персонажі звучать, які у них голоси в українській локалізації, в англійській локалізації, те, як звучить музика, те, як звучить саунд кожної секунди, кожної катсцени, те, як рухаються персонажі, те, як рухається у них обличчя, як все працює загалом. Це робота всієї команди, всієї студії. І при цьому всьому, я думаю, що ми витратили на це все майже 3 роки інтенсивної роботи. Тобто ми знаходимося зараз біля тої точки, коли все це піде у відкритий світ, у відкрите життя. І дуже хочеться побачити, як люди сприймуть це все.
Напевно, найбільше
Rabbi says a lot of different factions with a lot of different diplomacy and things like that. It's good to know.
Це не сама гра, а той шлях, котрий пройшла ця розробка, котра пройшла ця гра для того, щоб вона вийшла. І та кількість людей, котрі вклали частинку себе, своєї творчості в створення цього світу.
Мене захоплює те, як він не перестає дивувати мене знову і знову, навіть через роки розробки. Це дуже схоже на занурення під воду. Перші метри сонячно і гарно, не така вже зона і страшна, але чим далі ми занурюємося, тим стає холодніше і темніше. Ми починаємо чути, як важко і голосно б'ється наше серце. Цей спуск не завершується. В якийсь момент ми зрозуміємо, що шляху назад більше немає. Ми занадто глибоко. Єдине, що залишається, продовжувати цей дайв у холод і темряву під неймовірним тиском. Дуже мало шансів.
Sounds a lot like I remember some of those elements in the Division 2 where you have to earn, you know, you're earning factions with different groups so that you can get the better gear and everything else.
Це був вже величезне досягнення почати проект і зарелізити його. Зі всіма цими складностями я відчуваю нас як, що ми супергерої.
Неможливо зробити щось подібне, як цей світ, і цей сюжет, і ця гра, коли ти один, чи коли тебе мало, чи вас мало. Тільки командна робота і кооперація справжніх талантів, спеціалістів у своїх напрямках. Тільки за таких умов, через череду певних поразок і перемог, можливо прийти до моменту, коли щось нове, таке велике, величне і масштабне справді створюється і починає своє життя. Я справді пишаюся бути саме частиною цього.
Stalker 2 буде для гравців і для нас в будь-якому випадку унікальною грою, тому що її робить українська компанія, і історія, котру ми розповідаємо, і зі сторони сюжету, зі сторони способу подачі історії, і зі сторони дизайну ігрового процесу, це буде зовсім інша історія, бо вона розказана під іншим кутом.
Це можливість більше заінтересувати, познайомити, зацікавити людей з усім тим, що є для нас рідним і українським.
Ми мріємо, щоб ви
They're definitely,
закохалися
I think,
у
one of
цей
the
світ,
bigger Ukrainian
щоб
developers
ви
too, I
могли
think.
себе уявити в ньому, щоб ви могли знайти себе в ньому, щоб ви отримували задоволення від процесу, не думаючи про кінцевий результат. І навіть якщо це буде просто задоволення від класного шутеру від першого лиця, ми сподіваємося, що ви його запам'ятаєте, тому що він інакший, він живий. Все, що ми робимо, це для того, щоб вам сподобалося. Ми мріємо, щоб так і було.
В проєкті займатися розробкою цієї гри і працювати з цими людьми.
I would love some Stalker 2 t-shirts.
І це була найкраща подорож по розробці за моє життя.
Well, cool. Well, we are absolutely going to be playing this, everybody. It is it's already slotted in for me, November 20th, assuming they don't delay it again. This is going to be one of our big games for the month of November. I will be playing it on the Series X, so make sure you follow along because I will be continuing to cover development and press and everything leading up to the launch of this game because it is going to be a big game for our channel. So stick around for more. That was the deep dive that they just did about a week ago for Xbox. So this is all Xbox footage. We're going to be moving on to more No Man's Sky this morning. We're about to switch back over to some gameplay. So for those of you who are following along in the episodic format as this gets cut out, daily streams on YouTube and Twitch at 11 a.m. Central. You can watch in both places. If you're watching this live right now, we're about to switch over. But for those of you who are watching this, don't forget to check out the day-to-day stuff over on YouTube because that's where all the gameplay happens, the reaction videos, book reviews, movie reviews, discussions on gameplay, and more outside of the streams. All right. That's a must pull. So I got 4 good clips today, four videos we're going to pull out of the live stream here. But right now we are going to switch over to the Xbox. And we're going to continue our No Man's Sky adventure. First, I need to go over onto Twitch and make sure that I switch my category back over. Da, 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 No Man's Sky, No Man's Sky. All right, everybody, I'm going to take a quick bio, and we're going to come back. We're going to continue our adventure. This is the normal stream start time, so we're going to be continuing on for a couple of hours this morning, playing some No Man's Sky. But I do need a quick moment to do some jumping jacks and do some cardio and take a bio and chicken on Chris and stuff. So, couple minutes. I will be back. Please enjoy the stream chair, the chair stream. He is a captivating host. I promise you. Let's get him in the corner like he is me. All right, folks, we are about ready to get back into No Man's Sky for the day. We're going to do a couple more hours of No Man's Sky. Dun, 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 dun. The chair is so sexual. The chair is God. The chair is my successful co-streamer. Aliens are taking over the screen, so through testing. Programmer says, quick question. Tested No Man's Sky in 2D today and saw the FOV settings. Default is 75, but 100 degrees feels better. What do you guys think? I haven't ever messed around with the FOV settings, to be honest with you, because I play in first person. I always just leave it at default. I don't mess around with that too much. So this is the default FOV. I did, at the suggestion of Grek, I turned the sensitivity down this morning on the turn, and it does make it feel a little bit smoother. I'm genuinely interested to see if this improves my aim, because I suck at aiming in this game. We'll see. Options. Now you've got me curious. Display and graphics. It's not there. Camera? So my on-foot field of view is 75. Programmer says 100 feels better than to me. Is this only... I'm assuming... Oh, that's quite a bit wider. Huh. What does it do for your ship cockpit? Hold that thought. Let's go down into our ship cockpit. I definitely have to do less panning now when I'm looking around. This is the default. Camera. Oh, you could see it in the background. It just pushed it out. That's nice. I think this will make my yeah, Zazoriel. I think this will make my combat a little more enjoyable now. Okay. Yeah, I definitely see more of the dashboard. Oh, oh my god, this is a completely different fucking experience in the cockpit. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't have any feet. But I can imagine, you know, for the people who play in VR, yeah. Well, yeah, that's definitely an improvement. Thanks for that tip, Programmist. I know you were having a conversation with people, but I totally did it anyway, because why not? I think that's I definitely think that feels good. Very cool. All right, well, we'll try it for now. It seems to feel I get more of a Halo feel now from this perspective right here. Makes me feel a little bit more like I'm playing a Halo game. I have got to trim my mustache today. There's like a hair somewhere that's been driving me nuts like the last couple of days, and I just keep putting it off because I'm lazy. Do I have any expeditions that are done? Before we do anything else, I need to check, because we started a couple this morning. I know one of them was a shorter one. I think it was this one. I think it was 6 hours, though. I don't think it was a 4-hour one. Yeah, he's still going. Well, hang on. Let me check how much longer he has. The mustache is becoming unstashed. Yes. Let's speak with the commander. I'm genuinely curious how much time we have left. Spec shift. Oh, did he just say and I didn't see? I totally... hang on, guys. I was reading something else and didn't pay attention. I think it was the first thing he said was how much time he had left, and I clicked past it. 2.5 hours left. Okay, yeah, it won't finish during the stream. So next time, when I come back tomorrow morning, we'll check in on the expeditions. All right. Think we needed... yeah, we were going to take photographs, but I still had some jumps ahead of me, so I know I needed to make some more warp fuel to get us there. I remember that from yesterday. So we can make... where was my... that's my managed fleet. Warp drive. Why is my phone beeping at me? I'll know later. Oh, I gotta check one thing before we go any further. Gots to checks. Oh, it's still... okay. Alright. Okay, do it again. Actually, you know what I should do? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I should jump out and get the space station here, because that's one thing I have not done is bothered with the space station for like the last 5 jumps. I should totally make sure I'm getting the waypoints here. I don't need to do every single one, but I probably should, like every 3rd jump or something, get out and get the space stations. Up. What do we got over here? Oh, we got a whole bunch of stuff we could look at. Recruitable frigates. Oh, are these going to be more of these combat vessels? I need mining and like trades and stuff. Yeah, I don't have any like exploration stuff yet. So are they literally called exploration and support emulator? Sniffer said, what's your plan for No Man's Sky today so we can work out what you won't be doing that ends up doing something completely different? It'll be called Explorer. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any of those yet, like Explorer vessels. What is that? It's an interesting looking... That's a mining vessel. I already have 2 mining vessels. You mean visually they'll have a big wheel out front? Oh, Emulator says, okay. So, like... hang on. I don't see any so far that have a big ring out front. See, these are all trade specialists, which I already have. I have a couple of trade specialists. I have a couple of mining vessels. I really don't care about these. I want like an explorer, and I don't think I see any explorer types here. I wish you could scan them from a distance and not need to like run up on. Oh, it depends on the system economy. Okay. So if I was specifically looking for them, I would need to go to a system that I knew. Okay. Cool. I probably need to go look at a tutorial so that I can plan on how to flesh out the rest of my fleet, since there are only 30 that you can get. Go up and grab the exosuit. There's living frigates too? Jeez, there's so much! And the doomed frigate from Adrift when they rerun it. Hey, what's up with that? Somebody told me today that on the PC you can redo the expeditions anytime you want. Oh, I'm in my ship, not my fleet. Hang on. Oh, coming in fast! Woo, I can't believe it caught me. It's a mod workaround? Okay. You know, something else I need to do that I haven't done while I'm here. We're renaming this ship. Ooh, what do I want to name the ship? Hang on, I'm thinking now. Freighter McFreightface. No. I think I want to make sure that I spell this right. So let me go look this up really quick. Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay. All right, that'll work. I can do this. Yeah, it's just I think I spelled that right. Peregrine. Peregrine. I believe that is correct. I'm double checking before I hit yes. Yes. That works. Takes a minute for it to update. There we go. The Peregrine. All right. Very happy with that. Okay. Okay. Just gonna go straight to the next system. I am going to grab the space station here because I totally saw something on a map right outside of here. It looks like there's something close by. I'm not sure what quest it's for, but it's going to be good to have this space station, I think. Out of sheer curiosity, what was that? Where did I see it? Yeah, right up here. I would have to go to free look mode, right? Oops. That. What is that? What quest do I have that's right here? Ah! I have a quest icon for there. Actually, can we jump here really quick? Just off the beaten path? Is that going to screw up my, current mission? I could go here and then to Bunjui. Well, what's this icon with like the 3 bullets? Is that my fleet that's on that? What does that mean? It looks like a mission icon. Himulator says that looks like the icon where the Overseer wanted selenium. I haven't paid attention. Like, I don't know what mission that is, to be honest with you. Someone says, so that might be my fleet missions? Maybe I shouldn't get sidetracked. God damn it. Let's just do current mission. Let's just keep on. Not get sidetracked. Let me grab the space station in this next one, I think. Because I've got 2 things close to here. It looks like I've got a main mission and something else that are within jumping distance of this star system. So this will be a good star system to have saved. Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is. Could be a frigate mission, expanding the base, could be anything. Cipher says a freighter is the hardest thing to find S-class, and like yourself, you say it don't matter about the class, but it will bug and grind you. I mean, it will eventually, but I'm so far away from that being a thing that I'm concerned about. I'm not too worried about it yet. Like, just getting these parts. The only reason I'm doing this right here is because I want to get the faction. So this is a faction quest. So I know I could have deleted it and gotten a closer faction mission, but it's fun to jump around the galaxy, get more space stations, unlock more exosuit pieces, and eventually we will get our faction up because I need the frigate freight parts to get my matter beacon teleporter thing. Now I'm getting sidetracked. Any hireable freighters? Nothing. So that's like another freighter that I could hire, but I don't want to because I have a good one right now. By the way, I might as well go up here and see if I have any items to turn into the NPC for faction. Since this is an Explorer's Guild. Yay! Donate. Nothing. Redeem. I will take your free ion batteries. Thank you very much. I will take your warp hypercore. I will take that too. No, because that's a whole nother thing I haven't gotten into too much yet. Programmus is the whole searching for down freighters and stuff. It may be something I dedicate a stream to one day. one more jump. Ooh, that's an interesting variant. Okay. Oh my. That's definitely... It's ugly as all get out. I have the money for it. I just do not like the look of it. Can I buy it and like break it down for parts and stuff? Like, how does that work? It's ugly. I don't want to drive that. Is this worth buying, guys? It's 37 million credits. I have the credits. But why would I... Oh, well then there's no point in buying it if I can't break it down. Someone says I should for scrap? Yeah, but am I going to get 37 million? Like, what? How does scrapping work it? Like, what would be the point of buying this for 37 million and scrapping it? I might get a pile of S-Class mods and storage augments. Well, that sounds like it's worth it in the long run if I want to modify the one I'm currently driving. Plus, can't I strip these out? Like, I could strip out the A-Class deflector upgrade. Alright. So I can store technology. I don't care about the other stuff. Photon cannon, hyperdrive, launch thruster. Nah, I don't care about any of that. Quick transfer, exosuit, quick transfer, exosuit. Okay, so get out of it. Go scrap it. This is us getting sidetracked. Begin salvage analysis. Claim scrap worth 25 million credits. 26 million credits. The ashes of flight and all its cargo will be destroyed. Confirm salvage decision. Yes. Okay, let's see what I got. It defaulted me to my starter ship. Hang on. Okay, parameter starship switch. Generate a restore save point. Yeah, I wanted to generate a save point right there, and then we'll come back and sell stuff and check for whatever it gave me in my inventory. So what did I get out of all of that? I got a couple of storage mods. These were already there. Okay, I got some additional stuff here. Pulse engine upgrade. Those are the ones I stripped out. Right? So I got a plasma launcher module. Well, before we do anything, let's go add the slots. a plasma drive thingy. Okay. That's for the plasma drive, which I have over here, so hang on. Okay. Then I got this. People farm S-class ships for storage augmentation modules is what Seba just said. Okay. Sniffer says ship scrapping is a big part of the game. Himulator says you have to sell the junk parts. Can copy that. Oh, I think I already answered that one earlier. This is, what is this? I don't have a plasma launcher. That was for something else. And then I had, this is from earlier, shield modification, which honestly isn't going to do me any good here. I would need to, hang on, move some stuff around here. I'm going to have to come in here at a later date and really look at how I want to do this. Okay, that's good enough for now. Oh, I need to open up these things. I wish you could mass open these instead of having to do one of them at a time. Okay, anything else I need to worry about? Probably not. I do have some crystals to do. We can put that over into the starship. Alright, I think I'm good for now. Alright, let's keep going. I think we have one or two more jumps to go. There's an option to say where you can activate to one click instead of holding down. Okay, Programmers, that's cool. Holding down can be set for only deleting stuff. That might be interesting to try out one of these days. Alright. Back to the freighter we go. That is a cool looking planet. What is that? Just out of curiosity. A verdant planet. Let's go see what this looks like. I've never heard of a verdant planet before. Is it like a paradise planet? Verdant would suggest green, full of life. Stiffer's like, so where were we? I have no idea. Oh, that's a little too colorful, I think. I don't like the color scheme here. That's really jarring. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. No, that does not agree with my eyes at all. It's like a paradise planet? Okay, cool. Oh, can I get in from here? Alright. One or two more jumps, then we're done. Grass has to be green, damn it. If you're tuning in for the first time right now, everybody, we are back to No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky. We started with No Man's Sky this morning, then we went and watched the Xbox live stream as a watch party covering everything around Gamescom, and then we went and watched Stalker 2 game developer deep dive, and now we're back for No Man's Sky for a couple of hours. Tomorrow we'll be doing the same exact thing. We're going to be starting at 5 a.m. Central North American time, which is middle of the afternoon for Europeans. We're going to do a couple of hours of No Man's Sky tomorrow morning, followed by day 2 of the Xbox Game Pass coverage, because I'm going to be playing mostly Xbox games. And then after that, we'll go watch some reaction videos. Tomorrow, we're going to be covering Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. There are 2 videos I want to watch with everybody. One's a 30-minute developer deep dive gameplay reveal that they launched on their own YouTube channel, and the other one's a 15-minute video over at IGN. We'll do those tomorrow morning, and then we'll wind up with No Man's Sky tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, The War Within starts, so we will be having a special Thursday night stream for the launch of World of Warcraft The War Within, since I have early access. And then Friday, we'll be starting at 5 a.m., but we'll be doing The War Within for a couple of hours, then Gamescom, then No More Within. Saturday will be War Within, and Gamescom stuff. Sunday, which is becoming our kind of permanent No Man's Sky slot, is Sunday mornings at 5 a.m. North American Central Time, middle of the afternoon for Europeans. For the moment, the viewership was really good. We had like 100 people watching Sunday's stream a couple days ago. So if the viewership stays like that on Sundays moving forward, we'll definitely be keeping a rest of 2024 No Man's Sky slot. So if you want to see more of that, those are the schedules. Pay attention to social. I know some people are watching multi-stream right now. So if you're on Twitch, the day-to-day happens over on YouTube. All the movie reviews, film reviews, TV shows, and things that don't happen during the live streams, like discussions around video games and other topics, take place over there. So hopefully we'll see you in both places. But for live streaming, watch where you want. Normal streams take place at 11 a.m. Central every single day, but I am doing some extra early morning stuff because of Gamescom for the next few days. So starting Monday, we'll be back to the 11 a.m. slot. I need more fuel. One of these days, I'll get a different type of fuel that'll be easier to get. I don't know how to do it yet. We're still relying on the good old-fashioned warp cells. I do have one of them, though. What is it called? A warp hypercore. I have a recipe to make those. Seba says, verdant, lush, bountiful, flourishing, blissful are all like paradise planets that you want to check. Cool. Evan says, if you want to get Darth Vader type and a cool ship, make a note of the Utopia expedition. Okay. Storm crystals. And okay, storm crystals for those. All right, copy that. Stiffer says, we all hate planet Earth, but in No Man's Sky we can't stop looking for it. I'm going to be looking for an ice planet for the next base that we build, now that I understand base building a little bit more. I need an ice planet with a liquid ocean. Oh my god, how many more fucking jumps are there? Is this the last place? Alright. It's amazing. We're going way off the beaten path with this one. We'll do one more jump and then I'll grab the space station here. I'm trying to do like every... I think I actually do one more. Every third jump, I'm trying to jump out and get the space station. I don't need every single one. Floating islands with green grass planets are hard to find, says Seba. I definitely want to get off the beaten path because even though I didn't share the glyphs, somebody out there still was able to find me through the galaxy map on my other planet, and I really want to avoid that. It's going to be really hard to avoid that if I publicly stream, or because even if I just show like the location of it on the galaxy map, someone will eventually track me down. It's the downside to being a streamer content creator. Some people just can't handle. Like, no, you can't have it to yourself. We must also be able to populate it and spam our bases. Nice. 75 jumps. Oops, where's my ship? Not here. Stalker Inc. I have had some stalkers in the past, and not the good kind. Yeah, it's possibly going to be one of those things, Evans, where I think I might take Beeblebum's advice, and if I find a place, I might need to just do... Because remember, the base building series is its own thing. It has its own episodes. So it might be better long term if I do the base building episodes as an offline thing, where in the course of exploration, maybe I find the planet, but I don't tell people about it. You know, maybe we're streaming, I catch a glimpse, and I'm like, ooh, I take a note and go, I'm going to go back there tomorrow and start building a base there. And then, you know, going and building the base there offline, something like that. That's the problem too, Gary, is they can find it via the anomaly. It's a little harder, but that's also assuming I've been to the anomaly from there, correct? So if I just avoid going to the anomaly when I'm doing my base building missions, I should be fine, right? I think that's how that works. Just don't go to the anomaly and nobody can find it. Because I've definitely gone to the anomaly straight from that planet while I was streaming, and I'm sure somebody was out there, oh, sweet, let's go to the anomaly. Any cool weapons? Ooh, no, that's ugly. That is a really wonky variant. Looks like a giant mutated chicken, like a chicken mech. Play with multiplayer off. Build with multiplayer off. It's another thing, yeah. Alright, so what kind of planet is this as an example? Heimel planet? What the hell does that word even mean? I'm looking up a word, everybody. Heimel? I've never heard of this word. Relating to winter or wintry? Well, let's go take a look. I've never heard that word before. Super Pescata said that's also how I learned this word. Oh, Evans, I didn't know that. When you build your base, when it asks you to upload it, don't. That makes it much harder to find. Perfect. I didn't realize that. 'Cause I definitely uploaded the other one. Brett plays same thing. Everybody's learning a new word here. That's cool. Oh, is this like an ice planet with islands? This has potential. Let's take a look around here. This has potential, guys. I'm gonna put a base down here. Look at the way this looks. These are all like barely peeking up through the top. And then we've got one right here, clearly defined, and then one over here that's clearly defined. How deep is the water in question? Not sure. It looks pretty deep over here. Oh, this looks really deep right here. Kind of looks a little shallower over here. Yeah, this looks really cool. I'm definitely going to put a base here, guys. Even if it's just to come back and explore later on. I like the color palette here. What are these things that are floating in the air, these green things? This could be a potential little island base right here. I might not be able to build a sea base here, but this might be something... Well, hold that thought. So technically because right now I'm playing in multiplayer. So if I've already been here, I haven't touched down yet, right? So if I disable multiplayer... Worlds in part 2 might increase the depth. That might be cool. Alright. I have no idea what the storms are like here. I do want to land, though. This is kind of a cool looking little place. What do you mean hotspots, Sniffer? I just like the look of this for a little, like, island retreat. Oh, that's... Yeah, I'll worry about that later, because I'll put down, like... I'm just putting down something to save this as, like, a location. Later on, I'll go exploring and look for resources and stuff. Evan says reload offline. Okay. Anything I can do to make it difficult, more difficult? Yeah, somebody's like, Brett's like, too late, I already tracked you down. Do, 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 do. Okay. Yeah, my ship's floating. Pretty cool, man. Claim the base. island archipelago going on here. Well, damn it, Brett. Get that regular business shit out of here. I kid. Work is important. I like the look of this area just because of the little islands that are dotting the landscape in all directions. Like they're just barely peeking up through. And this little area right here could totally... Let's get up a little higher and take another peek at it. Like, that's kind of a cool little area with a little mountain there in the background. And it's got an ocean, which is the most important thing. I don't know how deep it is, but... Let's see what other kind of... God, we're getting sidetracked, guys. Yeah, totally programmist. I'm seeing some potential there for a base, for sure. And then over here we've got maybe more land masses. It's going good, Eskrek. By the way, Eskrek, I totally took your tip on turning down the sensitivity on the camera control. I have not yet tested to see if it's going to make me better at combat, but it did make me better at scanning and targeting resources. There's some interesting mountain stuff going on here, and I like the trees and everything. There's definitely some interesting layouts on this planet. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it till later. I'm not going to scan until later. Like I don't want to get... You're trying to sidetrack me. Stiffer is trying so hard. He wants me to get sidetracked so bad. He's like, come on, just go scan, man. You know you want to. This place is... Whoa, hello, what do we got here? Some sort of an encampment. We're going to land here real quick. Just check this out. And then we're going back to the freighter. I have a mission, guys. I need to get that photo. I need to take the photo. But I did put a base here so I can come back here and explore at a later date. What is that? It's an interesting looking... Research specimen? No, research specimen. Yeah, but I don't care about resources near that base. I don't. If I build anything there, it's going to be purely for cosmetic. Just to take cool screenshots. I don't care about resources at all at the moment. I do need to build bases for resources. Ooh, there's something off over there too, guys. Check that shit out. Observatory? What's an observatory? But I always look at things from a visual perspective. It's the only reason I touched down here. And long term, yeah, like I definitely need to look for places to set up, like, here's a base for mining, here's a base for power production. But these are the bases I just build for, like, cosmetic purposes. Number 7 printed on the side here. Is there a door to get in here? Dude, why do I hear thumping? I'm traumatized by thumping after that stupid mission on the freighter. Do you guys hear that? It's definitely quieter now. Okay. Tap the data pad. Say 16. Ha! No, I totally understand. Oh, I pissed him off. I didn't mean to. Oh, my standing went down. No. I didn't mean to make you mad, sir. And I probably can't talk to him anyway. It's all good, Stiffer. I promise you, I will be scanning at some point. I need to, because I haven't even finished the scan tutorial missions. Like, that's still a thing I gotta do. Like, I still have the tutorials to learn how to do all that stuff. What to enter? Some combination of... I discover a location within okay. I don't know what I just did here. Signal detected. What did I just detect, guys? I just got an icon for something. God, we're supposed to be jumping to go get photos. It's not gonna happen, is it? We're never gonna get there. We're never gonna get to the planet where I need to take a fucking picture. Oh no. Where did that purple... Oh, there's a storm coming, so there's definitely blizzards here. I think it's only 3 jumps away unless I've missed my visual cues. Oops. Okay, we got a knowledge stone. Okay, a giant old statue head. Anything else around here? What is this? The ancient marker hums at a frequency that burrows deep into my being, filling me with the voices of the Korvax echoes. Knowledge paves the way to the understanding of probability. The Atlas spoke in fragments. The Atlas interfaces are their shadows. Monoliths are their scattered children. Seek help. Let's seek knowledge of the past. Oh, it's gonna lead me somewhere else? Oh my god. Off planet. No, I have not finished the main story, Firewater. I've done some of the main story. I'm only 60 hours into my gameplay session, so I'm barely scratching the surface of everything here. can't destroy those. Anything else up top? I don't see any stairs going up. I'm not gonna be able to get in there, am I? Shit. Hang on. I don't think there's a way in those little windows. Okay, I don't think there's anything else up here. Okay. Emulator says the next marker you're gonna have to dig up 3 keys to open a big chest. Sounds cool. Oh, what are those? What is that? It's a life form of some type, okay. Alright, we're good. Well... Oh yeah, I've done monoliths before. Okay. Okay, that's off planet over here. I'm still not out far enough to use my... I could swear we're only like 3 jumps away. 1, 2... I could be wrong. No, maybe we're more than 3. I don't know. Keeps going. I still don't see... So it only tracks a certain distance? How does that work? Because earlier it ended in... I forget what showed me where it's ending. Yeah, I still haven't seen a mission icon. I've just been jumping. So maybe it's bug? Oh, that's why. I didn't understand that, Pescado. So the line fades out at a certain point. Okay, well that makes sense because I've done like 15, 20 jumps at this point trying to find that planet to take a photo on it. So it sounds to me like I just need to ditch that quest before I forget about it. How can I abandon mission is what I could do? Well, screw that mission. I did pick it up in a very far away planet. Alright, we got a history thing. We need to go do this. Well, this is what we'll work on. No, I had the mission selected, so that's not the issue. The issue was what it was sending me off to some random destination far, far away. It was to like go take a picture. I had the mission selected the whole time, but it just was a never-ending chain. Oh, that's gonna be combat. Screw off. here. Destination reached. What are these things? Oh, that's a Gravitino ball, which I'm totally not going to touch for the moment. This isn't actually a quest, so... Hemulator says you'll see crates on the visor. Eskrek says sometimes the missions don't point you to a specific location. You can complete the mission on any planet. Well, that was a weird one because it said go to the destination to take the planet. Go to the mission, and then it tells me go to the... It literally said, you can go back and watch on the streams. It says select the galaxy map and follow the galaxy map to the planet destination. And it never ended. I just kept jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping. So I'm looking for... Artifact crate? Is that what I'm looking for? Oh, it definitely has the purple marker. Oh, okay, so that's the thing. And I need locks to get to it. The key crates look like knowledge stone markers. Are they close by? Artifact fragment. Okay. Let's track this one. It's deeper down in here. You bomb me all you want, you little shits. I'm gonna hide down in the ground. Can they blow up my ship? If they're shooting me from space? Alright, I'm gonna have to probably take care of those guys. Hang on, where was the chest? Was that it right there? Yes, I want to grab this and then get up in space and take care of these guys. I found a rare sketch, approximately 701 years old. Does that go into my inventory? Where? Right here. It's for trade. I think they're gone. We definitely need a space station here. Yeah, lazy pirates. Like, they took a pot shot, and they're like, he's hiding in the ground, might as well move off. We got him, guys, we got him! They thought they killed me, but they didn't. Oh, hello. 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 Fuck me. Hello. Am I gonna die? Don't let me die. That was fun. That was interesting. I'm about to look at the mission register now that I'm here. Exosuit expansion unit. Warp hypercore. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I guess I've already come here to this one. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, it's only a sea level, but I do like the look of that thing. Is it gonna be the same one on the other side? It's the same one. Yeah, I think there's a scrap dealer on every station. Oh, and there's a mercenary. Oh, this is perfect. There's a mercenary guild guy on this space station, which is perfect. Oh, gosh darn it. All right. Oh, it might be a different class? Hang on, I'll go check it here in a second. Photon cannon module, why not? Fire rate, damage. I mean, why not? It might be a different class. I have so much stuff to sell. That's another sea level. But it's not a bad time to check the vendor. Because I also have all those units from the ship we just deconned, which I haven't sold yet. A jumbled box of instability injectors, trading opportunity, sell those. Yeah, like Starship AI valves, I can sell these. Sell the dirt. Ah, it's pretty cheap here. I don't mind. Spool of nano cables I can sell. Alright, we're good. Alright. If I reload, do the missions change from this guy? Oh, repair a damaged item. I've never done that. How does that work? Do I have any damaged items? Or does it have to be something that's completely damaged from scratch? Like when you find a ship part and it's like completely broken? They tell you the damaged item, you have to fly to it. Alright, thanks, Gandalf. So I could do that, and I'm going to fly to a destination. Okay. Repair a damaged item. Start mission. It's Mercenary Guild standing, which I really want. Alright, that gives us something to do. That gives us a mission to follow. Oh, is this an underwater freighter that's crashed in the water? Or is that just like a little ring on an island? It's like a little ring of an island. Dude, this place has some really cool looking landscapes. Definitely gonna have to explore this place a little bit more. Yeah, like a crater impact. What is that over there? That is a knowledge stone, which is not that big of a deal. No, I got stuck. There it is right there. Probably. All right, Mr. Physicist. Perhaps some sort of I don't have microprocessor available. If I leave, is he still gonna... Like if I made a microprocessor, is that how this works? Or is it a different item when I talk to him again? What do I need to make a microprocessor? I need a carbon nanotube. Cool. Here you go, buddy. They mount the chip to their wrist and retry their datapad. Success! Gratefully, the Korvax hands me an upgrade module. Okay, interesting. Perform critical maintenance. Carbon. Chromatic metal. Oh shit. Those are back in the fucking... I do have these in my storage box. So if I call the freighter, I can go up, grab them, and come back. I need Mordite and Facium. Boom! Alright, let's get up to my ship and then we'll come back down. Nope, I do not, young Gandalf. That's the long term. I'm working on it. I need 4 more. I need 4 more of the freighter parts. And that's kind of what we're working on right now, is I'm trying to raise my ranking with the guilds so that I can get the matter beam or whatever it's called. This thing is so squirrely. Alright, I needed fusium and more diets, so let's move that into my inventory. Fusium was one of those, this one right here. Facium, not fusium, facium. Alright, now we can turn around and look, jump off. Copy that, programmist. Oh, why did it all of a sudden... Hang on. How did it magically update me? Like, it literally just updated the quest, and I didn't go back down to finish repairing it. That was weird. I got credit. That was really, really interesting how it did that. I'm not sure what happened either. It was almost like it tracked what I had in my inventory and glitched out and was like, hey, you brought the parts. Thanks, man. Free mission. Don't look a gift mission in the mouth, guys. All right. Cool. Let me double check my freighter missions. I think we still have like another hour to go on that one freighter, on that one mission turn-in. The other one's not going to be ready until tomorrow. Candy. All right. I think this mission has like an hour left. Let's double check it. Yeah, it is weird. I didn't have to put the parts in. It's just like I got close enough and it was like, hey, you got them on you. Good to go. Oh, you could check. Hold on. You could check at the fleet listing too. I've never done it that way. Let me go check. Yeah, 1 hour, 16 minutes. So, is that from the Manage Fleet button? Okay. So I do have one trade vessel, three industrial vessels, some combat vessels. I have a trade vessel. I don't have any miners yet. I'm gonna have to get some miners, aren't I? I thought I had at least one miner, and apparently I don't. How do I know that I have 3? It just says trade. I thought I had industrial R mining vessels. Oh, hang on. I see the icon. Never mind. I thought industrial meant something else, but it has the mining icon next to it. Okay. Okay. So what's the difference between a raider and a combat vessel? Because aren't they both combat? Morals? Does that even matter? Cool. Spaceballs 2 is the name of yours. Mine is the SDF-1, says Piscato. Nice. Huh. Cool. They're both combat types is what I thought, yeah. Alright, that's a wrap, everybody. I'm almost 6 hours in, which means I need to go take a break, get some food in me, and I gotta cut all those videos out from the stream we did today to get those published over the next couple of days on YouTube. So, there's some maintenance stuff. Let's talk about it before we go. Tomorrow morning, we will be starting, same time as today, around 5 a.m. Central Time on YouTube and Twitch. We will be starting with No Man's Sky tomorrow morning, and we will be then moving into the Gamescom coverage from the Xbox Showcase Day 2, and then we will do some No Man's Sky after that. This afternoon, in a little bit, it is almost 1 p.m. Central right now. In about 1 hour, we have a Starfield video going live talking about the patch notes for the patch that went live last night. And then in about 3 hours, my test drive of the new land vehicle, the Rev 8 in Starfield, is going live. So check those out. And then tonight at 6 p.m. Central, we've got the reaction video to Chris Metzen talking about the World Soul Saga for World of Warcraft, The War Within. I'm going to go away from here, and I'm going to cut these videos out so that over the next couple of days, we're going to be watching the stuff that we saw during the stream today. So if you missed it during the stream today, here's what's coming out of the stream today that I'm going to cut out. We have the Diablo 4 deep dive for the coming expansion. We have a Stalker 2 deep dive. We have a Stalker 2 developer deep dive. We have Atomfall, which I discovered today, which is going to be a Game Pass Day 1 game that we're going to be playing in March. That's going to get cut out. And then I need to look up Dustborne a little bit more and see where I'm going to slot that. But I definitely want to play Dustborne. So stay tuned for all of those videos. There's also the Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. That looked kind of groovy. So there was some really cool stuff to come out of today's stream. So I'm going to go forth, take a little bit of a break, come back, cut all those things. No stream tonight. Tomorrow we'll be doing 2 streams. We'll be doing 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Light No Fire better come soon. I can't wait. As always, thanks everybody for tuning into the multi-stream. If you happen to be watching on Twitch today, don't forget you can head on over to YouTube for the day-to-day stuff. As an example, the 2 Starfield videos that are going live later today are videos that I recorded outside of a stream, so they're not part of any live stream. So if you miss a VOD, you can always watch those on Twitch, but if you want to catch the day-to-day stuff and all the videos that you might be missing, don't forget to check out the YouTube channel. Same handle everywhere. There's also a Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and a TikTok, as well as a Discord and a Patreon if you want to get hooked up with all the stuff that I do as a sci-fi and fantasy author, and all the stuff I've done in game dev. Thanks, everybody. Catch you tomorrow. I appreciate it.